International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit. The chef is in. About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green. You donkey. Donkey.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
Allow
see happen,
Palestinians-
Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic evening, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Kaya's back. That's right. Today is Tuesday, folks. It's freaking Tuesday, lads. It's Tuesday, Newsday, May 13th, 2025. 11:26 a.m. It's 67 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, folks. I'm Hassan Piker, and I hope everyone's having a great one. I know I certainly am. We have a lot to cover today. We have a lot to talk about today. But of course, before I get to all the real news, I got to talk about my personal news. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. So help me God. Now, there's been a lot of articles written about your boy getting detained by the Department of Homeland Security. So we'll obviously be talking about that a little bit as well. I'm locked up. They won't let me out type shit. Okay. Having said that, there's also a lot of personal news to cover. Hold on. Blast off. This is so stupid. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we have a lot to talk about in terms of personal news. Let me get right to it. So I ended the broadcast yesterday after a wonderful speech delivered at University of Chicago at the Institute of Politics. And some of you guys watched it. I hope you guys all enjoyed it. I personally thought it was great. It was fantastic. I love doing stuff like that. I should probably do more college campus events such as that one. Okay. And I probably will do more college events like that in the future because I greatly enjoy it. And seemingly you guys enjoy it too. So we'll get to all of that. We'll do a recap on that beautiful stuff. But after I was done, I got back in the car with Norma and of course had a wonderful journey to O'Hare, which was devastating for many different reasons because I did the biggest L of all time. Given my time constraints and given my considerations, given my worries that like who knows what might happen at the airport again, I went to against my better judgment, as a matter of fact, I went to Chicago O'Hare Airport 3 hours before my fucking flight, a domestic flight, mind you. Flight was at 10:37. Flight was at 10:37. I was there by like 7 p.m., which is so bad. And I was just stuck there. I went to a lounge, sat my ass down, had to pay for it, and sat inside of that goddamn lounge and hoped for time to pass. I also, at the airport on my flight, met the basketball player from 76ers, who's the Philly player He's really cool. He's like homies with the FaZe boys. I've DM'd him in the past. I forget his name now. Jared McCain. Yeah, he's so sick. He's so cool. He's such a nice guy. Him and his friends. There was a Hasanabi head that was walking by as I pointed to him and I said, "Hey, you play ball, right? Like you're boys with the FaZe boys." And he was he was like, "Yeah, that's me." And a Hasanabi head was walking past us and he pointed to me first. And when I said, "You play basketball," he pointed to him and he went, "Oh my God." And he gave me the phone. You son of a bitch. Okay. If you're out there, you were tall as shit too. You son of a bitch. You saw me first. You got excited to see me. And then you saw Jared McCain and you gave me the phone to take a photo of you and Jared McCain. And then only after that, you gave the phone to Jared McCain to take a photo of you and I. Okay. That was bullshit. That was bullshit. You should have. Come on. He's already an NBA superstar. We have to protect our own. Okay. We have to protect our own. You have to big me up in that situation. That's crazy. That's crazy that you humbled me first. You were supposed to humble him so that he's like, damn, who is this guy? He's got motion, right? The fuck? God damn it, Hasanabi heads. You can't do that. If you ever see me in public with a person that's like way more famous than me, you have to big me up. It's not even an ego thing. It's 5D chess moves. He doesn't know who the fuck I am. But if you do that, he's going to be like, whoa, who is this guy? You know what I mean? Were you the shortest one out of the three? No, I think I'm taller than him. Yeah, I'm taller than Jared McCain. But I mean, it doesn't really matter. He's dope. He's so sick. He has incredible style. And also he had a super sick bag. He had a ALD jacket. Sounds a little bit like an ego thing. No, dude, it's a 5D chess move. It's a 5D chess move. Why is it a 5D chess move? He goes, who is this guy? I don't know him. Then in his mind, he's thinking, oh, if he asked me to do content with him, I'm going to be more interested. Think. But yeah, it didn't work out that way anyway. But he was really nice. He was really nice. His friends were really nice. One of his homies literally fucking called me sir, and I just got whiplash. Like my neck broke. Okay. He said something like he said like sir. And I was like, dude, what the hell do you mean, sir? Like, how old do you think I am? What the fuck? He hit me with a sir, dude. I'm 33. And I was like, bro, how old are you? You just called me sir. What are you, like 23? God damn. If it's an Asian dude, it's his best friend that runs his YouTube with him. Yeah, it was. It was the Asian dude. Yeah. It was humble Hasan time last night. And the reality of the matter is I was already pretty fucking humbled. Okay. I was already humbled enough. You didn't make the cut? What do you mean? The cut for what? Alexander Hamilton? Pink Evich? What is happening? What the hell is all this? Oh, he got Cinna phase. Okay, this is not real. PBM? No, this is not real. That's not real. Are you going to DreamCon, King? Yes, King is going to DreamCon. Do not worry. Fuck, what was I gonna say? So that's just the ink stencil that they put on before they do the actual tattoo. Everyone's catching strays lately. Bald on bald violence. Oh, dude, that's funny. Seeing my friends posting on their RG stories of my whiplash, Chi-Town baby. Yeah. Anyway, all right, hold on. Let me keep going. Let me keep going. There's a lot going on. Wait, this is my favorite photo of you. What the hell? Progressive influencer tells of detention at U.S. airport. There ain't no way. Hassan Piker picture with Playboy bunnies at an event in Washington in 2018 says he was interrogated about his political views. That's hilarious, dude. That's a fantastic, fantastic photo. Your detention story seriously blew up. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. Of course it was going to blow up. You're detaining one of the largest political dissenting voices in North America. That's going to fucking be a problem for a lot of people. Like, no shit. But God damn it, where was I? Yeah. Anyway, I got off the flight, finally came home, passed the fuck out, woke up early in the morning, finally got Kaya back. Wonderful. How many journalists hit you up for this story? Every single one. Virtually every single journalist in the history of journalism. Journalists from the past hit me up. Like, it is crazy. It is a story that's completely out of control. And once again, one of the funniest aspects of this so far, I'll get to all that. Anyway, I got back. I'm in LA. I played some basketball. I finally got on a goddamn scale. I'm 240 pounds. For the record, 240 pounds. Wait, where did this come from? Wait, did Oxford release these photos? Where did you find these? Well, how do you guys find my shit? I'm up 20 pounds since my lowest weight. When did these get released? I don't even know where this stuff comes from. Y'all find this stuff and then you get mad that I don't use these photos, but like, this is an incredible photo. I just don't know where it came from. In any case, let's keep it going. Here, I'll just blast off. I'm back. I'm live. I'm alive. Talking about DHS drama. Trump in Saudi Arabia making big deals. The Oxford debate is still not out. I think they're like under investigation by the British government or something. I don't know, due to like too many like pro-Palestinian voices. And I don't know what has happened. Like, they're run by students. So I keep telling my manager to hammer them over and over again. Hasanabi taking over the SEO again. Yeah. All right. Hold on. Where the hell are we? Talking about the DHS drama. Trump and Saudi Arabia making big deals. Qatar jet controversy. Back in LA. Qatar jet controversy. Burger Reich is real. Have you kept in touch with Kneecap lads? How are they holding up? I talk to them every now and then. Syria sanctions lifted. Get in now. I have the blast off meme. Don't worry. I'm going to post the blast off meme that Bomb Left's made. Recap of my Chicago speech. The worst people you know are either celebrating or downplaying your detention. Love to see their true colors. Yeah. It's the least interesting thing that has taken place, which is half of my haters saying that it didn't happen and it's not real, even though the Department of Homeland Security confirmed that it happened. And the other half saying it didn't go far enough. Sometimes people are saying it didn't happen, but if it did, it was good, and it shouldn't. It should have been even harder. I've seen people I respect show support for you. People I wouldn't think know you. Yeah. Yo, want to go to the Common Side Effects Emmy for your consideration event? Sure. We actually say they were just doing their jobs. Yeah. Menachon posted about your detention. Yeah, I saw that. Did you think it would have blown up like this? I mean, I assumed that it would probably get a lot of media coverage because like it's an ongoing story and it's like a boiling point. You know what I mean? But yeah, we'll get started with that one. We'll get started with that. My ex-wife. Look who I got to interrogate today. Damn, I love my job. This is so stupid. Okay. First of all, we're blasted off. We're doing it. Thank you to Macias for the playlist. Okay. Liberal loudmouth streamer. That was my favorite title. A lot of people covered my ICE detention, but my favorite title actually came from New York Post, the dish rag, the dish rag of all dish rags. Okay. New York Post, that every time I get like any sort of positive coverage will immediately write articles about how I'm a terrorist that needs to be killed or whatever. They got on and they hit one of the funniest bars on this, and I can't even deny it. Okay. Liberal loudmouth streamer Hasan Piker claims he was detained by U.S. immigration officials. I respect it. I respect that. Game recognized game. They hit me hard. Okay. They hit me hard where it hurts, calling me liberal, which I think is not great. German conservative media posted something that's surprisingly not ass. That is surprising. Is this good? I don't know. That's a horrible photo of me. U.S. journalist detained. They hit me with a loudmouth. I am a loudmouth, and I respect being called that, but I do not respect being called a liberal. I don't appreciate that. I think that's crazy. Hold on. Please call up Getty Images or something. You need more photos. That's not how that works. Anyway. N for M, but there's a whole cadre of good government and activist law folks who would be extremely relieved to hear you roundly disclaim the wisdom of talking to CBP today. What? Yeah, I already mentioned that in my coverage. For the record, I said it. I was like, the only reason why I did this was because I wanted to investigate it further, and I wanted to see where this would go. There was a red line for me, which was like if they wanted to engage in some sort of unlawful search and seizure of my property, but overall, like I wanted to see what they were like. It was a fact-finding mission for me, using my privilege that I have. You know what I mean? So Alex had an aneurysm this morning. Oh yeah, I was making a joke about Qatar funding, which I thought was really funny. Did they go through your luggage? No. Anyway, we'll get to all of that in a second. Should everyone privileged do the same? I mean, it's up to you. One of my favorite compliments I ever got was, "Everybody hates you, you smug bastard." So here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. As you guys already know, I'm not gonna lie, Hasan, you're being guilty of the same thing you accused that Newark mayor of. Don't downplay the situation. They literally asked you if you support Trump. You should be sounding the alarms, making the rounds on legacy media to talk about how insane that is. I am doing that. What? I'm doing that. What the hell? What? The fuck? Some chatters are just some different kinds of idiots. Yeah, I don't know. There's already like, what do you want me to go? Wee woo? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I criticized the New York mayor for saying the Customs and Border Patrol was nice. I didn't say that the situation that I had with the Customs and Border Patrol was nice at all. As a matter of fact, I thought it was a ridiculous and unlawful detention that was specifically designed to create a chilling effect on speech. That is very clear. Hello? People are circulating this as evidence to say you aren't minimizing it. Yeah, I didn't want people to fucking freak out. Like, what are we doing? Anyway. So, where was I? All right, this is so funny. Like, half of the internet and most of the reactionary commentary sphere that ranges from people that consider themselves to be liberals all the way down to like neo-Nazis is both celebrating and also downplaying what this Trump administration is doing. And it's really funny that I still have fucking dumbass supposedly leftists in my own community that's like, who are like, you didn't go hard enough, dude. You should have fucking, you should have thrown fisticuffs or some shit. Which I find really funny. Okay, man. You shouldn't travel because they will grass you up, mate. What does that mean? But in any case, as I already talked about this, like I already gave my experience. I already explained my experience in great detail. And yeah, okay, hog pedals are thirsting over Trump's granddaughter after she turned 18. They're gross. They're disgusting. And it's the least surprising thing I've seen. So I see your side too. You're being canary, but a lot of effort goes into advising leftists how to avoid exposure. And since you're a role model for a lot of folks, it can be read as undermining those efforts. I think don't take it personally. Just validate the impulse. Your reasons are singular. Everyone else should follow the guidance. An activist law community. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, dude. You're wanting me to address things that I already said. I already said all of those things. Okay. Watch the fucking video instead of coming in here and chirping at me. Oh my God. What the fuck is happening? I already addressed all of this. I said I have a position of profound privilege and I use that in this moment to actually talk instead of fucking immediately doing what is normally wise in those circumstances, which is to not talk and to demand a lawyer or ask if you are being detained. I don't understand why my own fucking community, who was probably in here listening to me explain the situation, is now behaving in this way. What the fuck is going on? I mean, actually, what the fuck's going on? What is happening? What is happening? Yes, the other mics were on. I just turned them off. Thank you, chatter. Oh my God. You're canceled by Law Twitter, buddy. Okay. So, what is this? Look who finally spoke out against Israel. Comrade SquarePants. Okay, guys, stop. Stop posting random shit. So, I dislike you, and I heard that. What do you mean? How you get detained and people are trying to cancel you for it? Because this is part of the reason why I say nobody grifts to the fucking left, okay? This is why I say nobody grifts to the left, because the left broadly are incredibly annoying people. They are incredibly annoying people that constantly want to talk about how radical they are or constantly showcase how they would do things differently in that situation. There's never any charity to other fucking leftist figures in general. And there is so much ideological diversity that that people they operate on this like almost puritanical basis with their representation of their own ideology. And that's it. It's really fucking annoying. Leftists are unbearable and incredibly annoying, and personally despise solidarity. And it's something that I actively try to work against, but it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, this is a good summarization of the events that took place. This is from a progressive Now This Impact TikTok account. I'll replay this real quick from yesterday. Agent goes, "Step aside, sir." I was like, here we go. All right. I'm waiting in the corner. This Latina ICE agent comes up, picks me up, takes me to this detention center. I sit down, fluorescent light bulbs, the whole nine. Okay. They have benches in the back of O'Hare Airport where there's like a detention area. Okay. There's a detention area. I'm sitting there. There's like a bunch of terrified families. Finally, this agent comes out, says, "Hasan, Piker." I'm like, "That's me. Coming with me." I'm like, "Oh, brother, here we go." They take me to this back room. Okay. And the back room is not great. Everything, the back room is designed in the most hostile way I've ever been inside of a room. The vibes are really back there. Everything is fluorescent light bulb. It's very obvious that they knew exactly who the I was. It's not leftist, it's the internet. Every internet subculture operates like that. Conflict draws in viewers and drives revenue. That's why the internet is filled with contentious assholes. I think so. He kept saying, "Oh, well, since you mentioned that, what do you do as a job?" And I was like, "I'm a Twitch streamer." And he's like, "Well, since you mentioned that you were a Twitch streamer, what kind of things do you stream about?" And at first I was like, do I just tell him I play video games? Because I don't think he's going to believe me if I say I just play video games to him, right? So I was just like, yeah, I play video games, but I also do current events sometimes, drama, internet. And he's like, "Oh, do you talk about, since you mentioned that, you talk about the things that you talk about, do you talk about the news?" And I was like, "Yeah, I talk about the news." And he kept saying, "Okay, so when you talk about the news, do you talk about the war?" And I was like, "What do you mean by that?" He's like, "Do you talk about Trump?" And that was the first time where I was like, what the is this question? Like, I literally straight up told him, I was like, "Why are you asking me this?" Like, I was like, what does this have to do with anything? I saw no reason to hold back on certain things. So I said, "I don't like Trump." I was like, "What are you going to do? It's protected by the First Amendment. I don't like Trump." Yes. Right? Like, I was like, I'm not fond of him. I don't like him. He said he was going to end the wars. He hasn't ended the wars. What's up with that? As a black chatter, you talking to cops was killing me, bro. Dude. Oh my God. Okay. Chatters. as I mentioned yesterday, and I guess I will have to repeat it over and over again, you shouldn't do this. The reason why I did this is because I have a shit ton of privilege. Okay? I wanted to investigate what this inquiry was going to look like. I am wealthy enough to be sheltered from additional scrutiny. I am a public figure. If this were to happen to you in a situation like this, as it's happened to many Americans so far that have come into the country, there wouldn't be 7,000 international articles written about it. The reason why I took advantage of the privilege that I have, being a public person, and also on top of that, having enough money to potentially overcome any sort of serious scrutiny from the government, and access to groups like the ACLU and numerous other First Amendment defending like civil rights organizations with lawyers, used this as an opportunity to try to figure out exactly what was going on with this inquiry process. Okay? And I stressed this over and over again yesterday, which is to not let you do this. I told you, you shouldn't do this. This is it. I have immense privilege, which is why I had the opportunity, in my mind, I made this calculation to actually entertain this back and forth to see what was going on in their line of inquiry, instead of immediately trying to lawyer up in this otherwise the secondary hold or detention that they engaged in. Did you see Lolo's TikTok about you? In any case, from the way you described him, this Iraqi agent seemed begrudgingly to be interviewing you on the Twitch drama stuff. He wasn't really invested. I'm sure those white men CBP agents might have even known who you were. If you got them, it would have been 1,000%. Yeah, I mean, I can only speculate. Okay. And I don't know why people can't comprehend this, especially because I mentioned it. I stressed the importance of this over and over again. And I think people are still looking for any opportunity. People are still looking for any opportunity to be like, I would have done things differently, or you're being a bad example or whatever. Okay? There was never a moment where I said...
So unless you live under a rock, you are probably aware...
Americans are so cute because they'll have...
What is this?
So unless you live under a rock, you are probably aware of the reality that right now in the United States, things are getting more repressive. The state is becoming bolder. People are being taken off the street. Not just undocumented people anymore, which was already bad enough, but people with green cards, etc., and so forth. And what's been happening more recently is even people who were born in the United States with a passport are coming into the U.S. from vacation or travel, and they are being stopped, sometimes randomly, sometimes not randomly, and being questioned about their political affiliations, political leanings, things of that nature. So yesterday, I got a text message from my friend, Hasan Piker, who, if you know who he is a very prominent left-wing voice. He's one of the largest streamers on Twitch and certainly the largest left-wing streamer. And he was stopped coming in from France. He was coming into Chicago, and they stopped him for a period of time and questioned him, and ultimately he was fine. But he texted me as he was basically being pulled aside to let me know that that was happening, because I am his lawyer friend. And we did have a conversation after this about maybe in the future some things that will be done differently. But this should worry all of us a lot, because Hasan Piker is a very prominent left-wing voice. He is well known. He has a large following on the internet, and he is a rich person. So he's a person with reach and influence And even though he was only briefly stopped for a period of time when he was coming back in the United States, the fact was they flagged him. They were specifically...
No, Lolo didn't scold me. He did not. I explained to him exactly why I did what I did as well in that conversation. Like, I literally told him, just as I told you, what the purpose of it was.
Looking for him and asking him specific questions about his activities as a political actor in the United States. They're asking him about political opinions. You have
no idea how what you said could be used against you later. It's not about your example, but they're making you into an example. They're clearly looking for a reason to somehow charge you with material support for terrorism. I know, but you do realize that the things that I said in that room are, one, still protected speech, and two, there's nothing I can do if the fucking federal government wants to make an example out of me, you dumb fuck. What is wrong with you? I know. That's kind of the main point of contention here, don't you think? What the fuck are you saying? Yes, I know that already. You think I don't know that? You think I haven't talked to literal fucking journalists and also organizations so far since this conversation took place? I like that. I like that chatters in here are like, dude, you shouldn't have done that. It's like, even if I did, and they use what I said in that interview against me, that's still a precedent-setting court case. You understand? I'm taking that risk knowing full well what the risks associated with it are. And I'm also telling you not to do that. But I also will not be intimidated. Like that was my point. I like that because of the parasocial nature of Twitch streaming, you could have a fucking fascist government unironically apprehend and detain political dissidents, and chatters in the chat will still be like, well, you should have conducted yourself better. Like, shut up. I know what I'm doing. What are you saying right now? I knew that I was taking a calculated risk to talk in that situation. I know that. God damn. This was partially the reason why. I made this calculated decision, because I wanted to see what their inquiries were going to look like. I had heard from TikTok stories of American citizens getting apprehended at the border, getting detained at the border. Okay? And I had a different red line than some other people do. My red line was unlawful search and seizure. But up until that point, I was going to entertain the inquiry so that I could engage in some sort of fact-finding mission. And I actually got TikTok as your source of news. No, you fucking moron. I'm the source of news in this situation. That's what I'm saying. I had heard firsthand accounts from people, not just on TikTok, but immigration attorneys being apprehended at the border, for example, on NBC and numerous other news outlets that had verified reports. So when this situation came, when I was in the similar situation, I was the one who was like, okay, I'm going to see what this is about. Anyway, let's continue.
He said in the past, his Twitch ban, some things that were frankly ridiculous, and other things that maybe weren't ridiculous but are scary for an administration to be looking for in terms of what your political beliefs are. Your political beliefs shouldn't matter in terms of you being a United States citizen and you making transit in and out of the United States. Coming from France, mind you, like not coming from somewhere where things are unstable on the ground, or there are actors that the United States considers to be dangerous. Just like coming from a trip to France.
How can you trust things that happen to you? Are an anecdotal experience unreliable? Yes.
So, yeah, I've said this before. You need to be aware. Like, this is the reality right now. The Trump administration is floating the idea and talking, like Stephen Miller is talking about, they want to suspend habeas corpus. Habeas is the ability to challenge a wrongful arrest, so basically the police can't arbitrarily arrest you and not tell you why you're being held or hold you indefinitely. It's a critical function of due process, which is what every American is guaranteed, but also everybody who is on American soil by the Constitution.
Now, the issue here is that the only place where you technically don't have this, or it's technically an illegal gray area, and I think like immigrant rights attorneys will also tell you this, or at least as far as everything that I read, they also will literally tell you that it's like kind of a gray area, is the fucking border. Okay? That's it. That's the one area where there is definitely a deliberate effort from the Supreme Court and the American reactionary movements that have eroded constitutional protections piece by piece. You're more useful to the movement free and doing this work than in a cell somewhere, bro. We don't have to give them a sacrificial lamb to know it's fascism. I also disagree with you on this. Then why don't I just leave the United States of America and escape and like keep streaming from a different country? This is something that a lot of people are suggesting in a very parasocial way as well. And it's like, no, there are going to be moments where I am presented with a threatening situation, and I think that it is appropriate for me to at least have some fucking skin in the game. It's all right, especially because I do have a lot of privilege. That's it. That's it. And yes, I will continue to travel internationally, and I will continue to talk about these things, and I'll continue to report on things that happen to me as well. As I've said over and over again, I am not a journalist. I'm a political commentator. I'm not an activist. I'm a political commentator. I'm an entertainer. But there are unique moments in my career where I do engage in some journalism, where I make some news, right? And my personal experience in that regard played a role here.
That's established law, and that has been established law. We know that this administration doesn't care about any of that stuff and doesn't care about what the law is in actuality. All of us collectively need to be smart about how we are articulating certain things online, not to be silent, to be perfectly clear before the do not comply in advance heroes in the comments go absolutely insane. And really, wow, you are such heroes down there. I'm saying let's maybe try not to get black bagged and thrown in federal prison, because actually you're not helpful to anybody if you're there. Okay. It's important to remember that posting is not activism, right? So you have to be smart about what you're doing, how you're doing it. And you have to protect yourself and your communities. You also need to put pressure on your elected officials to actually stand up about these things. Are most electeds not really doing much about it? Things are really bad, but I also think Trump's approval rating is incredibly low, and there are a lot of judges that are pushing back in terms of any of the enforcement things that this administration is trying to do, and we collectively need to pay attention and show up when the law is broken, when people are detained, etc. We need to keep each other and our communities safe, because we're the only ones who are going to do it. And you need to be smart and not put stupid things in writing, honestly. Doesn't mean you can't express your political opinion. You should be expressing your political opinion. I just wrote a piece. I've written pieces about Luigi Mangione. I've written pieces about not feeling bad for police officers that got killed. You can still express yourself. You just need to be smart about the way you do that.
So, there's a lot of commentary, a lot of back and forth happening on this stuff, and there's been a lot of news coverage on it as well. And virtually every single outlet has reached out at this point to get a to get my insight into what took place. I have, with the limited amount I have, with the limited amount of spare time that I have, I tried to use that to the best of my ability and respond to questions and things like that. But overall, there was, of course, a lot of support from liberals who were terrified of the things that are unfolding. A lot of articles were written about it from, I mean, virtually every single major news article, major news publication wrote about it. Here's the New York Times. On Hasan Piker, popular left-wing streamer, says he was detained at airport. Mr. Piker said he was questioned for 2 hours on topics including the war in Gaza and President Trump. Popular Turkish-American online streamer said he was stopped and questioned for hours about his political beliefs by U.S. Customs and Border Protection after flying back in the United States from overseas on Sunday. Mr. Piker, 33, said in a live broadcast on Monday that he was asked about his job, his beliefs on Gaza and the President Trump, and other topics he discussed on his live stream while being held for 2 hours at an airport in Chicago. Mr. Piker, who was born in the United States, said he was passing through global entry and a U.S. Customs and Border Protection program that eases security checks for travelers deemed to be low risk when an agent asked him to step aside. According to Piker, a U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement agent led him to an area he described as a detention center where he was taken into a room for questioning. It's very obvious they knew who I was, Mr. Piker said, using an expletive. He has about 4.5 million followers combined on YouTube, Twitch, Tricia McLaughlin, a spokesman for the Department of Homeland Security, said in a statement on social media that Mr. Piker's claims that his political beliefs triggered the inspection are baseless. Upon entering the country, this individual was referred for further inspection, a routine lawful process that occurs daily and can apply for any traveler, she said. Once his inspection was complete, he was promptly released. Now, I found this to be a very funny response, and the reason why I think it's really funny is because, and I tweeted about this already last night. I found this to be really interesting. One, because first and foremost, they admit to it happening, which is like they openly admit to it taking place, right? Saying that I'm lying for likes is very funny because they don't even deny that it took place. Okay? They simply deny that it was a political targeting. And I think it's important. I think it's important to take note of what the Department of Homeland Security is taking issue with here. Okay? What the Department of Homeland Security is taking issue here is what the Department of Homeland Security is taking issue with here is political beliefs being triggered for the inspection. Now, I think that's important to take note of because it shows you what the admin is worried about, okay? Because if they were not worried about anything, they would have just been like, yeah, he's a fucking, he is a figure of notoriety that we pulled a red flag on. Because they openly admit that the detention happened. They openly admit that the investigation took place, right? But they're worried about the backlash that they might receive given that this is perceived as a political targeting. Okay? To which I responded with, by the way, in the NBC article, what part of a lawful routine inspection requires the DHS to question me about my political views, my opinions on Donald Trump, or my stance on Israel and Palestine? The agent was cordial, but the experience, along with reports of other Americans facing similar questioning, seems intended to create a chilling effect on speech. As a taxpayer, I believe CBP agents should be focusing on actual threats like preventing agricultural risks or combating trafficking, not interrogating people about their political beliefs. So, as I said, the DHS response is so funny because they're not even disputing that it happened. They're omitting the insane questions that were asked and instead claiming that I wasn't targeted for my political beliefs. Why'd y'all ask me about Trump, Israel, Houthis, Hamas, and my Twitch bans then? So that is what is interesting about the process. Either the DHS is lying about the political motivations for Hasanabi's detention, or asking citizens about their allegiance to Israel is now their standard practice. Exactly. Like, is this normal? Not even just like allegiance to Israel, but also opinions on Donald Trump, the president, or opinions on Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. Like, that's crazy. That's not normal. That is the whole point of this. The reason why this is insane is because you are asking an American citizen who is literally a part of global entry, right? That has already been, that is a known traveler to the Department of Homeland Security, an American citizen that was born on U.S. soil, questions about whether or not they have an allegiance to Donald Trump, the current president. None of this will bar you entry into the country. Do you understand? And I don't even think that was the purpose. I think that the purpose was to create a chilling effect. That's it. Mr. Piker described the conversation as really, really interesting and very cordial. He said the agent asked him what he did for work, the topics he talked about in his streams, and whether he discussed the news, including the war in Gaza and President Trump. They straight up tried to get something out of me that I think they could use basically to detain me permanently, Mr. Piker said, using an expletive again. There's no direct connection or direct involvement. He also described the agent who identified himself as Iraqi as very sympathetic, where, okay, they literally took very specific parts of this to make this seem like it was a pleasant experience overall. Okay. And they just did not, they omitted parts of this conversation that I definitely maintained it was not, was not a pleasant experience. When he asked the agent why he was being detained, Mr. Piker said the agent told him it was routine. He also said he was repeatedly asked about his opinions on whether he was involved with Hamas, the Houthis, an Iranian-backed militant group that controls northern Yemen, and Hezbollah. Throughout the questioning, Mr. Piker said he was transparent in his responses and repeated the same answers, including describing himself as a pacifist who wanted the wars to end. In his broadcast, Mr. Piker said he planned to submit an online inquiry about why he was stopped. That's why I told you don't say cordial. That makes it sound like Roz Baraka shit. Yeah, but it's the truth. There's one citizen who has direct contact with Hamas, and through that, he facilitated the release of Eden Alexander. He's a pro-Trump Palestinian American businessman who arranged the White House-Hamas direct negotiations. Yes, exactly. The Trump administration is in direct contact with Hamas. What are we talking about? The idea that having a direct contact with Hamas or having direct contact with the Houthis or having direct contact with Hezbollah is not allowed in any way, shape, or form is, once again, an erosion of what previous considerations would immediately destroy as far as like a need for detention, okay? We've already dropped that ball completely. It is ridiculous. The fuck do you mean? Have you interviewed Hamas? I haven't, but I would like to in the future. What are you going to do? Fucking arrest me? What are you, crazy? That's insane. Like, that is actually insane, especially because as I mentioned this, like, Jeremy Scahill's interviews with the Ansar Allah movement played a formative role in the Trump administration coming to the table in Oman to cut a ceasefire arrangement with the Houthis. Okay, direct contact with membership, with direct contact with like the Politburo of Hamas is an essential part of the Eden Alexander release that took place. Yeah, and at no point did I say I was treated well. Okay, I said the agent was cordial, but the experience overall was designed to create a chilling effect on speech. You were giving them time to make shit up through whatever reason they detained you with. I have mentioned this before, and I think that a lot of people don't understand this, but you absolutely are allowed right now under the First Amendment protections as a citizen or non-citizen to express support for Hamas. The idea that you cannot do that is ridiculous. You in the United States of America, as long as you are on U.S. soil, are protected by the First Amendment. The idea that you cannot do that is new. That's new shit. Okay? That is new shit. And even then, I personally was managing the risk in my mind and did not take it to that step when I was having a conversation with the ICE guy, okay, with the agent. I don't even know if he's ICE, Customs and Border Patrol, or potentially HSI. Like a lot of people online just simply don't understand what the First Amendment looks like and what it's supposed to be used for. It's this. This is what it's supposed to be used for. It's a restriction on the government, okay? It's not a restriction on you. The First Amendment is not about private corporations refusing to ban you because you said slurs. It's this. This is literally what it's there for. This is the exact reason for why it exists, okay? It is not a restriction on the citizens. It is a restriction on the government from engaging in displays of power against the citizens. Even if our speech is about the support of designated terror groups and represent national security risks, this person responds to. He says, merely expressing support for a terrorist group is still protected speech. So yes, of course. You can say what you want in a free speech society. However, you are not free from the consequences when free speech threatens the basic rules of society. You certainly are free from government-imposed consequences, actually. That's the whole basis. You can't say you're not protected from the consequences. They're not doing a fucking cancellation Twitter post, dumbass. They're fucking trying to cancel your freedom. It is literally the basis for the First Amendment. And it's so crazy because these guys are so stupid. What does that mean? The First Amendment prohibits the government from punishing or retaliating against constitutionally protected speech it doesn't like. If the government is imposing adverse consequences because of protected speech, that is unconstitutional. Okay, sir. Someone comes in front of your house and exercises his free speech right to say, I will burn your house. You're good? No problem. No, sir, you are not. I love that this guy is literally trying to debate a fucking constitutional law, a person who specializes in First Amendment litigation, okay? He is a First Amendment and defamation lawyer. The fucking audacity. No, sir, you are not. No, why? Because that speech may have devastating consequences. So when a dude repeatedly and publicly states he supports a group calling for the death of America, there are consequences. If you cannot understand this, then you chose the wrong job. Except true threats are not protected speech. Saying I support Hamas is not a true threat. It is protected speech. So no, the government can't punish it, even if you think it has devastating consequences. Thanks for playing how to have no idea what you're talking about. If I were you, I might consider that someone whose job this is might know more about it than you. But then I'm not a moron. I liked your last sentence. You are correct in that this is not a crime. However, said type of speech will likely warrant an investigation and questioning. Speech is used as a probable cause or an escalating factor for a motive in crime. Example, if you beat someone up at the bar, this is battery and assault. If you beat someone up at the bar while yelling racial slurs at him, the rhyme is elevated to a hate crime. Your words are used as evidence to understand the motive. Hasan publicly supports terrorists. They may just be words, but those words beg the question. Is he sending them money? A crime. Is he helping them organize? A crime. That's not what question begging is. If you beat someone up, you already have committed a crime. What are you even trying to say? Cops can't just detain anyone they want because they said words of general support for someone else who committed a crime. Like, it is kind of crazy that this once again goes along with the incredibly the incredibly dumb thing that happens online all the time, where it's like American exceptionalism, American individualism, and just like Dunning-Kruger causes people to just go, no, actually, you, the fucking expert dedicating his life to this, is actually wrong. I, random guy who doesn't like what this person is saying, will now sit here and act as though the First Amendment doesn't protect speech that I don't personally like. That's not how this works. This is also precisely the reason why while I have maintained the position that, you know, Nazis, neo-Nazis in particular, that fucking violate all or take advantage of like the liberal notions of wanting to have normal discourse, getting at least like some kind of blackballing or blacklisting, have always maintained the position that the government should protect their speech regardless. Like, there is a limit to it, right? There are penalties that can be incurred through private modes of communication, but at the end of the day, I still understand that outside of circumstances where they are in the act of engaging in a hate crime, that yes, the fucking government should not be arresting people on the basis of speech. The reason why I've also always maintained this position is because I'm fucking Turkish. I'm from a country where there is no free speech. And part of that reason is why I can't even go back to my own fucking country. Okay? This is the point. So yes, of course, I am frustrated to see my other country, the United States of America, the country that I was born in, Turkifying at a fucking alarming rate. You were born in the U.S.? Yes. This conversation was even better. Platforming terrorist propaganda isn't protected speech. You are certainly no constitutional scholar. I'll say that much. You don't need to be a constitutional scholar to know that inciting support for a designated terrorist group crosses legal lines. But hey, keep defending the influencer industrial complex if that's your hill to die on. You don't have to be anything to know things that are completely wrong. I would imagine that's one of the principal benefits of being a moron. Imagine thinking the Constitution protects influencer cosplay while they regurgitate talking points from foreign terror orgs. You are not defending free speech. It does. Like, even if you think that that's what I'm doing, it literally does protect that. It precisely protects that. I don't... This is one of those things that is incredibly frustrating to me. And it's kind of funny seeing others who are now having to deal with what I have to deal with on a fucking daily basis. What I have to deal with on a daily basis is exactly this. The dumbest people alive that are heavily opinionated without like a true understanding of constitutional law, operating on their own fucking personal feelings and assuming that the federal government and the way that things work is supposed to be at the mercy of your own individual perspective. Okay? And the reason why I'm talking about this is because every single dumb fuck First Amendment defender, every single dumb fuck free speech guy on the YouTuber orbit has basically unified in taking exactly the same positions that you're hearing with these fucking blue check marks going after a fucking First Amendment lawyer. Imagine thinking the Constitution protects influencer cosplay. No, imagination necessary. That's exactly what it does. Curious that you say the words regurgitating talking points and then you're not defending speech. What exactly do you think speech is? Speech ends where material support for terrorism begins. The Constitution isn't a suicide pact, no matter how badly TikTok lawyers want it to be. You spelled speech wrong, by the way. You're using words you read on the internet, but you don't understand again. If I'm misusing terms, you should be able to explain why without using sarcasm and smug filter. But you haven't, because deep down, even you know there's a line between opinion and laundering narratives for designated terror groups. You just don't care where it is. Why would I do that? You're immovably convinced that you're right without the slightest clue of what you're talking about. I'm not wasting my time on that. I'd rather do something fun like this. So instead of explaining your position like a lawyer, you're lobbing playground insults and dodging substance. If you want me to act like a lawyer for you, there's a fee arrangement that comes with it. This is an office, not a courtroom. This is the internet. If you hadn't come in hot, then consistently insisted you were correct, maybe I'd feel it was worth my time. You're bad. Guys who think free speech is when their friends get canceled for fucking saying slurs fundamentally do not understand. Okay. Yeah. The Supreme Court of the United States has literally ruled that actual terror organizations like the American Nazi Party is protected under the First Amendment. It is fucking ridiculous. Okay. This is one of the unique things about the United States of America and how expansive its First Amendment protections look like, as opposed to other liberal democracies around the world. Okay? But it does not make any sense that so many people just refuse to understand this thing, refuse to understand this fundamental principle. They refuse to understand the supposedly the most important fucking part of the Constitution. They're just like, no, I don't understand. Free speech is only when I say slurs, or only when my friends get upset that titties are getting smaller in video games. And actually, when the government decides that a person that I don't like is going to be falsely detained or whatever, then it's actually good. It's not protected by the First Amendment. It's like, no, that's the only thing that is protected by the First Amendment in these conversations that are taking place. If the government actually arrested you for saying a slur, then yes, that would be a violation of the First Amendment, unless you were literally doing a hate crime. Okay? But on speech alone, especially if you are like saying that you like the American Nazi Party or the Klan or fucking the Houthis or Hamas, even though these things are not even fucking comparable in terms of like the damage that it causes for America in general, where like obviously domestic terror organizations are far more consequential than a fucking nationalist emancipatory movement in fucking Yemen or in occupied Palestinian territory that has never done anything outside of occupied Palestinian territory, for the record. Okay? As opposed to a fucking domestic white nationalist terror group that is like actively doing direct acts of domestic terror on U.S. soil. Okay? But even then, it doesn't fucking matter. It's still protected. It's still constitutionally protected speech. Here is Anna, who is a immigration human rights lawyer, that says, to be clear, Hasan's political speech is unequivocally protected under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Also, he's a U.S. citizen. He has a constitutional right to re-enter the country under the 14th Amendment. This should have never happened. And it's so funny because people go, because it didn't happen, law. And that's the thing that I wanted to get to. Okay? That's the point I wanted to get to, is like all of these dumb fuck slop tubers don't know what they're talking about. And I please, if you're coming in here to be like, Hasan, I don't really like you, but I wanted to hear your perspective on this. I wanted to understand what was going on, but I don't really fucking like you. And my favorite content creators don't like you at all. And I've heard a lot of stuff because I've seen a lot of clips of you online. I need you to please, you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to watch me, but please go and like read anything, just anything that's not a Twitter blue check mark reply. Okay. Please. Because these guys are deluding. These guys are delusional, and they are leading you down a wrong path. They are misinforming you. Okay? They are misinforming you. They don't know anything. They don't know what they're talking about. Do you understand? They do not know what they are talking about. Oh. This is what is frustrating about this process. There are a lot of out of touch, delusional, uninformed, apolitical, okay, content creators out there, slop tubers in general, or people like Asmongold, or people like or people like Ethan Klein, like people that are just like angry for no discernible reason, or angry for whatever their own personal vendetta is, and they just basically fucking delude people into believing wrong things. They push people into believing incorrect things. Okay? You don't have to agree with my positions on this, but when I tell you something about First Amendment protected speech, I'm telling you the truth. Okay? My dudes don't like you, so I don't like you. I know nothing about you. All For all I know, you advocate for human rights, rehabilitation, peace, and overall betterment of mankind, but because Ethan likes you, you must be bad. Be better. The one dude calling the First Amendment lawyer a Twitch mod is an insult to tell you about his whole worldview. I know. They're glazing the DHS statement as a progressive community. Yeah, I saw like the 100+ posts that fucking community has made. It's crazy. I mean, they're completely done. They are no longer a progressive community at all. We knew that already, but look at this. The H3 issue production subreddit has now posted about Hasan over 110 times in the last 24 hours alone. Even Hasan's own Reddit page doesn't talk about him this much. Ethan Klein works alongside CPP to get Hasan detained routinely as far as back. People call Chicago Chirac are looked down upon here and is usually used by MAGA. We have a saying here, shut the fuck up about Chicago. Hasan implies that Abin Culture killed himself. Hasan sitting in his daddy's lap. Hasan taking a question at O'Hare Airport by border agents. Hasan community shows that they're racist once again. Like, Homeland Security. They literally posted Homeland Security, nothing but lying for likes. Can you imagine being a supposedly progressive community and looking at the fascist Trump administration's Gestapo agents openly admitting that a detention happened, but then saying that it wasn't political targeting and agreeing with the Department of Homeland Security because of your, not even your own personal convictions about a Twitch streamer that you don't like, but because of your favorite content creators' opinions about a Twitch streamer he doesn't like? Will he ever be punished for this behavior? It's fucking nuts. Hasan claims customs stopped him for additional questioning when he re-entered the U.S. Why would Destiny do this to Hasan? DG operatives. Why would Disney do this to Hasan? You support terrorists while entering a country with a hyper-nationalist president who's ignoring courts. Why are you even in the U.S.? You could literally live anywhere on the planet. He chooses to live in a country he despises with citizens he despises. It's so fucking weird and cringe. He's a communist with a Gucci bag. Got his product kicks. Got to have his swag. Isn't he a Turkish dual citizen? Why is he paying American taxes he used to fund the genocide? Like, look at this. What the fuck is happening? I thought these guys hated Trump. What is going on? Yeah, I'm not criticizing Hasan here. He wasn't naive about that. He knew he was taking a risk by answering the questions. My point is that Hasan's risks are different than yours. He's a public figure. He cannot be disappeared easily. For ordinary people, do not talk to cops. Yeah. Every answer generates more risk for you. That's why they want to keep you talking. They think you'll eventually mess up and say something that can be used against you. And eventually you will mess up and it will. And yes, this is correct. This is why I also repeated this position initially when I talked about this yesterday. When I said, the reason why I did this, as opposed to shutting the fuck up as though it's shut the fuck up Friday, is because I wanted to see, given my immense privilege as a public figure and as someone who has enough money to be able to defend myself, okay? But especially given my position as a public figure, I wanted to see what the line of inquiry was going to look like. I made a calculated risk. I put myself in a position that was threatening deliberately by choice because I wanted to see what would happen. I wanted to see what they were interested in asking. Okay, I wanted to see what the government was doing as far as their normal routine process. I do not advise you to do this. You should not do this. Okay. You're still bitching about this. That's so funny. Every fucking mainstream news outlet has covered this story about the fascist Trump administration and its Customs and Border Patrol going after American citizens for their constitutionally protected First Amendment speech. And you're like, wow, I can't believe you're fucking on this still. It hasn't even been like 48 hours since this took place, okay? If you can't comprehend how dangerous this is, okay, I don't know what to tell you. I met Hassan and he bought Kaya Van Cleef and called me a brokey. Hassan, this is going to be unwatchable core. In any case, like I said, this is not, this is not something that I urge you to do. You should not do this. I use the immense privilege that I have in this process to see what the line of inquiry would look like. And I think that it's good that there are more eyeballs on this now, especially considering that this happens to regular American citizens. This has been happening to regular American citizens, and the news coverage on this has been the news coverage on this up until this very moment had been limited. Okay, but doing this to someone with my level of elevated public status, of course, was going to trigger a lot of alarm bells, especially considering that while your favorite slop tuber might not consider me to be a media personality, mainstream media does. Adults do. Was there a mini F? I didn't experience it on my end. I don't understand. Did they not think that you would talk about this? I think part of the reason why this happened was because they... Yeah, hold on. 1 second. My suspicion, I can only speculate, but my suspicion, check out the photo they used for you on this. That's funny. Wait, how do you zap this? Oh, here it is. Yeah, this is not the best photo to use, but what are you going to do? My suspicion as to why they did this is because they want to create a chilling effect on speech for political dissidents. Okay? That's it. And the reality of the matter is, given my background and given the stubborn nature, I am probably one of the worst people to try and do this to, because it's only going to reaffirm my commitment to speaking truth to power. And this should not scare you. Okay? Another TikToker I follow just went through the same thing. Come on, dude. God damn it. Take a week off. All right, that's... God damn it. You guys are fucking assholes sometimes, I swear to God. Anyway. Let's see what the New York Post posted and said.
Hasan Piker claims U.S. immigration officials attempted to detain him permanently after they allegedly stopped him for questioning when he arrived from France to Chicago over the weekend. In a 40-minute live stream, Piker recounted the incident, alleging that agents bombarded him with questions about his views on Hamas, hinting at what he described as an attempt to build a case against him. They straight up tried to get something out of me that I think they could use to basically detain me permanently, Piker told his audience, insisting that he kept his responses firm and repetitive. I kept repeating the same statement over and over again. I kept saying, I'm on the side of civilians. I want the endless bloodshed to end. I am a pacifist. I want wars to end, he claimed. Piker, who has cheered both Hamas and Houthi terrorists on his platforms, portrayed himself as bravely stonewalling the agents' questions, even as he is known for repeatedly calling Israelis inbred and defending some of the most extreme...
That's awesome.
Positions regarding the October 7th Hamas terror attack against Israel that left more than 1,200 people dead. The far-left streamer claimed that the detention was part of a broader effort to create an environment of fear and suppress dissenting voices like his. Nothing I have done online is illegal as of now, he said, warning that laws may change in the future and they might actually start prosecuting speech, which I do fear is the goal of this administration. Despite his claims of oppression, Piker is widely known for his lavish lifestyle, driving a $200,000 Porsche, living in a multi-million-dollar home in West Hollywood, and raking in millions of dollars a year from his online streaming ventures.
That's so funny. Like, they love hyping me up, dude. They're so... I love the New York Post. My favorite fucking outlet for journalism. It's amazing.
During the 2 hours he claimed he was detained, Piker said he feared that Customs and Border Protection agents would seize his phone or laptop, although neither was confiscated. His elaborate recap of the alleged incident comes amid a trend of influencers and activists posting exaggerated stories of brushes with immigration officials.
Exaggerated stories?
For online celebrity.
It is a tabloid.
Over the weekend, an anti-Trump TikTok user named Eye of Sav posted a video claiming she was held for hours while immigration and customs enforcement agents inspected her phone and social media accounts. DHS, however, publicly disputed her claims, calling them false and clarifying that her inspection was a routine, lawful process that occurs daily for many travelers, regardless of political affiliation. Claims that her political belief triggered the inspection are baseless. Our officers are following the law, not...
Yeah, I don't claim to be oppressed at all.
Federal agents detained and questioned Hasan Piker at O'Hare International Airport in Chicago, and I don't care if you love him, you detest him, you don't know who the hell this big-bodied, small-headed bastard who every picture it looks like he wants to make out with himself is. But the situation
That's
in this
crazy.
news, at the very least, it should make you somewhat concerned, because it's not just this outlier situation that's happening in a bubble. And with what just happened, you have him claiming that his detention and interrogation were not random. Hasan going public and saying that he was questioned about his political views, including whether he supports Trump and whether he's connected to Hamas or affiliated groups in the region, and ultimately accusing the administration of trying to silence dissent with intimidation. Right, one of the things that we need to note here, because we're talking about someone trying to enter the country, we've seen a number of instances, is that Hasan was born in New Jersey and he's a US citizen. With Hasan then later expanding on the experience in detail on his stream.
They knew who I was, and they were ready to receive me. Let's just say. And it wasn't a very warm welcome. And there were definitely areas where I was very revealing about my position, knowing full well that they know exactly what they're looking for. I saw no reason to hold back on certain things. So I said, I don't like Trump. I was like, what are you going to do? It's protected by the First Amendment. I don't like Trump.
But that said, when he asked why he was being detained, the agent reportedly told Hasan that it was routine. With Hasan then claiming that rather than questions about Trump, there were a lot about his views in connection to Israel.
He kept saying stuff like, do you like Hamas? Like, do you support Hamas? Do you think Hamas is a resistance group? I kept saying a couple different things. One, in terms of like Israel and all the wars, I was like, I'm on the side of civilians. I want the endless bloodshed to end. I am a pacifist. And every single time he asked me a question, a leading question about Hamas, I kept saying, the United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. The United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization.
And from there, he had Hasan saying the questions went from being about his views to asking if he had any contact or involvement with Hamas as well as the Houthis or Hezbollah.
They straight up tried to get something out of me that I think they could use to basically detain me permanently.
Now, with all of that said, on the other side, you had officials denying that Hasan was targeted over his beliefs during what they called a routine and lawful inspection, with notably DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin accusing the streamer of, quote, lying for likes, and going on to say, claims that his political beliefs triggered the inspection are baseless. But follow to stay in the loop.
Yeah, Crash Out's asking.
What is the charge? Enjoying a meal, a succulent Chinese meal? Why didn't you just stay silent versus entertain the questions? Oh my God, how many times do I have to fucking describe it? Look at all of the media coverage that has unfolded since this took place, okay? As a person with immense privilege, I wanted to use the opportunity of my own unlawful detention at the border to investigate further what their line of inquiry would look like. Okay? Richard Medhurst is actually being charged and facing. Do you care about what has been happening with Richard Medhurst? Wait, what? And not cosplaying. When have I... What? Why are you coming in here so hot with like a weird accusatory tone? If I'm not mistaken, Richard Medhurst is in the UK. And it's a similar structure to what took place with Kneecap, where in the UK, they don't have a First Amendment that protects you from government scrutiny. And I think it's ridiculous. I don't agree with what they're doing at all. Yeah. Why would Phil describe you like that? Are you guys not friends? No, he was memeing, chatter. What do you mean? He said I had a small head. Like, what are you talking about? I saw so many Ethan fans go say this along the lines of, oh, people go through this every day. He's not unique, which makes no sense. Like, how does that justify it? I know. And that was the reason why I also entertained the line of questioning instead of engaging in the active shut the fuck up Friday. Because, yes, a lot of people have actually gone through this experience, but a lot of people do not have a platform such as myself as a political dissident, as a media figure. That is the reason why I wanted to see what the line of questioning would look like. Okay? Because I wanted to voice a concern through my own personal experience of what the federal government is doing here to a lot of random American citizens. Okay? That's it. That's the point.
Gold's fault I got detained. What is this? So is Hasan blaming me that he got detained at the airport? Yeah, guys, I made the call.
And I was shocked. We're unironically brought up in that conversation. The Houthi. Like, did you...
That's right. Yes, that's right. Saying that
Wait, I never said Asmongold is the reason. What? I like that these guys live in their own little bubble where they fucking say stuff like this. No, I never said Asmongold is the fucking reason. I said that the type of shit that Asmongold and Redditors would bring up were being brought up in the line of questioning by the federal government, which I thought personally was insane, right? Because you would assume that the investigations that the Customs and Border Patrol or the Department of Homeland Security are conducting would be, a little bit more informed than like a Redditor comment. Bro, everyone is jumping to be the villain in your story. It's fucking insane. I know. I don't know how. Did I even mention Asmongold's fucking name in this? I don't even know. I might have. I might have said that, like, the type of questioning that came from a Customs and Border Patrol officer was like a fucking slop tuber. You really can't do anything without someone getting pissed off. I know. It's because there's an entire ecosystem designed around dumb fucks who don't know anything, who don't even understand the consequences of this kind of behavior from the federal government and how that might impact them or a loved one in the future, just simply are in it for drama and clicks. Of course, I don't even expect Asmongold to do the fucking basic analysis here of the basic cursory analysis of like whether or not I even brought him up or blamed him for it. He just probably read a Reddit comment and immediately went along with it.
You support a designated terrorist organization, got you extra questioning whenever you were re-entering the country.
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical?
Sure. I know they're singing.
This is not this again. Once again, this right here, what he's showing right here is constitutionally protected speech and does not actually reach the standard of a Customs and Border Patrol investigation. That is the whole point. why are people behaving as though this is normal when the entire reason why this is fucking newsworthy is because it's not normal, okay? There is a reason why every single fucking news outlet wrote about this story. The reason for why every single news outlet on the planet, including international news, wrote about this story is because this is new, okay? This is not something that is normal. That is the whole point. I am so frustrated with the stupidity of the people that have so much motion in the online discourse spaces that just rely on the stupidity of the audience to craft these idiotic fucking arguments. It's the same reason why people will turn around. Is the same reason why people will turn around and say, like, well, Mahmoud Khalil was doing material support for terrorism. No, he wasn't. And that is precisely the reason why. That's a precedent-setting court case that is unfolding in front of us right now at this very moment. It is precisely the reason why he didn't do that. The reason why he didn't do that in the government's claims for this fucking detainment is invalid, that it is becoming a fucking Supreme Court case. You can't just simply go, I agree with it, so... you know, it's actually normal and routine. You can't just say that. You can say you agree with this detention and then craft an argument around why you agree with this detention, but you can't fucking act like this is normal, okay? Especially at a time when obviously adults, journalists are going, this is not normal. Very frustrating that stupidity is rewarded over and over and over again, okay? You can't even get your rights violated without some moron chirping, bro. I really do not envy you. I know.
Yeah, but I'm seeing this guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. I have no problem with the Houthis. Yeah, because I don't. What do you mean?
Yeah, okay, there it is.
If you think I'm a terrorism supporter for that reason, then yeah, I'm a fucking terrorism supporter. What are you talking?
Okay, well, there it is. Wow.
What do you mean, okay, well, there it is? None of this is reaching the boundary that is... You can't just say there it is and then that's your argument, okay? This is still very much constitutionally protected speech. Please, what the fuck is going on? It's so basic. I feel like a 14-year-old understands this fucking concept. Oh my God. I guess you don't believe in free speech, which we knew already. He does not.
Can you believe the levels of oppression that we have today?
Fucking gotten me arrested is insane. And I genuinely, in that moment, was thinking, like, these dumbass slop tubers are actually playing with fire. And I even thought...
Really? Playing with fire? Okay.
About, yes. They are. They are. By the way, I like that Asmongold immediately assumed I was talking about him when I said slop tubers. I guess he knows that he is a slop tuber. Yes, the fact that the federal government is utilizing lists from terrorist organizations like Beitar to actually conduct unlawful detentions and deportations of student activists. The fact that the federal government is literally conducting investigations that basically revolve around like slop tuber drama is alarming. Okay? Yes. That is what is going on here. That is what is alarming about the situation. It's still crashing out pure cinema. This is, oh my God. Oh, chatter. I am a political commentator talking about my own personal unlawful detention by Customs and Border Patrol, which is a matter that has escalated so severely that international news is covering it, because it is unprecedented in its nature, while simultaneously talking about the dangers of what this means for the future of all Americans, okay? in a country where the government is saying that they want to deny habeas corpus, this is my job. It happens to be a unique instance where it's not only my job, but it's also something that I have personally experienced. This is not a crash out. This is called political commentary. I know that so many of you are so firmly locked in on drama and slop and can't understand news and commentary and news coverage without thinking everything is fucking drama, or without thinking everything is slop. It's very frustrating about not even mentioning this, because I was like, I don't want to give him any.
Okay, so that's the first lie here. Does anybody actually believe that he actually thought of not mentioning this?
He actually instantly tweeted about it, and since then reposted it dozens of times.
The reality of the matter is 100% the Trump administration is working with a lot of these fucking dipshits. That's
right. I made the call yesterday when
no, oh my god. Oh my god. It's extra frustrating because not only is this incredibly stupid, okay? But it's extra frustrating because I know the audience is incredibly stupid and they don't fucking have the reading comprehension here. And all they will do is listen to Asmongold's framing on the matter. My opinion here is the unique nature of the federal government's incompetence paired up with their interest in violating people's constitutionally protected First Amendment rights. Okay? It's not only serious, it's not only incredibly dangerous, but it's also incredibly incompetent. Okay? It's incredibly incompetent. For example, and this is an example that I used in my commentary yesterday, the Trump administration's central command used targeting from a random Twitter user. And in the process of using targeting from a random open source intelligence account from the Netherlands, they ended up killing 8 civilians in Yemen because of one of the targets that they had created. This random open source intelligence account living in fucking Netherlands caused the federal government and caused the military to go and strike a random area in Yemen, okay? The State Department has actively worked with organizations like Beitar that are insane. They're terrorist organizations. Like they have 501c3 status, but they're like very actively and known to be terrorist organizations. They claim to be open Kahanis and Jabotinsky supporters. These guys are creating the deportation list for the fucking federal government. That's the reason why Rumeysa Öztürk was detained. That's the reason why she almost got deported for writing a fucking article on a student newspaper. This in and of itself is so shocking and so alarming. And my job is to, of course, talk about this from the perspective of free speech. It is my job as a political commentator. These guys do not understand anything. They think everything is fucking drama. They do not understand how this can impact them as well.
Hasan wasn't in the country. He was in France or whatever. And I was like, Donald, all right, we've got our chance. He's going to be coming back in a day or so. So yeah.
Dipshits are playing a formative role in getting people in trouble with the law.
Yes! That's the point. We don't want people supporting terrorism, promoting terrorism on the platform.
So wait, he proved the point that I was making. I'm 99% sure it was the Trump administration is inadvertently working with a lot of these dipshits, but Asmon's editor cut out the inadvertent part. I don't know what the original comment I made was. I don't remember, but I mean, I guess we can find it and look at it and see if he actually cut that part out. But it doesn't fucking matter because he then turns around and admits that, like, yeah, we want that. We want this to happen. We want the federal government to go after people that we don't like the fucking speech of. Like, he then turns around and admits the point that I was making, which is that this is dangerous. This is danger. This is, you're playing with fucking fire. Like, what an insane fucking statement. Like, what's the argument here? That you want me to be in fucking federal prison because you don't like my commentary on American foreign policy? What a psychotic thing to admit. This is the type of shit that should instantly cause someone like this to, and their fan base to go, what the fuck do you mean? Like, you want a Twitch streamer to go to federal prison because you don't understand and like his commentary on American foreign policy? What the fuck kind of free speech absolutism is this? So you're not a free speech absolutist. You are not a free speech defender at all. And it's what's shocking about this is that it doesn't even revolve around like genuinely held convictions or political disagreements. It's just simply drama and how much the algorithm will feed Asmongold. That's what's so fucking psychotic about it. The way Asmon talks about you in this administration is the same commentary he had when watching World of Warcraft videos. I can't see him as more than a biggest slop boss. I know. Bro, he's just a hateful fuck. What don't you get? No, I get that. I get that. I understand that. What are you talking about? What these guys do not understand is they just stand on this position where they personally think, they stand on this position and they personally fucking think that this won't actually impact them at all. Okay? And they're stupid for it. Yeah. Mike from PA said, oh, here, this was the tweet. I also retweeted this as well, but here, he also had these statements as well, where he was just like, yeah, are actually playing with fucking fire. And I even thought about not even mentioning this because I was like, I don't want to give him any sort of like power over the situation. But like, the reality of the matter is 100% the Trump administration is inadvertently working with a lot of these fucking dipshits. Yeah, I did say inadvertently. And they cut it out to make it seem like I said the Trump administration is working with these dipshits. It's so silly. It's so silly. It's so disingenuous. These dipshits are playing it's so bad faith, but it doesn't even matter. Look at the disdain that he has. This fucking cockroach. Really interesting was in the actionable side of things. Yeah. They also asked, have you ever interviewed a member of Hamas? Have you ever had a communication or correspondence with a member of Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis? Now, what's really fucking insane about that is that as someone who works in media, sometimes I do actually do journalism, right? As I've maintained this position over and over again. And I said that I would...
Journalism is when you tell people that they're like anime characters.
Yeah, okay, first of all, bro, be for real. Asmongold defended you at the start of all this and extended charitability on almost all occasions until you continue to slander him. What do you expect? Back at the end of the day, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? I've never even demanded that he gets fucking banned off the platform. You know that, right? Even when he said Palestinians are an inferior culture that deserves to be fucking genocided. You understand that? He's been calling for my ban and now has elevated that to calling for my fucking permanent detention by the federal government because he doesn't like my commentary. This isn't fucking petty drama, you moron. This is real shit happening to me, and one day will happen to you. If it can happen to me, okay, a person with a public figure status, okay, with money, why the fuck do you think you're protected? God damn. You literally talked to him to explain shit to him after that statement, like you extended so much charitability. I know. What are you, what is this like? Oh, dude, he's not charitable anymore. I don't care if he's charitable to me, dumb fuck. There's a difference between charitability from Asmongold or whatever, and also actively supporting the fucking federal government, packing up people that he personally has a distaste for their opinions. Like, what do you mean? He's been fucking calling me a terrorist for months at this point. You got checked at the border. They question you. That's not a rights violation. Brother, that absolutely is a violation. What are you talking about? Do you think that the government can ask you questions and potentially deny you entry into the country over your opinions of Donald Trump? Are you that stupid? Yes, it is. I'm an American citizen. And as an American citizen, I have protected First Amendment rights, which means that even if I were to literally tell the Customs and Border Patrol agent that, like, I love Hamas, there is no way that they are supposed to deny you entry into the country. It is the United States Constitution. Okay? They let you in? Yes, they did. But the entire purpose of this silly detention was to create a chilling effect on free speech. It is a direct violation of the federal government's responsibility not to do that. If you're coming back from Colombia and have pics online of you with kilos, you get searched too. Wait, what? Coming back from Colombia and had pics online of you getting with kilos? What? Was I coming back from Yemen with pictures of me online with prominent members of Ansar Allah? I was in fucking France, dumbass. What are you saying? How is this? Do you understand why you had to reach to? Do you understand why you had to find a totally ridiculous comparison? Does that bring up any fucking red flags in your mind as to why you had to come up with a totally separate situation as an analog here to make this seem more justifiable? In which, by the way, it still wouldn't be. They didn't put you in jail. They didn't charge you with anything. They didn't think anything. Oh, holy shit. It was an unlawful detention where the line of questioning revolved around my loyalty to the current administration. If you cannot understand how this is a severe escalation from the current government, I don't know how to explain this to you. And it will inevitably happen to you as well. Also, possession of narcotics or evidence of your possession of narcotics is not the same thing as protected speech. You understand that, right? Do you not recognize how this violates your rights as well? Like this means that a Customs Border Patrol officer could just, like, again, falsely detain whoever the fuck they want and just question them for hours on end about their loyalty to Donald Trump. Or let's say under the Brandon administration, they were like, do you like DEI? It says here that you don't like DEI. Why don't you like DEI? Why don't you like gay people? Why don't you like why don't you like the idea that titties in video games are fucking smaller now? Why do you want them to be bigger? I lived in Mexico for a bit and got questioned deeply coming back in before, and I did less than what they would see about you online. I guess at this point, it just, this guy is just a bootlicker, right? Like he's basically saying that, like, it happened to me and it was an unpleasant experience, but it's totally normal and it should happen to every single person. Did they ask you about whether you like Donald Trump when you came back into the country? Was that the line of inquiry? No, it's not normal. The point is that it's not fucking normal. Also, it wasn't like a couple questions from the border agent at the fucking gate. The entire reason as to why this is a newsworthy situation. I'm going to try to do this to the best of my ability to basically explain to people over and over again. The reason why so many articles have been written about this is precisely because this is not normal. It is a new thing, okay? It is a new thing. That's it. Like, it's not normal to have done this to you, even though you lived in Mexico for an extended period of time. So it's not even a perfect comparison here. But you have to understand that the line of questioning is precisely at the heart of this problem. Okay? He's literally going down this line. That didn't actually happen. If it did happen, it wasn't that bad. And if it was that bad, that's not a big deal. And that's actually totally normal. And if it wasn't normal, well, you probably deserved it anyway. I know. Virtually all of these fucking conversations turn into that. Okay? All of these conversations turn into, oh, it didn't happen. And if it did, it wasn't that bad and it's normal. And if it wasn't normal, you fucking deserved it. And as a matter of fact, if you fucking deserved it, you deserve worse than it. Every single MAGA bootlicking dumb fuck online, every single Asmund Roach fan is operating on that same boundary where they just like don't understand how much of a severe violation of their own personal fucking rights this is. Your approval rating by the public is as low as the Democrats, 21%. El Bozo, keep on losing, son. Lamau, what? A decade of improving this space and making it a kinder, more inclusive space, and Asmund just sends it on a rocket back to fucking Nazi hell. They're going to be saying slurs again by next year. Oh, for sure. I mean, they already are. What do you mean? Think about how many people we fucking ban on a daily basis. Yeah, if Asmongold left this fucking rotting ass house for once and actually left the goddamn country to get on a plane, which I assume would be a biohazard to begin with, so he might not actually be able to get on the plane. But let's say he took a shower and he wasn't actually a risk to others around him, and he got on a plane and he flew out of the country, came back into the country under the Biden administration, and the Biden administration fucking detained him and were asking him about his personal politics, about titties in video games, or whatever the fuck, or his support for the AFD, and saying, well, under our administration's perspective, the AFD is actually a dangerous far-right radical group, or the fact that he, you know, named his WoW character after Anders Breivik or something. Do you think that his audience would not fucking talk about how much of a cancel culture backed movement was taking place here? Of course they would. They would lose their fucking minds. They would understandably lose their minds. You want to know why I know that? Because people on Twitter get mad at Asmongold and he cuts content about how he's been canceled over and over again. And millions of people cry alongside him. This is not a cancellation. This is a violation of the First Amendment rights that every American citizen has. It's a violation of numerous rights. That's precisely the reason why so many fucking like ACLU and so many of these other civil rights organizations and litigators have come out to be like, this is completely unacceptable. Do you not understand this? I like that we are also in the process of seeing how fascism manifests in the collective consciousness as well. Like how many people find themselves staring directly at a situation like this that might even impact them in the long run and refuse to entertain the notion that this is completely unacceptable. Refuse to entertain that the idea that like this should not happen, and they just go along with it and say, nah, it's a person that I don't personally like, so I cannot comprehend how this would somehow turn on me one day. Okay? This is how fascism takes place. This is how This is how people cheer for authoritarianism. Okay? When you look at the current government and you make this calculation, understand that you are basically advocating for your rights to be taken away as well, erroneously, ridiculously, arbitrarily. It's not about your own personal opinions of me, okay? It shouldn't be about that. It's not about that. It's not about your own personal opinions of my commentary in general. It's about your rights, because my rights are also your rights. We are both American citizens. Definitely not a fan of yours. With that said, I cannot believe anyone thinks that this whole situation is okay. I hope that you will reconsider the people that you see online that actually cheer on this fucking this ridiculous situation. I hope it at least like causes you to reflect on your previously held judgment on content creators like this, who don't understand how dangerous this is and simply cover this from the aspect of drama. And no, we can't just talk to each other. You want to know why we can't talk to each other? Because Asmongold is fucking scared shitless of talking to me, okay? I've said that I would talk to him 1,000,000 times over. He tells his audience his new meta is to say, well, I'm bad faith and I'll just lie about him or something like that. And and that's why he doesn't want to talk to me. And he would instead use his elevated position to constantly cry and demand I get fucking banned off this goddamn platform. And now, I guess, banned from living a free life. Notice how there is this unique space where a lot of people love chirping from their hug boxes and refuse to entertain a direct conversation. He literally did not cheer and said you shouldn't have been detained. You should stop pandering to your audience. What are you talking about? We just watched him say it's good. We don't want people like you who are terrorists to keep saying terrorism when talking about my detention. Not only that, but he has also routinely demanded that I get banned because he didn't understand what I was fucking saying. His own personal misunderstandings are the reason as to why I should be banned off this fucking platform. I mean, you could just stop promoting that stuff and I'd imagine it would all stop. That First Amendment is pretty based, even if it applies to you, homie. Wait, I'm actually ignorant. What right do I risk losing here? I mean, you could just stop promoting all that stuff. Don't you understand that that is literally the point? Yes, you are unironically advocating for no free speech when you say, well, if the government's going to come after you, maybe you should shut the fuck up about that sort of thing. That's the whole point of free speech. You might not agree with me on this, but I have a firmly held conviction here that is rooted within facts, okay? Your favorite content creator might not recognize that, but that doesn't change the reality. Self-censorship is a chilling effect on free speech. It's the whole point of the fucking First Amendment. I agree with detention stuff being fascist, but how many times do you act like supporting jihadism and jihadist organizations is about being libertarian or anti-fascist? When have I promoted or supported a jihadist organization? Do you think Hamas or Ansar Allah or Hezbollah are jihadist organizations and jihadism? Once again, that's your inability to comprehend the differences between civic nationalist organizations that are engaging in militancy against a settler colonial entity in the fucking region, okay? These are nationalist emancipatory movements. They're not jihadist. You're just saying that because they're fucking Arab. You're saying that because they're Muslim, and you just assume it's like ISIS. You don't even know what the word jihad means to begin with, but I'm not even going to entertain that because I'm understanding what you're using that as a terminology for. Also, it doesn't even fucking matter because while I obviously do not support any of the fucking groups that would be considered jihadists by your perspective, even though you think all of them are, like ISIS or Al Qaeda, okay, even that is still constitutionally protected. What the fuck? Constitutional protection does not revolve around what you find to be distasteful, okay? Then it shouldn't exist. Then you're basically making an argument that it should not exist at all.
Yeah. I don't want...
Look, it's Hamas, Diddy, Bin Laden, Piker, it didn't happen. Adolf Epstein, Piker in the flesh. Ban me, trust one baby. I'm not going to ban you because you're so stupid that I think we will keep you as a pet in the chat.
To be too particularly mean.
I like that these guys have also deluded themselves into thinking that this is like normal commentary that other people on the outside will hear them say, and and we'll go, yeah, that's a normal guy who said those things. We're keeping him. Thank you, Daddy. I am your daddy. I am your father. That I would.
Journalism is when you tell people that they're like anime characters.
For the record, you might not like my conduct in a conversation that took place with someone that I thought was a Houthi, found out he wasn't a Houthi, and then chose to humanize. But that doesn't mean that there isn't journalistic value in that conversation. As a matter of fact, yes, there was journalistic value in that conversation. It was a scoop that many in the media also tried to get. Just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean that that is not a valuable conversation that took place. There were plenty of valuable pieces of new information that came out of that, like, for example, the fact that we learned that he is not a Houthi, or the fact that we learned that he actually has no issues with Jewish people as long as they are anti-Zionist.
Yeah.
So he was just some other terrorist? What the fuck are you... Okay. No, he wasn't. Terrorism isn't just like brown person that I don't like. I know that you're using it as that, as a catch-all term, but that's just fucking gross and racist. No, he's just a 19-year-old Yemeni who supports the Houthi movement, who supports the Ansar Allah movement. Okay? So the other side of this, for the record, the other side of this that is like really dangerous that I wanted to also talk about is the fact that material support for terrorism is illegal in this country, as in you are not allowed to offer financial help to a designated terror group. You are not allowed to offer logistical help, training, things of that nature to a designated terrorist group. But this administration is trying to muddy the waters, as previous administrations have as well, in an effort to erode First Amendment protections. They want to make it so that speech is considered material support as well. There are court cases that have been set forth already to get to this point. They are trying to blur the lines between offering any sort of commentary or any sort of support verbally for a designated terror group they want to turn that into material support, which is already under existing law as being illegal. This is a severe violation of the First Amendment protections. That is by design. They are trying to do this to take away the constitutional protection that you and every American and every non-American on U.S. soil has. Do you understand? That's the point of contention here.
I don't want to be too particularly mean, but if Hasan was as big of a journalist as he claims he would be, maybe Bernie Sanders would sit down with him for more than 15 minutes.
Once again, Asmongold, I don't even consider myself to be a journalist, but journalists do, you know? It's not my consideration. I routinely say I'm not a journalist, although I do have the capacity to sometimes do journalism, as I mentioned here. I know words are very difficult for you to comprehend. But also, what I simply don't understand is there's just such a basic thing that you can Google here. Like, it's just like I didn't just talk to Bernie Sanders once. I talked to Bernie Sanders for a longer period of time before then. Like, I don't understand. Where's like, what is the, how many hours do I have to talk to Bernie Sanders until, I guess, Asmongold considers me a journalist? Is Theo Vaughn a journalist? Since he had a 2-hour conversation with Bernie Sanders? Is that how this works? Is there a Bernie Sanders metric? Normal media hits on NBC or whatever also take 10 minutes. Not even 10 minutes. Oftentimes it takes 9 minutes, 5 minutes. Like, it's a certificate where if Bernie Sanders talks to you over a certain period of time, then you're considered a journalist, I think. Also, isn't the whole point to invalidate people actually researching and declaring the truth in his little clips to make that factual, since everyone will just listen and not do their due diligence? Yes.
Not trying to be mean, but you're
I'm
a
not trying to
streamer.
be mean.
Stop trying to act like you're a journalist.
I'm not. I don't say I'm a journalist. I say I'm a Twitch streamer and a political commentator. But a Twitch streamer and a political commentator does have the capacity to do journalism from time to time. That's just the truth. Now, ironically enough, once again, I don't fucking say I'm a journalist, but journalists do consider me to be a journalist. That's it. That's part of the reason why journalists like Ested Herndon from the New York Times will have me come and speak at the University of Chicago, as I did yesterday, to talk to an entire room about modern media. Someone came up to me at the airport last night, a Hasanabi head, said that she wrote her thesis on me. Said that apparently in Northeastern, the college that she's in, the college that she went to, that there were 3 media courses specifically designed around what I do in new media and politics. So the space that we're in is relatively new, and I try to do my very best. But it seems like people who study journalism, they consider this to be a new area of journalism. Having said that, once again, I don't consider myself to be a journalist. I don't say I'm a journalist. But international media certainly does. Tell him he's a house troll. Stop trying to pretend his opinions have any basis in reality. He's not even a part of society. I know. And I already do plenty of that as well. But the unfortunate reality is, that there are a lot of dummies out there who do take his word as bond. So we are trapped in this unique space where I have to entertain the stupid ass arguments that he's trying to fucking put together. Would have given the opportunity to talk to someone that is a part of the Ansar Allah movement, a Houthi, or even Hamas, or even Hezbollah, right?
Nobody would be criticizing that. And you guys remember, I defended him interviewing this guy until I watched it and I saw the entire thing myself.
I like that he does. I like that he also thinks that like his opinion is worth anything. Like, how fucking deluded do you have to be to assume? How deluded do you have to be like, yeah, you know, I'm a real mover and shaker in this space. A guy who hasn't fucking washed his ass in 8 months.
Because I agree with this in essence, but not in this practice.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he doesn't think that it was it doesn't reach the standards that Asmongold has for journalistic ethics. Guy who watches Tyler Oliveira videos every fucking broadcast to go, yeah, based. Oh shit, my bad, dude. Thank you. Who fucking died and made you the journalism pope, brother? I think that I have the right to do so. And what was interesting, you don't do journalism, you grift. I know, Chatter. That's why the fucking federal government is trying to arrest me. Yes, because I'm grifting too hard. Still has more views than you? Yeah, I know. He's always had more views than me. Do you think that that actually means that he is a position of authority on what is journalism and what isn't journalism? Okay. The Big Bang Theory was one of the most successful fucking TV shows in times while it was being aired. What does that tell you other than it's just the most popular show? I don't know if boomer, but chat too fast. Yeah, let's call up Mr. Beast. Let's hear his take on the Houthis. He has the most views, obviously. He has more views than you, but he's still jealous that you are being taken seriously and not him. I don't even think so. I don't think Asmongold is. I mean, Asmongold is a very insecure person. Obviously, that's the reason why he stopped streaming on his main account, because he was worried that people were going to yell at him, or people were yelling at him too much. But since then, he has obviously elevated his status on his alt account as well. But I don't think he necessarily cares about people taking him seriously, because if he did, he would at least like try to change up his image. You know what I mean? I think he just sees this as content. He just sees this as drama. He knows that a lot of people love getting fed a constant fucking sea of unregulated slop that says Hasan is bad and wrong, and that's pretty much it. He does care about being perceived as intelligent. I think so. But if he cared about like his, I guess if he cared about his perception, he again would change up his presentation a little bit. But I think the only thing he cares about is being liked and having high views, like high viewer counts. That's pretty much it. I have to correct you. He runs through his sprinklers once a month. Oh, God. That's what it is. Thank you. Yes, you're
So the federal government is trying to arrest him because he's doing. Okay, I get it. Yeah.
Fucking dumbass
Right.
slop tuber
Yes.
is correct. I'm grifting.
I'm gonna have to say that I don't think that he's grifting. Like, I think he believes what he's saying.
Why don't you support Al
I think the
Qaeda?
entire.
The Houthis are in control of Sanaa, northern and western Yemen, and those are the areas of the most active child slavery. Read the last link. I don't get why you feel so compelled to defend horrific stuff like child slavery simply because the groups are not aligned with the West. It's pathetic. What's wrong with Al Qaeda in your opinion? Oh my God. We have a fucking Saudi defender in the chat. Oh my fucking Lord. We have officially arrived at the funniest position that a chatter could hold, who says, what's wrong with Al-Qaeda? They're doing great work in Yemen. New guy unlocked. Hell yes. No, it's not a Fed. It's a person that either A, is trying to engage in debate by saying, well, if you support the Houthis, why don't you support Al-Qaeda? They're both anti-West, okay? That's either the argument that he's trying to fucking present here. One of the simplest ways to have this conversation between Al-Qaeda and the Houthis is that the Houthis, while still backed by Iran in terms of its support, is a national movement within the boundaries of Yemen, whereas Al-Qaeda, on the other hand, is a Saudi-backed terrorist organization that not only did 9/11, but is still used by Saudis as a form of militancy that is brought into different areas. It's not like a unique formation that exists naturally, okay? They are an irredentist force in general. If they're not an imperialist force, they are an irredentist one. So existing naturally would justify their actions? No, of course not. Of course, existing naturally would justify their actions, but you're asking me a very specific question about their involvement in Yemen, okay? Because you want to draw a comparison between the Houthis and the Saudi-backed Al-Qaeda movement in Yemen. So I'm explaining to you what the difference there are. Okay? No, I wasn't. Oh, come on, dude. So why did you keep saying what's wrong with Al-Qaeda in your opinion while also simultaneously talking about the Houthis in Sanaa? I was just asking I wasn't asking for your opinion on Al-Qaeda. What? Why don't you support Al-Qaeda? I wasn't asking for your opinion on Al-Qaeda. I was. Yeah, Al-Qaeda is bad. They did 9/11. They're a force of imperialism in the region. They behead people. Why was 9/11 not justified resistance? Oh. Chatter. Okay, maybe you might be a Fed. I take it back. He is Fed posting. An act of terror that overwhelmingly targets an entirely civilian population is, of course, a fucking deliberate act of terror. What are you saying? They killed 3,000 civilians. Most of them, they killed 3,000 civilians. I don't even know if there were any fucking active military in the area to be. So October 7, do you know what my opinion on October 7 is? Are you comparing 9/11 to October 7 first and foremost? But do you even know what my opinion on October 7 is? Are you just coming in here to why isn't October 7 justified resistance? October 7 had plenty of civilian casualties, which I also consider to be an act of terror, okay? Even though it was conducted in the process of an emancipatory force that operates within the boundaries of historic Palestine, against that illegal occupier that is a belligerent occupier in the Gaza Strip, that is illegally an occupier in the West Bank, it still led to a shit ton of civilian deaths. My analysis of the situation revolves around how much more violent the Israeli occupation is in comparison to what Hamas did, and not even just Hamas, but the entirety of the Palestinian liberation movement did on October 7. I do this by offering historical context to other liberation movements. Slamming two fucking commercial airliners into the Twin Towers is not the same as any number of different liberation movements, especially considering the fact that Al-Qaeda and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was backing said actions on 9/11. That's either a H3 or Pestany viewer. Yeah. It's so funny to still try to have this conversation when everyone finds your opinions to be fucking horrifying. 16 months, 17 months into can you name a single action of Hamas that you support as a defense force against the belligerent occupiers that are currently conducting a genocide? What Hamas is doing in terms of resisting against Israeli occupation and bombing campaigns is legally justified under international law. They haven't done a good job defending? Yeah, because, the other military force is far superior in doing a fucking genocide. That's the reason why. The question to you is, would you be more defensive of their position if they were actually smoking more Israeli occupying force soldiers? Is that what you would say? Would you go, yeah, no, they're actually doing great? They are. No, you wouldn't. Shut the fuck up. Yes, 100%. Oh, shut up, bitch. Stop lying about 9/11. What the fuck? That's a lie. Stop lying about 9/11 to prove your point. That's vile. What's the lie that I said about 9/11? You made him a political streamer. If you ignore him, he'll move on and go back to gaming. Yeah, totally. That's why I did ignore him for the longest time, and he still kept fucking doing political commentary over and over again. Do you think that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia had no connections to the attackers on 9/11, aside from the fact that they were also almost all of them were Saudi nationals? Or do you think that there isn't a direct money trail from members of the royal family? Because there is. Both of those things are correct. "9/11 was really bad. This chat is wild." Hamas sucks. 9/11 was really bad. This chat is wild. All right, let's continue.
Their idea of saying somebody's grifting is stupid. Like, somebody is grifting whenever they believe something and then they do the opposite. Yeah, I don't know what to say. And so one chatter, no, and the thing is, like, he gonna get mad about that. That's it. He's lying and he hates his fan base. I don't want to get into that.
He's lying and he hates his fan base? What the fuck? They justify defense against occupation for conducting their jihad. ICC have arrest warrants for both the Israeli government officials and the Hamas leaders. Why do you put so much weight on Hamas being legitimate? They justify against occupation for conducting their jihad. Brother, I don't think you understand any of these fucking terms. Hamas is not like a Salafist organization. The correct term that you're looking for, I think, is Salafist, like ISIS or Al Qaeda. Okay, not jihad in terms of the way you're trying to apply this. I like that the amount of chatters that are trying to catch me slipping, quote unquote, in an effort to clip stuff and then like send it directly to the State Department has increased at an alarming rate. But I do think that this is educational in nature, having these conversations. So every now and then I will entertain it. You might think that this is just a simple derailment, but I do think that it's good to have these sorts of conversations. They don't need to catch you slipping. It just needs to be edited. As long as you say the general words, they will do the rest. Well, that too, yeah. Yeah. Hey, what do you think about Trump taking in those white South Africans as refugees? Meanwhile, we, the black 90%, are still in poverty and can't get jobs because our names get flagged as too black. I think it's ridiculous for the Trump administration to claim that there is white genocide happening in South Africa when there's no evidence to show for it. Whereas no one will entertain the mountainous evidence for Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. But having said that, I don't really give a shit if they bring in a couple fucking Boers from South Africa into the country. It's really stupid. Like it's just him trying to bait the white supremacists. That's it. It's him signaling to white supremacists. Yeah, he's doing decolonial action. Decolonial Don, JD Pond Don. He's Mr. Jay Sakai. He's Jay Sakai's bravest soldier. He's taken out some of the, like, obviously, there are a lot of fucking sick white South Africans out there, okay? Some of them are in my community. There's a lot of brave and awesome white South African people living in South Africa right now, okay? But the guys that will take refugee status to come to the United States of America are literally the neighbors that unironically no one wants to be around anyway. So it's almost like a service. I like what Trump is doing there. It's a self-selecting group of some of the worst fucking people. So it's great. He should do that for Israel. Offer refugee status to all the settlers of the West Bank and then put them in a real land without people for a people without land. Idaho. Or Florida. Fuck it. You know? Offer them refugee status too. Get them out of Israel. Okay? Get them out of occupied Palestinian territory and bring them here to the United States of America, to Florida, where they will thrive. Okay? Montana yearns. Don't clip that. Wait, what? Nothing I'm saying is even remotely inappropriate. Voluntary migration into America away from occupied territory? Great. Hell yeah. Fucking awesome. Give me your Boer well-fed waddling masses. Yeah, I saw that. JD Pondom, baby. Look at them. South African refugees arriving in the U.S. looking like they haven't struggled a day in their life. I genuinely don't care about this. Like, I think this is, I mean, the only part about this I care, the only part about this that I think is, like, gross is the fact that the fact that they're claiming that there's a white genocide happening and it's not. It's fucking ridiculous. Anyway.
That's the whole point. Yes.
That is literally the case.
And also, by the way, keep in mind, nothing happened to him. He didn't get fined. He was allowed re-entry into the country. He was inconvenienced for a period of time. And yeah, that's what happens when you...
Asmongold, when random Twitter accounts say he's disgusting and smelly, will make videos crying about it endlessly. But when the federal government detains you for your constitutionally protected speech,
he knew exactly who the guy was, but he was basically like, he always made it seem as though he was asking certain things that after discovering in the process of that conversation, he would ask additional questions. So he kept saying, "What do you do?" as a job. Do you talk about the news? And I was like, yeah, I talk about the news. And he kept saying, okay, so when you talk about the news, do you talk about the war? And I was like, what do you mean by that? He's like, do you talk about Trump? And that was the first time where I was like, what the fuck is this question? Like, I literally straight up told him, I was like, why are you asking me this? Like, I was like, what does this have to do with anything? Yeah, they asked me about my fucking Twitch bans, chat. It's not even a joke. They asked me about fucking Twitch chat, like Twitch bans. The reason for why they're doing that is, I think, to try to create an environment of fear, to try to get people like myself, or at least like others that would be in my shoes that don't have that same level of security, to shut the fuck up. And for me, I'm going to use the privilege that I have in that moment to try and see what the fuck they're doing.
You just heard from Hasan Piker. He is a leftist Twitch streamer, and odds are you've heard of him because he is the biggest political content creator in the country, at least for progressives. But he was detained over the weekend by CBP and questioned about his political opinions. That, my friends, is the dystopian nightmare that conservatives said that they were afraid they'd be subjected to, that the left is now being subjected to under the Trump administration. And I think he's correct to say that they were doing this because they want to send a message. They know that Hasan will talk about this, and that's sending a message to the rest of us and other individuals with larger online followings, or anyone that just vocalizes their opinion on social media, that, hey, we're listening to every single thing that you say, and we're looking at every single thing that you do. And with the way that Hasan described this, it leads me to believe that they were trying to find something incriminating or get him to self-incriminate. And just in case you don't know, Hasan is an American citizen. So we have an American citizen getting detained and questioned upon his re-entering the country because he espouses anti-Trump views. So, this is a little bit troubling, right? And as attorney LOL Overruled pointed out, DHS flagging and detaining.
Don't worry, chat. Asman will be left-wing within 14 hours. What is this? We are now using AI. Please speak loudly and clearly and wait for Belinda's response. Oh, at the drive-thru when he goes to the Whataburger and they're using AI, he's gonna say. He's gonna say this is not based.
One of the U.S.'s largest left-wing voices for their political opinions, while the Trump administration suggests they might suspend habeas corpus, does not portend well for the future. I'll say.
All right. I'll cover this as the last thing.
Hasan, and some people have called him like the Joe Rogan of the left, or like a potential figure in that category. I was interested in your opinion because I don't know if you've commented on it yet, but obviously he just did this big debate with Ethan Klein of H3. He's been accused of anti-Semitism by Ethan, and Ethan has this whole internet mob after him, including the likes of Destiny. It's gotten really ugly. This debate was a total shit show. It was like 6 hours of Hasan defending himself against bullshit accusations and smears. It was
Hasman was just saying Kanye's Hitler song was a refutation of cultural norms, by the way. Love where this country is going.
It's totally wild. I don't even think you should have participated in it, to be totally honest. But I was just wondering if you had any opinion on all of this that's happening. And as someone who's interviewed Hasan and I know, had friendly relationship with him in the past and the present, do you...
This is my favorite type of commentary from people that go, you're obsessed with Asmongold. I can't wait till you're banned from this platform, being the gaping loose bumhole you are. And it's ironic because, I'm literally responding to a video he made about me where he placed himself in the conversation, claiming that, I was in direct contact. Look at the screen, chatter. Do you not understand what you are looking at visually? It's, bro, you make a video about him every day. Bro, I only respond to him talking about me. What the fuck? Don't yell.
I mean, it's the stupidity of it all that caused me to yell a little bit, you know? It's like, this guy is constantly talking about how I should be fucking banned and talking about how it was actually awesome that CBP came after me for fucking First Amendment protected speech, not realizing that will most likely impact him and his fans as well in a way that they won't enjoy it. And when I talk about it, it's like, well, oh, he's the guy that says still more views than you. The left, maybe more libs, to be honest, than you tried to cancel deplatform people for the past 10 years. Now you don't think this is the reason for swinging the other way. The only real attacks against the First Amendment for the past 10 years, as in like the government actually making certain types of speech illegal and not like private platforms taking decisions, even though Asmongold will regularly complain about that as well. Like, yeah. This was another great example of this. Like Mudahar, rent-free Lamau. Hasan is the perfect definition of slop-producing, drama-chasing content creation. You can try to pretend to be above it because you cover politics. Funny how Asmongold's side channel beat out the top political streamer in his category, Lamau. Dudes would really be like, we need to get this guy deplatformed from Twitch and take away his livelihood because we don't like him or his opinions on Israel. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why is he talking about me? Rent-free Lamau. Also, the other side of the story is the notion that like Asmongold's side channel beating out the top political streamer in his category, you're presenting that as an own and not as a serious issue overall. Like, he is demonstrably not a knowledgeable person. Sometimes self-admittedly not a knowledgeable person on these issues. You might not like what I have to say, and you might entertain slop tubers who are also not knowledgeable on any of the issues I speak on, clipping shit out of context to be like, Hasan doesn't know what he's talking about. But I do know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I call myself a dumb himbo regularly, but I know more than Mudahar does. I know more than Asmongold does, you know? Doesn't take much. The average person probably knows more than both of these individuals as well. But it is very funny where they will just like endlessly crank out content being like, this guy should be banned. He's a danger. He's a threat. He should be in prison. Only to turn around and be like, why are they talking about me? Why is he talking about me? It's like, yeah, I'm responding to your demands of me being deplatformed. You fucking moron.
You agree with me that it's total bullshit, this charge of anti-Semitism that's been leveled at him?
Oh, yeah, no. There's no way that Hasan is not an anti-Semite. There's no way. The thing that I can't wrap my mind around is that Ethan, on all the major points, Ethan will be like, yeah, I think Israel is committing a genocide. Yeah, I think it's fair to call the IDF terrorists. He'll concede on all of these major points, but then 98% of the conversation is some beef he had with some streamer that has like 5,000 subscribers or something, right? And it's like, why are we talking about any of that?
Oh, thank God.
Like, I understand.
I do like hearing like normal individuals who are well-read on matters like this, giving their take on shit like this, where it's like, I don't feel alone anymore, where I'm like, thank God. Because I think that there is a real, the online community, the online discourse slop tube community, this space is like somewhat insulated from serious criticism from people who are knowledgeable on the topics that they talk about with regular frequency. And because of that, they've created this echo chamber that is vast, where they've completely partitioned YouTube and Twitter, and even in certain instances, Twitch commentary away from prying eyes that would look at this for a second and go, what the fuck are you saying? Okay. And aren't you a weird simp lolly? What? Anyway, the point is, a lot of these guys are elevating to their audiences like very dangerous groups. Dangerous groups like Honest Reporting, for example. This is actually something that I wanted to talk about. Did you see IDF confirm using Honest Reporting smears, an org which Ethan posted a few days ago to smear you? Just got one of, if not the most beloved journalist in Gaza, Hassan Eslieh. Now they moved on to their next target, Hind Hudari, another Al Jazeera journalist. These are the type of orgs that Ethan and his fandom happily boost, but will tell you to your face to go to Gaza, nothing will happen. Same org killing Palestinians is smearing you too, and Ethan is boosting them. Yeah. Honest Reporting is a horrible, horrible organization that directly puts crosshairs on Palestinian journalists. And it's fucking insane that Ethan actually posted Honest Reporting on his fucking Instagram story. And then 2 days later, they're reporting that had placed crosshairs on one of the most beloved photojournalists in Gaza, Hassan Eslieh, was assassinated. They initially fired on his tent and burned him and permanently scarred him. And he was in a burn unit inside of the Nasser hospital in the Gaza Strip. And they fucking killed him in the hospital when he was in a hospital bed. That's what Israel did last night. They bombed yet another hospital. That is the stalwart ally of Palestinians, Ethan Klein. That is who he is elevating on his fucking Instagram posts. And then he has the audacity to claim that he is pro-Palestine to his dumb fuck audience. What? The fact that the genocide part, the third largest party, is calling for actively promoting it, and refugees offered due to land grabbing and the fear of being the new Zimbabwe? What? Are you at? Oh, dude, I have fucking chatters in here that are defending the white genocide happening in South Africa. It's like saying that that's actually happening in South Africa. Your discussions on the Middle East, I find informing since I don't know much about it, hence my lack of opinion on the matter. But your dismissal of what's going on in South Africa shows a lack of knowledge about the matter. No, my dismissal of what's going on in South Africa is because I'm not a fucking white supremacist. Hassan needs to be investigated by the FBI. Boo-hoo. Yeah. Hey, bitch, I'm a white South African. Tell me I'm being genocided. He said that their fears of turning into Zimbabwe when talking about, dude, he said there are real fears amongst white South Africans, okay, of turning South Africa into Zimbabwe. If you don't understand what that person's political position is here, okay, I don't know what to tell you. That's, okay. Where was I? Oh, here.
And that he takes it personally and he feels offended by people saying whatever. But like, if you are conceding that the core of the issue is there is a genocide currently being done against innocent Palestinians on a daily basis, they're being starved to death, they're being carpet bombed. We're talking minimum 50,000 dead Palestinians. The real number could be as high as 200,000, 90% of which are innocent civilians. Then to focus solely on your personal beef over things you felt were misconstrued about your opinion or whatever, that like, then you are taking your eye off the ball. You're no longer talking about.
This is precisely what I communicated to Ethan in our conversation as well, which I thought would at least like penetrate the consciousness of his audience, which I was wrong about. That it did not. They did not give a shit.
The main issue here, and it comes across as incredibly petty, incredibly vindictive, incredibly self-aggrandizing and unserious. And that's why you see these weird dividing lines now, where even though Ethan says, yeah, they're committing a genocide, well, all the people who are cheering for you in this whole debate thing, they don't seem to think it's a genocide. You're attracting a lot of the most psychotic Zionists in the country to cheerlead for your cause, because instead of talking about the actual genocide, the actual issue as such, you're talking about all these personal bones you have to pick with Hasan and calling him an anti-Semite and talking about other streamers that you think are unfair to you. Like, I'm sorry, bro. Nobody gives a fuck about your feelings. I'm sorry. Nobody cares. And look, I'm not just saying that about him. Nobody gives a fuck about my feelings. Nobody cares about your guys' feelings. Who cares about feelings?
Yeah.
What does that have anything to do with the fact that there's a fucking historic atrocity going on right in front of our eyes? And if we're going to have that conversation, let's have that conversation, right? Let's not get lost in the weeds of whether or not it was okay for Hasan to interview a guy that they say is a Houthi, but Hasan says is not a Houthi. That's, you're laundering the image of terrorism. Because functionally you end up bolstering the right-wing narrative and Trumpism at a moment when they are literally rounding up pro-Palestine protesters and locking them up. So
well, that's another point that I also raised with Ethan. Once again, they got lost in the sauce.
Talking about those things, you're fucking missing it, and you've lost your mind.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think it's completely beneath Hasan to entertain any of this nonsense. I think
you know, you've also genuinely liked Ethan. That's the thing, is like, they actually had a friendship. They actually did a show together. I can sympathize with Hasan's perspective that he feels like, look, the guy I knew is still somewhere in there. I'm going to try to get that guy out. I'm going to do the best I can to get to that conclusion. I can sympathize with that because I went through that myself with that period when TYT hated me and Jimmy Dore hated me. And I'm out there trying to be the enlightened centrist in their feud. And like, I also thought, hey, if I just tell it like it is and I'm sympathetic, then I can get through to Jimmy. I can get through to TYT or whatever. And then, you know, eventually what you found out, me in the case of Jimmy, him in the case with Ethan, is like, no, man, some people, you're just not going to fucking get through to them. It's just not going to happen. Doesn't matter how correct you are. Doesn't matter how factual you are. They're just going to go right back to their petty grievances.
Yeah, well, in my opinion, that's a great...
I think it's time to stop treating Ethan like someone who's lost his way but is on the right side. He simply is not. No, I know that. I know that. I understand that. At this point, my goal is to at least, like, I don't even give a shit if his fan base leaves him or whatever. I just don't want them to constantly play a role, inadvertently or deliberately play a role in Hasbara. That's it. They're spreading a lot of dangerous misinformation while simultaneously assuming that they're also pro-Palestine. And this was a way for me to try to get them to question, like, wait, if Ethan and Hasan are in agreement, like, why the fuck does he care about all this petty shit? Like, he keeps trying to defend that by being like, well, you can believe two things at the same time. You can argue about two things at the same time. But it's like, your only commentary on the issue of Israel's genocide revolves around your own personal feelings and how wrong do you think you are by random content creators online that are actually advocating for Palestinian emancipation. That's it. And I do think that a lot of people in that back and forth perhaps changed their opinion a little bit. Like, there are still people in that community that are like, yeah, I'm pro-Palestine, but like, I don't really understand why. I don't really understand why other pro-Palestinian people that are my friends actually take issue with the way that I talk about this stuff, and it's because it's precisely because like they have been deluded into thinking that their commentary on this issue is actually on the side of Palestinians by someone that they like, their content creator, their favorite content creator being Ethan Klein.
Example specifically with Jimmy, because I think much like Jimmy and his need to smear you, with Ethan and his need to smear Hasan, it's all about the necessity to create drama, because that's what his channel thrives on. Drama with people from his, past life as a co-host. Like, he did this with his other co-host. I don't even know who she is, but some lady named like Trisha or something who he did a show with. And then for years they went back and forth and they turned on each other and created a bunch of drama out of that. So that's what Ethan's show sort of needs. It needs that drama to have a boogeyman to bash and to create this feud with an old friend and all this kind of stuff. Whereas Hasan clearly doesn't need that, which is why I don't think he should have engaged with it in the first place. But I really do think it's just all about the views. Ethan needs a villain. Ethan needs someone who's a big streamer to go after. The only thing that's crazy to me is how, like, I guess, successful it's been. Like, it seems like a lot of people agree with Ethan. He has this huge fan base. I would think that everyone would just see it the way we see it. It's so obvious that this is being driven by petty ridiculousness, and it is completely, beneath everyone involved to be debating this crap instead of the actual issue at hand, which is so serious and so horrifying, right? Like, who cares about some stupid thumbnail that Frogan made or whatever the fuck, right? It's totally ridiculous.
I think it's like a sugar high, right? Like, oh, you're getting all these views because you're talking about this thing, which is drama that people are really interested in. But how are you going to what are you going to do in 6 months from now? What are you going to do 2 years from now? Like, what's the focus of your content, right? Like, I know he used to be sort of like a...
I found it quite amusing that they yell at you for every slip up you have once every few streams where you say something extremely wild, e.g. America deserve. But after that one debate, E's wife was like, oh, of course E slips up at least once in a 6-hour convo talking about double standards. I mean, yeah.
Semi-comedian troll kind of guy, sort of like a Tom Green on YouTube type thing. Then he had like a normie type podcast where he just jokes around and shit and interviews people, right? Am I getting it right? Is that basically what
he's basically like he was like a OG kind of a YouTube style, right? React to something funny, dunk on it, create beefs with other YouTubers. Like, one time, like, there's a bunch of weird videos of him like sitting around the table with like Post Malone before he blew up really big. Like, he's just always been in the world of like, I want to entertain you with my show more than politics, I would say, back in the day.
Yeah, so like what I would say is pick a fucking lane, bro. Are you going to talk politics or are you not going to talk politics? If you're going to talk politics, talk fucking politics. I don't care about a beef that I need to learn 36 hours of lore before I understand what the fuck you're saying. Like, I don't care about that stuff, and people shouldn't care about that stuff. But
I think a lot of content creators are underestimating that this is graduated from petty drama to relevant public manipulation. The issue isn't beneath you, even if it is petty. Not addressing this stuff is how Asmold gets a horde of dummies behind him. It's stupid discourse, sure, but I think it's irresponsible to just not engage with obvious misinformation. Yes. That's part of the reason why I'm forced to do it, even though I fucking despise doing it. Even though all the fucking slop tubers love when I actually get in the dirt with them and duke it out in the pigsty. But the unfortunate reality is that there are a shit ton. There are a shit ton of people that are completely uninformed about this stuff. And my job, the way I see it, like my purpose, my goal is to reach those people and hope that they can maintain some semblance of charitability so they can at least like find a new perspective. Okay. It doesn't have to be, they don't have to agree with me across the board, but as long as they're charitable and hear a different framework, a different way of looking at these issues instead of the steady garbage that they feed themselves, I think that there is an opportunity there to change their minds. Politics is now fully about personalities, Bernie versus Trump rather than democratic socialism versus fascism. It's how we as humans personify these movements. We either talk in the terms the masses are interacting with or we lose. Kind of. It's unfortunate, but I think that is a real problem right now. And I try to do my best to like manage it and not entertain the pigsty, the pig pen to the best of my ability. But the entire thing has become a pig pen. Everyone has become pigs. I've had to explain to a pro-Palestinian driven who watched H3 why what they were saying was pro-Israel propaganda because they kept repeating Ethan's points while talking about Palestine. Yeah. That chatter is 100% correct, but it's also why responses require such annoying and uncomfortable levels of sourcing and explaining the misinformation peddled by the likes of H3. If you don't know what bleach is, or if you don't know what mass R-word campaign has as much evidence as 50 beheaded baby narrative, it's impossible to make clear to people how much of this is just nonsense. I know. And I try to bring evidence to each individual conversation like that, even though obviously it is, it takes, as Noam Chomsky has famously said, it takes a minute to tell a lie. But it takes an hour to correct said lie. And I will take that hour every single time. One of the greatest examples of this is obviously my reaction to the first half of the context nuke that was Ethan's most important, most significant fucking video, right? He put that shit together for months, he said, and the sourcing on it was absolutely abysmal. It took me 8 hours and 51 minutes to react to the first 1 hour because I basically went through each individual complaint that he brought forward and showed expanded context on all of the clips. And I didn't even get to every single one, but I tried to do my very best to cover virtually every single clip that I thought was relevant and important to address. Okay? I try to do my very best to also just fundraise for an important cause as well. Another thing that he was trying to ruin, which was fundraising for charity. Going to be real, bro. Most people do not have the emotional intelligence to understand things from a left-wing perspective. It requires they become capable of putting themselves in the shoes of oppressed people. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to fucking stop. I'm not going to stop doing that because it's too difficult, okay? This is my whole job. I'm personally burnt down on it, but I won't deny our coverage is useful, even necessary. The H3 community having actual pro-Palestinian voice is a win on their broadcast. So you and Sam being on there was and is solid. It's just hard to watch because of Ethan. Yeah. And I don't know how much those, like, I don't know whether or not those efforts were futile or not. Okay. I don't know. But I'm sure there were plenty of people that were moved.
But there's also, you know, a pretty sizable Hasan hatred community, right? I mean,
That's what blows my mind. It just seems like he's so obviously the one in the right here.
Well, Hasan and Destiny hate each other and have hated each other for a long time. I know Destiny's community hates Hasan. Hasan's community hates Destiny. And there's other, you know, ancillary players in the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, look, this is the downside of the internet is that sometimes people can lose their minds in the sense that the petty vindictiveness is the thing that drives them. And so they're just looking for content about the people they hate. Right. And, it becomes really politics is ancillary to that. It's really got nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? And so I think that's effectively what's happening. But again, in the long term, like, what the fuck gets accomplished? Like, what's going to happen?
See, I stopped watching H3 after the Sam Cedar debate. Been a longtime fan of both him and you. There you go. There are people out there who have had their opinions challenged in the process. And due to people making reasonable arguments in the face of someone who is being incredibly unreasonable, like optically unreasonable and petty, given how serious the situation is, depending on the empathy that they can demonstrate, they've had their minds changed. And I think it's important. Because, like, if you don't give a fuck, if you simply see it as like putting a black square on your Instagram, right? If you look at, if your advocacy for Palestinians just revolves around saying that you're anti-genocide and that's it, but you don't actually give a fuck, you actually don't give a real fuck about the children that are being murdered on a daily fucking basis, then yeah, you can hyper focus on the drama aspect of it all. But there are still plenty of people who do actually care about this. That's why this needle has shifted so dramatically in the direction of Palestinians.
Happen? What are you still going to be talking about Hasan a year from now? Are you going to be talking about Hasan 2 years from now? Or are you going to pick the political lane and cover the news and give your opinion? Or are you going to go back to doing some like semi-comedy type shit? You got to pick a lane and you got to do it. But like, even from a personal perspective, bro, like if you're engaging in this sort of shit, you got to feel horrible. Like, you got to feel like shit. Like, there's nothing fulfilling about arguing for 4 or 5 hours with somebody you used to be friends with about petty shit. Like, who cares?
That's what
Like,
I'm saying, bro. Even as the drama channel, like, I was sitting there like, this is completely pointless. This is the opposite of productive. Nothing is being accomplished here. These people are not.
Your channel will fall like the Ottoman Empire did. Asman is tired of winning. Mal-Marxism detected. Mal-Marxism detected. Okay, don't ban guys like that. That guy's funny.
Not even like making amends or anything. It's just ugly. I did not enjoy it. I frankly couldn't stand watching that debate. I had to turn it off at a certain point. I had to like rage quit. It was just so uncomfortable. And again, we love drama over here. We don't shy away from that stuff at all.
Yeah. But you know, to your point, it's got to serve a broader purpose, right? There's got to be some core in there that's actually about politics or policy or morality, or, you know, it can't just be drama for the sake of drama or hatred for the sake of hatred. It's just, that really is like the worst of people, you know?
Yeah, and it seems like, you know, Hasan's kind of, you know, at least been effective in, you know, drumming up a lot of, you know, attention to these issues. And I wanted to get your perspective on the fact that he was actually detained for questioning when he got back from France. So he was in France for a few days interviewing the socialist over there for his main channel. And when he got back from Charles de Gaulle,
I used to not like you and would have been a perfect candidate for Ethan to convince me completely to hate you, but his obsession was too intense, and for the constant accusations made me come to your stream to find out the truth, and then I realized your worldview was very similar to mine, and I felt duped, lol. This happens a lot more than people think. This is precisely the reason why I do what I do, for the record. Because the greatest antidote to vicious smears is for someone to take that journey, take that first step on their own. Not many people do this, but the ones who do will very quickly realize that they have been duped. Okay? That's it. You can only maintain this position if you just stay in your echo chamber and keep throwing pot shots from your echo chamber.
landed in LAX, I believe. They stopped him for like 3 hours to ask him a bunch of questions about his personal politics. Now, Hasan is a U.S. citizen. I believe he was born in New Jersey, so he has every bit the rights of everyone else that would be listening to this podcast that was also born on U.S. soil, and they're still hounding him about his political beliefs, right? And he was talking about how technically, legally, he should be able to be like, hell yeah, I fuck with Hamas. Like, hell yeah, the Houthis are my boys. Like, and still be allowed admittance back into the country. But, you know, he shared that he was horrified, and he was like, yo, I'm just a peace activist. I'm a pacifist. I want, you know, the bloodshed to end. Is that something you've ever experienced as a high profile political commentator? And is that something that you're nervous about, given the fact that, you know, you have a relatively large public profile as well?
This is not an actually. It's an honest question. Is what you're doing working? You've been doing this for years, and in that time, things have only gotten worse. That's not a correlation. I'm just saying that's really working here. Yes, of course it's working, because throughout that fucking time frame, there was never... If you are aware of online communities and online spaces for political discourse, okay? If you are aware of online political communities and online discourse around politics in like 2014, 2015, when I was at the Young Turks, you would realize that there was nothing like what I do as an out and about leftist who is one of the largest content creators on the platform that I'm on currently. And yes, plenty of opinions have shifted in that time frame as well, Palestine being a very significant one. Okay, sure, but there was also nothing like Asman. That's not true. No, as a matter of fact, there were a million Asmans. No, the only thing that's different from back then till now is the fact that there are actually some sizable leftist spaces online. Asmongold, not as popular in mainstream. Asmongold is not mainstream. He's just very popular, but very popular among extremely online people. But if you think Asmongold is doing something new, he is not reinventing the wheel at all. He's actually doing something that many commentary people have done, presenting themselves as like apolitical or centrist, and refusing to entertain nuance, and simultaneously and consistently engaging in thought terminating cycles and thought terminating terms. Tim Pool maintained the position that he was a liberal for years. Dave Rubin did the same. A lot of people do that, actually. It's a classic move.
I've never experienced it, but am I nervous about it? Yeah. Crystal and I have talked about this before, because when they're cracking down on pro-Palestine protesters, like, who are some of the loudest, most open anti-Israel, anti-genocide voices in the country, right? Like, I don't know if anybody's covered it. Like, the amount of hours I've done of detailed coverage of the genocide, right? And saying the things I've said. Netanyahu is a terrorist. Israel is a terrorist state. These people need to be locked up. We need to sanction, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, it is a concern. And I think Hasan just got a little bit of a dose of the new America there, that these people, they don't care. Like, they don't care about the Constitution. They don't care about due process. They don't care about what they're legally allowed to do or not allowed to do. They do something, and then the courts have to play catch up. And then the court might say something, and they could just fucking blow it off, which is what they've been doing. And so, yeah, I mean, in the position I'm in, and many of us are in, like, you'd be sort of crazy not to at least have the conversation about, hey, should we maybe rent a place that's not in the United States if the shit hits the fan? They've arrested judges. Now they've arrested the mayor of Newark, a Democratic politician. They've blown off a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling. We see the nightmare stories of these innocent people being locked in a gulag in El Salvador with no due process. I don't know what else they would have to do to make people sort of wake up and realize this can literally happen to any of us at any time. And so with Hasan in particular, I'm not surprised they did that. And in all seriousness, I mean, I know it sounds crazy to say this, but he should almost feel lucky that they didn't just fucking lock his ass up and deal with the consequences later. Like, if he were to be fucking disappeared, what would happen? We get the same sort of news coverage around Kilmar Abrego Garcia, but here we are today. Kilmar still hasn't been released, and they still got him locked up. And nobody.
He's not wrong, but it would be a severe escalation. It would be a severe escalation from the administration, because not only am I an American citizen born on U.S. soil, but I'm also an American citizen born on U.S. soil that has a public profile, a large public profile, which I think is the reason why the backlash would be far more intense. And I think the Trump administration knows that as well, for the record. I think they understand stuff like that. Part of the reason why the DHS actually chose the reply to this to say, oh, we didn't target him for his political opinions, is for that reason, because they are worried about backlash if there is news coverage, more and more news coverage that comes out saying that this is a specific and deliberate targeting of people's political opinions. That will cause a lot more anger and resentment from the normies, average people that aren't paying close attention to what the fuck's going on. Does that make sense?
Nobody's fucking going down for it. And so this is where we're at now, guys. And this is why the both side shit has to die. The false equivalent shit has to die. There is nothing held sacred for these people. They are out and out fascists. They're doing a robber baron coup. They are insane warmonger imperialists. And this is just the beginning. Hasan getting questioned and them pressing him on his politics, that is just the fucking beginning, bro. ICE is already in Tennessee. They parked on the highway and just started pulling over random people, and they took 100 and deported them. And a lot of these people, by the way, are deputized into being ICE. So these are like random Proud Boys that are like, yeah, I'll round up some Mexicans for you. This is where we are, man. Like, this is where we are. And it's as bad as it is now, it's going to get way worse. And by the way, one more thing, Crystal and I are trying to have Hasan on Crystal Kyle and Friends this week to talk to him about what happened to him.
Oh, that'll be awesome. I'm very excited to.
That's an abrupt ending. All right. Let's get to Trump arriving at the middle. Oh, first, I was going to talk about Sam Cedars' analysis of his conversation with Ethan, and then I'm going to move on to Donald Trump in the Middle East.
I did not know about H3 until Ethan contacted me. Until that.
Unk.
is really the extent of my knowledge about that. I was sort of, I mean, I don't want to say I was dragged into what seems to be sort of like a personal drama disguised as a like an issue, frankly, like a political issue, and I think there's some element of that, but I think Ethan has some challenges that he's working on, but you know, that's for him to deal with. I just
Sam is being humble. He really wanted to wade in on Ethan Klein's history with Trisha Paytas and their Frenemies podcast. He really wanted to get into it all.
Binder immediately goes to stuff that he knows. I have no idea what he's talking about.
I know he wanted to start sticking up for Jay Shay and other people too.
What the fuck is going on with this audio?
Federal agents
Philly D.
detained and
Thumbo.
questioned Hasan Piker at O'Hare International Airport in Chicago, and I don't care if you love him, you detest him, you don't know who the hell this big things that
we saw
mentions that everything was going to go smoothly since he was accepted into the government's global entry program.
This is a longer. It's a longer piece about it. Okay.
The actions of the U.S.
Some goober called in today to get Sam to talk to Lonerbox so we can refute what Jeremy Scahill says. I wish I was kidding. This is what I mean. This is the intersection of fucking drama and like real journalism. That is fucking insane, dude. That is insane. That was unironically my wake up moment. Old heads know that the reason why I pulled out of like the toxicity of debate spaces wasn't because I was bad at it, okay? Which I readily admit I'm not the best debater, right? But the reason why I pulled out of the debate spaces was specifically because when I was having a conversation with Ryan Grimm on a book that he wrote about the progressive movement within the Democratic Party, I believe that was what it was about, and chatters in my community at that, because at that time I was like collaborating with Destiny a lot. And chatters, like crossover chatters, were coming in to try and debate Ryan Grimm in an informational setting. That was insane. It's like, you're a random fucking online commentator. This person is a primary source on the issue that he's speaking on. He is incredibly well read on this. He's a fucking profiled journalist. The idea that you are going to get Lonerbox to debate fucking Jeremy Scahill, an award-winning investigative reporter that has poured his entire life into covering issues in the fucking Middle East, like spent most of his adult life doing this. The idea that like some random fucking YouTuber is going to go in and debate this person is ridiculous. It's almost as ridiculous as fucking Sex Pestiny. It's almost, was this the one?
I gotta skip that paywall.
No, this wasn't it. This is new. This is when Ryan was at my house recently. I'm talking all the way back in like 2018. I actually think this is the other way around. Your disagreement with Ethan is based on his Zionism. He cloaks it in personal drama so he can fool his parasocial fans into thinking you are attacking him, and therefore the issues you support are also bad. He is not fighting with you because you guys don't get along personally. He's fighting with you because of his Zionism. I think his Zionism contributes to it. But if you think that it's not because of his own fucking personal distaste for me, come on, dude. I think he is not intelligent and well thought out enough. I don't think he's intelligent enough to recognize that he's like being a soldier for Hasbara. Anyway, it's certainly both, but I think it's more so his personal distaste. his personal distaste of being, his personal distaste of feeling like a fool. Anyway, I don't want to fucking talk about Ethan. Who cares? Let's continue.
Government. With what just happened, you have him claiming that his detention and interrogation were not random. Hassan going public and saying that he was questioned about his political views, including whether he supports Trump and whether he's connected to Hamas or affiliated groups in the region, and ultimately accusing the administration of trying to silence dissent with intimidation. Right. One of the things that we need to note here, because we're talking about someone trying to enter the country, we've seen a number of instances, is that Hassan was born in New Jersey and he's a U.S. citizen. And he had him saying here that he was coming back into the country on Sunday after traveling to France with his family to celebrate Mother's Day. And with coming back to the country, he had hopes, though not expectations, that everything was going to go smoothly since he was accepted into the government's global entry program, which normally speeds up security checks for pre-approved low-risk travelers returning to the States. But instead, he said what happened was that he was stopped for additional questioning and saying that it wasn't that bad, but that it was a very strange experience overall. With Hasan then later expanding on the experience in detail on his stream.
They knew who I was, and they were ready to receive me, let's just say. And it wasn't a very warm welcome. I get to the global entry line, and they're processing everybody expeditiously. You walk up, boom. You walk up, immediately they take your photo of your face, and you walk in. It gets to me. Take a photo, boom. Walk in. Instantly, the Customs and Border Patrol agent goes, "Step aside, sir."
Right, and from there, Hasan says that he was taken to a detention area to wait, and saying that the others that he saw there, it included terrified families and an old lady in a wheelchair, and that none of those that he spoke to were U.S. citizens. And then eventually being called in for questioning. And with that, you had Hasan then describing the conversation as surprisingly cordial, but also claiming that the feeling was kind of undermined by the fact that the entire process is supposed to be intimidating. But you also had him saying that he wanted to see exactly how far CBP was going to go, and noting that he was in a position of privilege to be able to do so. And so with that, saying rather than pleading the fifth as maybe would normally be a good idea, he was very candid about some things, including his views on Donald Trump.
There were definitely areas where I was very revealing about my position, knowing full well that they know exactly what they're looking for. I saw no reason to hold back on certain things. So I said, I don't like Trump. I was like, what are you going to do? It's protected by the First Amendment. I don't like Trump.
With Hasan there saying that the interrogators seemed sympathetic, and he also noted that the agent identified himself as Iraqi, which Hasan said might have been part of it, and saying he might have lucked out in that regard. But that said, when he asked why he was being detained, the agent reportedly told Hasan that it was routine. Hasan then claiming that rather than questions about Trump, there were a lot about his views in connection to Israel.
They're asking me about Trump. They're asking me about like Hamas, and he kept saying stuff. He kept saying stuff like, do you like Hamas? Like, do you support Hamas? Do you think Hamas is a resistance group? I kept saying a couple different things. One, in terms of like Israel and all the wars, I was like, I'm on the side of civilians. I want the endless bloodshed to end. I am a pacifist. I want wars to end. I just kept repeating that over and over again. Every single time he asked me a question, I just kept repeating that. And every single time he asked me a question, a leading question about Hamas, I kept saying, the United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. The United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization.
And from there, he had Hasan saying that the questions went from being about his views to asking if he had any contact or involvement with Hamas as well as the Houthi.
Why not record your interview with them and make bite-sized clips on TikTok? Could have made $500K to donate to the PCRF. Okay.
Or Hezbollah.
Straight up. That's literally what this conversation was about. And it's not even a joke. Like they straight up tried to get something out of me that I think they could use to basically detain me permanently, which is insane. Because there is no direct connection or direct involvement.
But ultimately, with all that, while Hasan speculated they were looking for a reason to hold him, he said, what it was really all about was intimidation.
I think they did it because they know who the I am, and they wanted to put the fear of God into me. Obviously, the reason for why they're doing that is, I think, to try to create an environment of fear, to try to get people like myself, or at least like others that would be in my shoes that don't have that same level of security, to shut the up. And for me, I'm going to use the privilege that I have in that moment to try and see what they're doing, okay? Because every single thing that they ask me, trying to get me to say something like, oh, I support Hamas or whatever, is literally not allowed. Like, they are not, what do you mean? Like, why is this denying me entry into the country of my birth. Like, this is my birthright. I'm an American citizen. You can't just stop me at the border and be like, what's your opinion on Donald Trump? You're not allowed to enter the nation. The goal here is to put fear into people's hearts, to have a chilling effect on speech, that like the government is unafraid of intimidating.
Do you think Al Qaeda and the Taliban are based?
No, I do not. In illegal ways, okay, the government is now officially willing and able to intimidate you for speech. For your speech. That is a direct violation of the First Amendment.
Now, with all of that said, on the other side, you had officials denying that Hasan was targeted over his beliefs during what they called a routine and lawful inspection, with notably DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin accusing the streamer of, quote, lying for likes, and going on to say, claims that his political beliefs triggered the inspection are baseless. Our CBP officers are following the law, not agendas. And adding, upon entering the country, this individual was referred for further inspection, a routine lawful process that occurs daily and can apply for any traveler. Once his inspection was complete, he was promptly released. Though then, you had Hasan responding to the Trump administration's defense in a statement to NBC saying, what part of a lawful routine inspection requires DHS to question me about my political views, my opinions on Donald Trump, and my stance on Israel and Palestine? Which, are thoughts and questions we've seen echoed by others. I mean, you have people like Alex Peter, for example, known as Lolo, who's an attorney who's popular online, and he wrote, DHS flagging and detaining one of the US's largest left-wing voices for their political opinions, while the Trump admin suggests they might suspend habeas corpus, does not portend well for the future. But then also, Hasan's uncle, the co-founder of the Young Turks, where Hasan briefly worked, also chiming in, saying border agents detaining and interrogating Hasan proves two things. They are targeting US citizens as well. And adding, they asked him about his policy positions on Israel and Trump. This is a frontal attack on freedom of speech. This is when you show if you have principles or not. But ultimately, with all this, again, just to reiterate, I don't care if you love or you hate Hasan Piker, especially because it seems like this is not an outlier in a bubble situation. We started seeing claims and stories pop up from people that were from outside the country visiting the US, getting detained, questioned, deported. Right? We've talked about a number of those troubling situations, but also like with what happened with Hasan, it happened as we're seeing an increase in reports from people about US citizens being detained.
Yeah, I heard about this. Oxford Union Standing Committee could face criminal liability amid ongoing counter-terror investigation. I know. This police have been conducting inquiries since the union's hosting of a debate titled "This House Believes that Israel's an apartheid state responsible for genocide" last term. They're fucking freaks in the UK. Do you understand? They are absolute fucking freaks. Now, I think that this could potentially be the reason why they're not releasing my speech. Ironically enough, I did actually talk about this, like specifically this kind of government enforcement over people saying true things and how ridiculous that is, and how that actually leans into creating more anti-Semitic tendencies amongst the broader population, how dangerous that is. But yeah. I saw Kit Starver's last speech. I saw pieces of it where he said we're becoming a nation of strangers.
Detained at the border and at airports. And we're also seeing it as just socially, we're seeing an escalation, with situations popping up like big MAGA Republican accounts calling on Pam Bondi to arrest Aaron Parnas reporting news. There appears to be an escalation happening, and if you don't care about it because there's no like perfect victim for you, there's not gonna be. And unfortunately, as history has shown us time and time again, when this is allowed to happen, uncontested, eventually you and or the people that you love and you care about may find yourselves in the crosshairs. It's just a question of where it lands on the range of harassing to chill free speech to the incredibly scary, darker shit. But for now, that is the news, and then separately my opinion. And in the meantime, as we wait to see how everything plays out, I'd love to know your thoughts in those comments down below. And then I've got more news for you in just 60 seconds. But first, when was the last...
Yeah. I mean, dude, Philly D is ringing the alarm bells on this shit. Cannot wait for Hasan to react to that intro Lamau. Big-bodied, small-headed. Phil roasting Hasan is hilarious. I skipped the intro. No, we watched it earlier. We watched it earlier because I saw the shorter version of this because he released it as a short. Catching strays, dude.
Small-headed bastard who every picture it looks like he wants to make out with himself is. But the situation and this news, at the very least, it should make you...
Did I just find the Houthis hangout? Seaman of Dong. No, that's next door. Hasanabi is naturally aura farming. Yeah, these photos are fucking awesome. They're cute. This has meme potential. These are sexy. Harry Potter looking ass. I look so British, I realized. I feel like I look very British with this hair. I don't know. Am I crazy or does this look kind of am I giving British here? We call that the Foden. It's the British Edgar. British coated. Fucking hell. Happy to see Hasan on his academic arc. Okay. Wee bit. Nice. Very nice. Not like a It's Tuesday in it, more like, yes, very nice. I'm here at the Oxford Union to deliver a speech about Israel and its apartheid practices. Very nice. Yes. Very nice. Right. Oh, could be worse, mate. Yeah. British people, British men stopped wearing this ass some years ago and started getting it as a haircut instead. Classic. Bro, when are they releasing the Oxford and Cambridge Union vids? No, the Cambridge Union vids are on my I got clearance from Cambridge Union to actually post my speech. Luckily I did because Oxford Union has been held up. And part of that, I think, is because they're literally under investigation for a separate debate that they hosted. A separate debate that they hosted that got them under investigation. Do you think it's better to ignore what happened or talk about it? As in, they wanted people like you to talk about it in order to instill fear in us, normal consumers of content such as yours. Feels very Streisand effecty. I don't know how to feel because I want to freak out, but it also feels like that's exactly how they want people like me. Yeah. I did. I waited. I debated talking about it and quickly leaned on the side of talking about it because I want people to understand that I will not be intimidated and you shouldn't either. You still have rights. And new Jube brain rot today. What the fuck is this? No, I'm not watching this. Oh no, it's going to be the brothel all over again? What do you mean? No, we're not doing Jube. Want to know something hilarious? These photos have been up since December 12th and no one fucking brought these up until now. Oh, damn.
The reason why I wanted to talk about it was because I wanted to make sure that people knew what the fuck was going on. I wanted to use my own personal experiences as a warning sign about the actions that the Trump administration is taking in terms of trying to chill speech, trying to stop free speech from taking place. Anyway. Yeah, New York Times also covered Trump's failed attempt on reining in the Houthis. And we'll get to that in a second. But I do think, overall, I did the right thing talking about it. And the reason for why I believe I did the right thing talking about it is because look at the attention that it has brought. Because this has been a part, like an ongoing, this has been a part of the media coverage already. I've covered it on this broadcast, as you guys know, where I talked about like an immigration attorney being detained at the border coming back from Canada and how they knew he was an immigration attorney and they brought it up in that conversation with him and how and how ridiculous that was and how deliberate that targeting was. But this is like, I think probably one of the most high profile political dissidents of this administration that has actually been detained for a period of time at the border and asked like these ridiculous questions about Donald Trump and shit. So I think it's important. It's important that people are aware that this is happening. Anyway. That's why I got to travel everywhere I go with my apolitical hat. It's true. All right. Let's get back into it. Donald Trump arrives in the Middle East as he faces fallout over plan to accept luxury jet. Now, I covered this yesterday. Obviously, a lot of people are very upset that Donald Trump has finally received a bribe from not Israel. Okay? Bribes from Israel, very good. Bribes from not Israel, not good. Okay?
News overnight, President Trump has arrived in Saudi Arabia, the first stop on his 4-day trip to the Middle East, as he faces fallout over the plan to accept a luxury jet from the government of Qatar and other business deals for his family. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce is in Saudi Arabia with the president. Good morning, Mary.
George, good morning. Well, President Trump is kicking off his first major foreign trip of his second term here in Saudi Arabia. Welcomed here overnight with great fanfare, but he's already facing questions about the objectives of this trip and whether his plans to accept that luxury jet from a foreign nation is safe or legal. Overnight, President Trump touching down in Saudi Arabia, escorted by military jets, a lavish welcome for his first visit to the Middle East since his re-election. The president greeted by the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, kicking off a 4-day trip that includes stops in Qatar and the UAE. It's a region increasingly vital to the Trump family's own financial interests. His sons, who now run the Trump Organization, have lucrative real estate deals in the works in all 3 countries the president is visiting, including an exclusive golf resort and villas. The Trump cryptocurrency business also recently announced a deal including a $2 billion contribution from an affiliate of the UAE. And the trip is raising eyebrows for that major gift the president is poised to accept from Qatar, a massive 7478 jumbo jet so opulently configured it's known as a flying palace.
I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much.
The Qatari royal family planning to gift the Pentagon at an unknown date the luxurious $400 million plane to be retrofitted to serve as Air Force One for the remainder of Trump's presidency, a process that would likely carry a hefty price tag at the expense of American taxpayers.
I would never be one.
Yeah, he can't actually here's the thing. He cannot actually have a normal jet because he's the current president. So if he's going to use this jet to fly around, they have to put like another couple $100 million worth of renovations and upgrades. Because Air Force One has specific specs. So not only is this already $500 million worth, the jet in and of itself is a $500 million. With the extra specs, it's going to be $1 billion fucking dollars. Trump is going to have a $1 billion jet for his own personal use. And if you believe Trump, when he says that he is not going to use it personally once he's out of office, which, by the way, who knows if that ever happens, okay? That is a real issue here as well. That is if he actually entertains leaving office. If you think that once that takes place, he's not going to use this jet for personal use, you're silly.
To turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person and say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane.
The plane would then be donated to Trump's presidential library right before he leaves office. The proposed deal, unlike any other, would almost certainly be the most expensive gift from a foreign nation to the U.S., drawing serious questions about its legality. Attorney General Pam Bondi, who used to be a lobbyist for the Qatari government, says the gift is, quote, legally permissible and not a bribe because Trump isn't giving Qatar anything in return. The president adamant when pressed by our Rachel Scott.
Respectfully, sir, though, as a businessman, some people may look at this and say, have you ever been given a gift worth millions of dollars and then not received anything else?
It's not a gift to me, it's a gift to the Department of Defense.
But Democrats and members of the president's own party aren't buying it, saying the deal would violate the Constitution's ban on gifts from foreign heads of state and raising security concerns.
Air Force One is the Oval Office, it's the press room, it's the Situation Room, all in the air. Why on earth is it a good idea from a national security perspective to let another country, let alone the emir of another country, give President Trump his next Air Force One?
He seems to intend to use it for Air Force One. Do you have security concern?
Well, they better sweep that plane from front to back.
She had no words. She was stunned. She was too stunned to speak. Within the Secret Service, the potential of gifting a plane by a foreign government for presidential use is being viewed as a security nightmare, a law enforcement source told CNN. Yeah, no shit. I think the amount of time it would take for them to actually, one, sweep the entire thing, and two, take it apart and then rebuild it to fit the specs of Air Force One for operational security would already extend beyond his fucking presidential his presidential term, okay? Like that I don't understand. Like when he says, "Oh, it's just fucking I'm gonna give it to my foundation. I'm not gonna use it after I'm done being president." It's like, do you know how long it's gonna fucking take to rebuild that thing? It's probably easier to build Air Force One from scratch than it is to most likely tear this thing apart and rebuild it to suit the purpose of Air Force One. Air Force One, for the record, is a plane designed to withstand nuclear holocaust. A plane that can fly around permanently as long as it gets refueled. Okay? The idea that it's like a normal plane is so stupid. It has incredible amounts of securities all around it. Boeing said the new plane should be ready 2017, 2018. But of course, as you guys know, considering that, I am also funded by Qatar and the major oilers that are my most significant funders. Thank you. This broadcast is sponsored by Qatar. It's great that they are. It's great that they're also juicing the GOAT, Donald Trump. Anytime someone gives subs in this broadcast, which, by the way, you can also become a part of Qatar, the great nation of Qatar, by subscribing to the broadcast for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster and become Qatari. Decoy166, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Decoy166 from the Emirate. It is easier to repurpose the plane than build a new one from scratch, especially if it has to be a 747. Also, our Air Force One program is gutted, so it won't even happen without budget approval from the feds. I feel like a plane outside of those specs. Look, I'm not going to say anything, but I am very familiar with commercial airliners turning into being repurposed for military capabilities or vice versa. I won't speak on it too much. At least I know more about this than the average fucking person. And I know how long it would take for a plane like that is completely... I know that it would take a very long time, basically, to retool that to suit the purposes of being Air Force One. Hold on, I'm like fucking replying to journalists on here on the side.
Now, the president has a busy first day here in Saudi Arabia. He is slated to give remarks later at an investor forum with Saudi and U.S. business and tech leaders before attending a state dinner with both the king and crown prince. Robin.
All right, Mayor, thanks to you.
Places like Dubai and Abu Dhabi, Doha, Muscat, the transformations have been unbelievably remarkable. Before our eyes, a new generation of leaders is transcending the ancient conflicts of tired divisions of the past and forging a future where the Middle East is defined by commerce, not chaos, where it exports technology, not terrorism, and where people of different nations, religions, and creeds are building cities together, not bombing each other out of existence. We don't want that. And it's crucial for the wider world to note this great transformation has not come from Western interventionists or flying people in beautiful planes giving you lectures on how to live and how to govern your own affairs. No, the gleaming marvels of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi were not created by the so-called nation builders, neocons, or liberal nonprofits like those who spent trillions and trillions of dollars failing to develop Kabul, Baghdad, so many other cities. Instead, the birth of a modern Middle East has been brought by the people of the region themselves, the people that are right here, the people that have lived here all their lives, developing your own sovereign countries, pursuing your own unique visions and charting your own destinies in your own way. It's really incredible what you've done. In the end, the so-called nation builders wrecked far more nations than they built, and the interventionists were intervening in complex societies that they did not even understand themselves. They told you how to do it, but they had no idea how to do it themselves. Peace, prosperity, and progress ultimately came not from a...
Thank you, Bottom G, from the beautiful nation of Qatar, for the 10 gifted subs.
Radical rejection of your heritage, but rather from embracing your national traditions and embracing that same heritage that you love so dearly. And it's something only you could do. You achieved a modern miracle, the Arabian way. That's a good way. Today, the Gulf nations have shown this entire region a path towards safe and orderly societies with improving quality of life, flourishing economic growth, expanding personal freedoms, and increasing responsibilities on the world stage. After so many decades of conflict, finally it is within our grasp to reach the future that generations before us could only dream about, a land of peace, safety, harmony, opportunity, innovation, and achievement right here in the Middle East. So beautiful. It's such a beautiful...
JD Pondon is real? No, it's not, dude. Are you crazy? This is the grand American vision, the grand American design for the region. Okay? This is, look, I'm not a defender of the Assad regime by any metric, but due to the weakness of the Assad regime, it presented itself as a significant part of the logistical supply chain between Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon by getting security commitments from Hezbollah in order to maintain its despotic regime. The Assad government was perfectly willing to allow Syria to be a formative part of the supply chain, right? The American government obviously did not want that because they are anti-Iran. Iran is a part of the axis of resistance. Iran is the most significant part of the axis of resistance against Israel and America's grand design in the region. All of the other Gulf states are directly aligned with America and play a formative role in this grand design. Okay? So for him to, one, claim that this is a people's revolution not entirely removed from American involvement and American interest is ridiculous. The Syrian civil war, especially, is one where virtually all of the belligerents, with the notable exception of Iranian-backed forces, the Russian military forces, and the Assad government itself, with those three exceptions, were directly funded either completely by the United States of America and offered training by the United States of America, like YPG, shouts out the Brace Belden, shouts out the Rojava, or funded and trained through a secondary group, Turkey, like a lot of the Salafist brigades that the Turkish government armed and trained in the region, or maybe indirectly by way of indirectly
led to having some kind of power like the Al-Qaeda and ISIS affiliate groups. Okay? This is not a defense of the Assad regime at all. I'm just simply trying to offer you some context. The idea, two things can be true at once. Assad could be a despotic dictatorship that was ruthless and brutal, while simultaneously and killing a shit ton of civilians, torturing them, imprisoning them en masse, while simultaneously the American intervention in the country was directly related to forcibly decoupling Syria from playing a role as a part of the supply chain between Iran and Lebanon. Okay? It is one of the most American-involved, American-intervened modern-day conflicts. Just look at the just look at the fucking Wikipedia page and the belligerents. And once your head stops spinning from looking at the long list of belligerents on the Syrian civil war, you will start recognizing that a bunch of these belligerents in direct conflict with one another, like the Kurdish militias and the Turkish-backed militias, were still both funded either directly or indirectly by the United States of America, either by way of NATO or through direct CIA intervention. What do you think of the reporting showing that Assad was selling out Hezbollah to Israel and helping them target Hezbollah leaders? I am not even remotely surprised by that fact. Yeah, here it is. This is great. This is here. It'll brick your fucking brain a little bit. The United States announces a $1.4 billion arms deal with the UAE ahead of Trump's visit in January. Senator Chris Van Hollen and Representative Sarah Jacobs criticized the UAE for supplying weapons to Sudan's Rapid Support Forces, CNN. This is also, yes, another important aspect of this conversation as well, is that the UAE is directly responsible for the crisis and genocide happening in Sudan by supplying weapons to Sudan's rapid forces that are starving out the population of Sudan. This is something that the American government has even recognized, as a matter of fact. Well, the previous government recognized at the very least, and yet this current government is seemingly avoiding that reality because they don't give a shit. Yes, I know the PKK laid down its arms. I will be talking about that as well. That also plays a role in what I'm talking about here. A big player in this process is Turkey. This is not like a turkey's at the table meme. I'm being very serious when I say this. Recep Tayyip Erdogan is the leader of a nation that has the second largest standing military in NATO. Okay? Recep Tayyip Erdogan and Turkey as a country has played a formative role both in the Cold War and also still plays a very important role in maintaining America's interests in the region. Do not listen to Recep Tayyip Erdogan when he talks about how much he fucking hates Satan Yahoo or whatever. That all is just chirping. That's fake. Okay? That's him presenting himself as a great liberator of the Ummah and winning favor with Muslim nations and the people of other Muslim countries. Okay? When in fact, the actual actions that the Turkish government takes in the region are directly in line with American interests. Now, there are certain instances where Turkey will play a self-interested role, but when it truly matters, the Turkish government will do NATO's bidding. After all, you must remember, Turkey is not only just a NATO nation, not only is it a NATO nation with the second largest standing military in NATO, but Turkey is a nuclear-armed NATO nation. Turkey hosts American nukes
in its American military bases. Okay? And as a part of that, as you notice these webs that are tangled here, the USA and Turkey both play a role in the Syrian Democratic Forces and the Free Syrian Army, and have not the Syrian Democratic Forces, the support for the Free Syrian Army, while simultaneously attacking the Syrian Democratic Forces, which is comprised of some of the Kurdish militias that I was talking about. There's also like the Free Syrian Army in and of itself is comprised of a bunch of different Salafist groups themselves and like radical fundamentalists. Okay? Wait, so if we go to war with Russia, Turkey gets nuked? I mean, I don't think that that's going to happen, but Syrian armed forces are made up of the Syrian Arab Army, including the Republican Guard, Syrian Arab Navy, Syrian Arab Air Force, Syrian Air Defense Force, paramilitary National Defense Forces. Before the uprising and war broke out, the Syrian armed forces were estimated 295,000 regular troops and 314,000 reservists, while the higher positions in the army were mostly occupied by Alawites. The ground troops were mostly made up of Sunnis, and once the uprisings began, the Syrian regime hesitated to employ these troops against the Sunni rebels. Therefore, the army relied on loyal elite units and Alawite militias, such as the Shabiha. Due to defections following the uprising, by the end of 2013, the number of regular troops had decreased to around 110,000. Most of the divisions in the army were under strength, but Russia had been assisting in the reconstruction and re-equipment of some divisions until the fall of the Assad regime in late 2024, whereupon the Syrian Arab Armed Forces surrendered and were de facto dissolved by Syrian opposition groups. The National Defense Force, the Syrian NDF, was formed out of pro-government militias in 2013. The forces acted in an infantry role, directly fighting against rebels on the ground and running counterinsurgency operations in coordination with the army, who provided them with logistical and artillery support. Many of the fighters were trained in Iran, and they received their salaries and military equipment from the Syrian government. As of the 2024, the NDF numbered around 50,000 troops. We talked about Shabiha already. Shabiha. You got Hezbollah, also Iran-backed Shia militant group, part of the axis of resistance in the region. Hezbollah troops were fighting with the Syrian army against Islamic extremists and pledged that his group will not allow Syrian militants to control the areas that border Lebanon. In the televised address, he said, "If Syria falls in the hands of America, Israel, and Takfiris, the people of our region will go into a dark period." He also called on Shiites and Hezbollah to protect the shrine of Sayyida Zainab. President Bashar al-Assad had denied earlier that there were foreign fighters, Arab or otherwise, fighting for the government in Syria. Hezbollah's decision to aid the Syrian government is most likely due to the fact that they enjoy the protection of the government when it comes to the group's arms procurement and storage in Syria. Okay? Shabiha. Syria forms an important access corridor between Hezbollah and Lebanon, as I explained to you earlier. And their supporter Iran, and the survival of a regime that was friendly to Hezbollah was in the group's best interest. 2013 and 2012, Hezbollah was active in gaining control of the territory of Homs governorate in Syria. By May 2013, the group was publicly collaborating with the Syrian army and helping them gain control of 60% of Al-Qusayr by May 14th. In Lebanon, an increase in the funerals of Hezbollah fighters was reported. According to independent analysts, the beginning of 2014, approximately 500 Hezbollah fighters had died in the Syrian conflict. In 2014, Nasrallah claimed that the Hezbollah fighters had helped Assad take back control over the country and that the Syrian regime was no longer in danger of being toppled. After 2014, Hezbollah's involvement in Syria continued to grow, with the group playing a significant role in major military offensives such as the Battle of Aleppo and the Syrian government's recapture of eastern Ghouta. The group also became increasingly involved in securing areas near the Syrian-Lebanese border. You have Iran, you have foreign Shia militias, you have IRGC troops from Iran, and you have Russia. And then on the opposition side, against the government of Bashar al-Assad, you have the Syrian National Coalition, Syrian National Council, the interim government, Free Syrian Army, and affiliate groups. The Free Syrian Army
was a group of defecting Syrian army officers encouraging others to defect, defend civilian protesters from violence by the state, and effect government change. Coming from a Syrian, please, for the love of God, don't read Wikipedia. When it comes to Syria, almost everything has a heavy bias. The Shabiha weren't inherently all Alawites. This rhetoric was used to justify saying that the blame is all the Alawites for the suffering the Syrians went through. So, here, let's listen to Jeffrey Sachs explain this real quick. It's 15 minutes long. This was in the Untitled Diplomacy Forum. And I do think that, I mean, look, I like Jeffrey Sachs, regardless of his crimes against the USSR. But I will say this. The guy he's literally talking to at the Untitled Diplomacy Forum in Turkey is literally a fucking CIA agent, okay? The guy who was interviewing him in this conversation is straight up a fucking CIA agent. So understand that while free discourse does take place from time to time, you know, there's still a decent amount of control. America's still involved, is what I mean.
Now I'm going to ask Jeff about
this guy. Is a former Al Jazeera executive who was literally outed as having direct contact with the fucking CIA. Okay? He had to resign in disgrace because he was outed as directly talking to Washington D.C. on how Al Jazeera's coverage should actually suit the purpose of the American State Department. Okay? Yes, as Gamal Abdel Nasser says, he worked for 10 years there. Think about that. I forget what his name is, but it's insane. Like, he was a fucking high-ranking executive at Al Jazeera. And WikiLeaks, I think it was WikiLeaks, if I'm not mistaken, showed that he was in direct contact with DC about what kind of coverage and how the Al Jazeera coverage should revolve around what do you call it? Here, I'll just show you. Al Jazeera. He's now the president of Al Sharq Forum, and he was the former director general of the Al Jazeera Media Network. Here's the New York Times reporting on it. After disclosures by WikiLeaks, Al Jazeera replaces his top news director. From 2011. Cairo, Al Jazeera, the pan-Arab news network financed by Qatar, named a new member of the Qatari royal family on Tuesday to replace his top news director after disclosures from group WikiLeaks indicating that the news director had modified the network's coverage of the Iraq war in response to pressure from the United States. Al Jazeera is under intense scrutiny in the Middle East over its varying coverage of the Arab Spring revolts. Although the network is nominally independent and its degree of autonomy was itself a revolution in the context of the region's state-controlled news media when it began in 1996, many people contend that its coverage of the region still reflects the views of its Qatari owners. Of course it does, especially as it pertains to the domestic coverage of things happening in Qatar. Now, of course, it's ironic for the New York Times to say that because they also present themselves as independent of American State Department, but they're not. Obviously, we know that. Anyway. Until Turkey leaves NATO, everything they say that sounds anti-West is just empty words, and it is not yet a popular thing to leave NATO and Turkey, so most things will remain just as words for a while. I don't think Turkey will ever leave NATO. I don't think there is any prominent... I do not think there is a single prominent Turkish official that has any motion whatsoever that will ever advocate to leave NATO. That's crazy. Why the fuck would they do that? Erdogan loves the power that he has. Even the PKK, even the disbanding of the PKK, I clicked on the link and it was stupid of me. Anyway, even the disbanding of the PKK is a gift by the United States of America to Recep Tayyip Erdogan for literally playing a formative role in what took place in Syria. Recep Tayyip Erdogan directly shanked Russian interest in Syria. That's not true. It 100% is true. Why do you think Western leaders are not talking about the primary opposition leader, the most popular opposition leader in Turkey, being imprisoned for ridiculous reasons and is still in fucking prison with hundreds of thousands of Turkish students and Turkish people flooding the fucking streets, and there is not a single peep from Western leadership? They love talking about how shitty Turkey is and how authoritarian Turkey is from time to time. Why are they not talking about it right now? Elon Musk banned him from Twitter. I'll tell you why. As I said back then, okay? I'll tell you exactly why. As I said back then, it is because Recep Tayyip Erdogan played a very, very important role in toppling the Assad regime for America and Israel's purposes. And now they are going to piece Syria piece by piece, with the Northern Corridor becoming a de facto part of Turkey, or not like literally a part of Turkey, but under Turkish control. And the southern and the southwestern side of Syria being under Israeli occupation. There's also some conflict between Israel and Turkey over their interests, albeit they're both technically on the same side, the United States of America. There's some conflict between Israel and Turkey. There's a lot of back and forth that's going on, as I've covered as well. But the disbanding of the PKK was a gift to the Erdogan regime. Okay? That's it. And if you understand anything about Turkish politics and NATO involvement in Turkish politics during the Cold War, and how it has been a formative part of the Erdogan coalition, the government coalition that he built, MHP, the ultra-nationalist party, is literally an invention of the CIA. It was designed to directly engage in paramilitary action in Turkey against socialist-adjacent, Soviet-aligned Kurdish groups and socialist groups and workers groups. They literally killed all of the Kurdish political dissidents. The MHP did. The MHP-backed Ülke Ocakları, the Grey Wolves, the ultranationalist movement in Turkey that was directly built, designed, controlled, and beefed up by the CIA, played a role in completely destroying all of the Kurdish revolutionary movements. Now, I don't want people to say that I am engaging in Turkish chauvinism here when I choose my words very carefully. I am in support of Kurdish liberation. I am in support of Kurdish people, 35 million, that don't have a homeland in the region. They are the largest ethnic group on the planet that does not have a nation state of their own. Having said that, however, it would be irresponsible for me not to mention that a lot of the Kurdish militias, including ones who my friends have actually went and fought alongside in their international call to arms in Rojava. Brace Belden, shouts out the Piss Big Granddad. Okay. Have been heavily involved with the United States of America. My suspicion is that the PKK also most likely was used by the United States of America to tame Turkey or to sometimes cause instability against Turkey when Erdogan or any Turkish government, as a matter of fact, would do things that was self-interested, that stepped out of line with American interests in the region. The reason why I think that this was an American gift to Turkey, so that Erdogan can present this as a major domestic W internally inside of Turkey, is because the person that actually came out and said he wanted to restart direct conversations with Abdullah Öcalan, the leader of the PKK that has been imprisoned in İmralı, right? I think İmralı, the island prison, on a life sentence. Okay. The person that demanded to start talks with him was Devlet Bahçeli. Devlet Bahçeli is the leader of the MHP, a part of the governing coalition. The MHP, as I told you, is almost entirely a fucking CIA operation. So the very fact that the ultra-nationalist party that was designed to literally murder Kurdish revolutionaries, that same party that is entirely anti-Kurd coming out with its leadership and saying we got to restart talks with Abdullah Öcalan and to get the PKK to disband, which is what happened. This is from a couple months ago, something I've followed closely and something that I've talked about a little bit on the something that I've talked about a little bit in this process. The very fact that it was an American-backed group, an American-backed political party that played this role, it would be akin to if like Itamar Ben-Gvir was fucking demanding the release of Yahya Sinwar, okay? Like that would raise alarm bells, right? Like in terms of not like making a moral equivalence between any of these groups, but it would be like some of the most ultra-nationalist elements in Israel, in Israeli society, to help you develop a better understanding of the situation, making demands to release some of the most significant Palestinian militants, or to talk, or to restart direct conversations with some of the most important Palestinian militants as a part of the resistance groups. So, for that reason, I think even the PKK disbandment is directed by the United States as a way to continue America's machinations in the region, as a way to isolate and starve out any sort of involvement that Iran could have in the region, because all of these countries are anti-Iran, every single one of them. Okay? Remember that. A coordinated operation letting Israel run rampant in the region, go crazy in the region, decapitate the leadership of Hezbollah with not so targeted strikes, even though Israel claims that they were targeted, and kill a shit ton of civilians in the process, in an effort to strengthen the position and the dominance of Israel in the region, and also simultaneously strengthen the position and dominance of Turkey in the region in a way to directly target Iran once they have maintained control over some of the more unstable elements like Syria. That's it. And yes, the CHP is also, wait, what? The CHP is also pro-America. The idea that
İmamoğlu straight up made a statement supporting the actions of AKP-MHP coalition on so-called dismemberment of the PKK. The current çözüm süreci was there for 1.5 years in the background as HDP publicly accepted it. You're straight up making things up right now? Wait, what? So why CHP and İmamoğlu support AKP-MHP coalition from first-hand, Hasan? This is not a gift from the U.S.? Wait, what? Are you fucking stupid? The CHP, the main opposition party, is also pro-America. That was my initial point. There is not a single fucking major party in this country, in Turkey right now, that isn't pro-NATO and pro-the United States of America. What? Do you unironically think the CHP is fucking anti-America? Are you stupid? No, I'm not fucking stupid. Have you read a word from İmamoğlu's statement? I don't care what any of the fucking statements are from İmamoğlu or the CHP at all. Just like I don't care about what Erdogan has to say about Netanyahu. I am saying they are pro-America, man. What the fuck are you saying? What? Okay. Then what's the point that you're trying to make? I'm confused. Ya Bahçeli'nin çağrısının Suriye'deki statükonun çöküşünden hemen önce out of nowhere geldiğini de hatırlatalım. Yeah. Devlet Bahçeli literally came out with a statement on the negotiations between him and or the current Turkish government, the Erdogan government and APO, Abdullah Öcalan, happened almost instantaneously after, yes, the status quo collapsed in Syria and HTS became the de facto leadership of Syria. When it comes to foreign policy, Turkey is always going to be in the pocket of the United States. Every now and then they'll step out of turn and every now and then they'll step out of turn. And as soon as Recep Tayyip Erdogan does some shit that steps out of turn, that is too self-interested, that goes against America's grand design, America will quickly rein him in. Okay? That's it. When and why did PKK issue an international call to arms? I mean, the inception of the PKK and its like what the movement has turned into in the process is very different. I think that initially Kurdish revolutionary groups and Kurdish militancy inside of Turkey was very much firmly committed to revolutionary principles, Maoist principles, Marxist-Leninist principles. There was different formations. And once they were almost entirely slaughtered and their leadership was destroyed, it turned into an ascetic band that would even engage in direct civilian targets and cause as much instability as possible, which was always used by the Turkish government as a way to say de facto that all Kurds that even remotely entertain speaking their own language or doing things that are Kurdish are actually PKK aligned and terrorist adjacent and should be criminally punished. All parties that have any sort of involvement with Kurdish things, all Kurdish parties that have any sort of involvement would be considered. When and why the PKK issue? No, this is not the PKK. It's YPG in Syria that issued an international call to arms, and Brace Belden took on that call. I forget exactly what year this was. Anyway, YPG is in Syria. It's a Kurdish militia. It's a Kurdish militia formation in Syria. Is it possible that PKK dissolution is a condition that Erdogan posed in exchange to let Rojava be and not try and fight them? I think Erdogan and previous Turkish governments, even before Erdogan, but certainly since Erdogan's rise to power, has always tried to be in control of the autonomous Kurdish regions rather than letting America have direct control over autonomous Kurdish movements and autonomous Kurdish regional movements in a very self-interested effort. Like, they would rather have complete control, or at least they would rather be able to enforce their interests and their desires than allow for a Kurdistan movement to exist in the region that is not dissimilar to how like Israel was formed, which is of course different because Kurds are ethnically, they're not a settler colony. So obviously there's major differences there, but from the Turkish government's perspective, they don't want this to be an American-backed country. These are indigenous people, of course. And yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. America negotiated the integration between the SDF and the new Syrian government. They flew Muslim Abdi in a U.S. helicopter. Isn't the former PKK largely represented in YPJ? They're still defending Rojava? No. Yes. There were a lot of tensions in the aftermath of the Assad regime's fall between Kurdish militias in Rojava and the Turkish Salafist brigades and even the direct Turkish military, especially in their actions against predominantly Kurdish villages in the northern Syrian corridor. The Kurds have historically, due to their lack of having a ethnic homeland and due to having their identities be erased as a, like I said, 35 million ethnic indigenous population that has no autonomy or no homeland, have often found themselves at the mercy of American empire and have been used consistently in the region by the United States of America as a militia group that they can just sick on other regional actors that fall out of line, only to completely drop them every single fucking time and allow the Turkish government to come in and roll over and destroy them. They have always been a proxy tool of American empire. But that's not really unique to just the Kurds, obviously. America does this. It's this modus operandi. The Turkish military and Turkish intelligence had differing takes throughout the last 60 years of Kurdish question. TSK was very much against the Turkish military. TSK was very much against talks and wanted a strong Syria following the Yurtta Sulh Cihanda Sulh motto. MIT, the Turkish CIA, wanted to do Turkish imperialism in the region. This sentiment was shared by Turkish capitalist class. They thought Atatürk's motto was holding Turkey back. It's insane how basically half the Turkish army occurs too. Yes, it's a little bit more complicated than as black and white as it would be, considering that and I'm not doing like it's complicated when talking about like the Israeli apartheid, because there are a lot of ethnic Kurds that speak Turkish, live in Istanbul, or other parts, and not like areas where there are large Kurdish minority populations. Anyway, I can't believe we got to this from fucking Syria, but Syria is one of the more complicated web of entanglements that the United States has designed in the region. And it's coming to its final stage with Turkey and the HTS movement and Israel basically
controlling different parts of the Syrian territory and purging its ranks from any sort of Iranian militancy and Iranian, like removing any sort of Iranian influence in the area.
But, you know, is United States of America sitting on the fence on Syria? In my understanding, they are not. Why? Because they are holding the most important card in the issue of Syria, which is sanctions. Even when the Europeans wanted to ease the sanctions, eventually the Americans are the people who are going to, you know, give the final approval or not. So they are not. They are taking position. The fact that Syria, after 4 months, is at this moment in time suffering from sanctions, and the current government, which we are demanding them to show all kinds of flexibilities, cannot provide to the people even daily food, it means we are not on the fence. What is the grand strategy of the United States of America in Syria? And how do you see the game played right now by Trump administration?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's important for us to understand where this entire war came from. It did not come from Bashar al-Assad. It came from Washington. There was a decision in 2011 to overthrow Assad. Actually, that came from Jerusalem. This has been a desire of the Israeli government that stretches back more than 25 years. Netanyahu's idea is make the Middle East in Israel's image.
I don't even fucking agree with this. Like, I like Jeffrey Sachs, but I think he gives too much credence to Israel and not enough to the United States of America in this grand design. Like, I don't think this is just Israel. I think this is America. Israel is simply a vehicle for American intervention in the region. He saw a lot of the inside movement. Yeah, I think Mersheimer and Jeffrey Sachs are respectable figures. But the one aspect of this, the one aspect of their commentary that I don't fully agree with is how much they heavily fucking lean into like Israel's intervention and Israel's involvement leading the way rather than vice versa. It is never, in the words of Hassan Nasrallah, it is not Israel that does this. Israel is simply a weapon that American empire wields in the region.
Overthrow every government that opposes Israel. He's had a friend in that, and that is the CIA and the United States government.
Okay, well, I think it's more, if it's a chicken or the egg situation, I do think if we're talking about the dog wagging its tail, the tail is Israel, the dog is still the U.S. State Department.
So this...
Why does AIPAC have to bribe so many politicians if they are a servant of the U.S.? What do you mean? They're still a fucking foreign nation, chatter. Look at what happened in apartheid South Africa. The apartheid South African government was also played a formative role as an ally during the Cold War against Soviet intervention in the region. Look what happened to them. Look how they fucking disbanded. Look how they were forced to dissolve their apartheid. You still need to maintain a steady flow of propaganda, NGOs, and also an incredible amount of bribery that you simply don't have to be registered as a foreign agent to do so, by the way, when you talk about, the Israeli influence, Israel's influence in American politics.
War in Syria did not come from Assad's repression. It did not come from Assad's dictatorship. This war came from a presidential order by Obama.
By the way, saying this in Turkey is so funny. Like, saying this in a fucking Turkish forum is hilarious. I think it's a good analogy of Sachs POVs that Israel's the devil on the shoulder of the U.S. with these dog shit ideas being proposed and minimizing the potential impact / blowback that will result by saying, trust us, we know the region. Fair.
To overthrow Assad, starting in the spring of 2011. We have a name for this program. It was Operation Timber Sycamore. The United States, together with other countries in this region, trained fighters, especially jihadists, including the ones that just took power, to overthrow the regime. This created chaos. 600,000 dead in Syria in a war that has gone on for 14 years. The outcome of this war is what the CIA wanted back in 2011, which is that a jihad group would take power in Syria after being armed by the United States. The reason I want to be clear about this is that we will not have peace in this region until we have public diplomacy that is based on real diplomacy, not on CIA operations. And we will not have peace until Israel stops its militarization of the entire Middle East. Because the Syrian war is just one of 6 wars that Israel has promoted, including in Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, Libya, Somalia, and Sudan. We had the list, actually, from Wesley Clark back in 2001, when he was handed a paper in the Pentagon that the goal was 7 wars in 5 years. The only war that hasn't taken place yet, to Netanyahu's great consternation, is the US war with Iran, which Israel is still trying to instigate to this very day. So the Syrian war is part of a regional tragedy. We have tragedy in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Sudan, South Sudan, and Libya that I put at the hands of the United States government and its ally Israel, because none of these wars had to happen. These were all wars of choice. They were all wars that came from the idea of regime change operations, that the United States would determine which regimes operate in which countries. We'll never have peace in this region if outside...
They keep asking how old this video is. It's recent. It's like a couple months ago, or 1 month ago, April 12th. Why is he telling all this to a CIA agent? It's pretty ironic, Lamau. He's telling all of this to a guy who corresponded with Washington, D.C. in an effort to manipulate Al Jazeera's news coverage during the Iraq War in a NATO nation, Turkey, that is playing a formative role, has played a formative role in toppling the Assad regime. Why do people concede that Israel's doing atrocities but still fucking support them? What do you mean? It's the same as America. Because Israel is America. Aren't our guys in Iran already in place? Who do we want instead? No, these are not our guys in Iran in place. Are you kidding me? The Syrian foreign minister was supposed to be at the panel, but he had to leave. That would have been crazy. That would have been crazy.
Imperial powers like the United States are dictating the terms to this region. The only way to have peace in this region is if this region is determining its own future, not outside powers. And Israel could never do these wars on its own. These are American wars. America provides the financing.
Yep.
It provides the military backup. It provides the naval support. It provides the intelligence operations. It provides the munitions. Israel couldn't fight for 1 day without the United States backing. Israel could not be committing a genocide in Gaza without the United States' full operational complicity. I don't mean political complicity. I mean direct, daily operational complicity. This has to end. This region has been divided for 100 years, first by the British Empire and then by the American Empire. And this is going on until today. We have a genocide going on right next door. Till today, till this morning. People being wantonly killed, brazenly killed, because the United States is providing the means for this. So this is what's happening in Syria. Is the U.S. on the fence? Hardly. It's the major actor. I know, by the way, I know firsthand that in 2012, UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon appointed former Secretary General Kofi Annan as special envoy to reach a peace in Syria. I loved Kofi Annan. I love Ban Ki-moon. I worked for both of them. Kofi Annan arranged a peace in 2012. He arranged a peace in Syria. You know why it didn't happen? Because all the parties agreed to peace except one. Literally one. That was the United States of America. The United States of America said there will be no peace unless Bashar al-Assad goes the first day. The other parties said, no, you can't just determine that. Maybe there'll be a process. Maybe there'll be elections agreed. Maybe there'll be a 2-year.
I do want to maintain something here, though. Just as like the Arab Spring took place, okay? A lot of people, even leftists, even anti-imperialists, sometimes find themselves in a situation where they're engaging in like campist, simply America's wrong and all of America's enemies are right territory when they talk about the subject matter, not realizing that there is real discontent amongst the Syrian population. Okay? So this is not to say that Assad was not horrible. There are definitely a lot of people who are pro-Assad on Twitter. You see them all the time. You have people like fucking Tulsi Gabbard who are pro-Assad. I am not pro-Assad, for the record. Assad was not only incredibly weak, but also absolutely was brutal. If he was a better leader, this doesn't mean that there wasn't outside intervention, but if he was a better leader, he would have been able to manage the situation better. Okay? And this is a Yes, Sachs is talking about a conversation that was singularly at the administrative level of these nation states and parties engaged in that conflict. Yeah. Are you okay in a war-torn region? You expect them to have freedom like normal countries? There is a level of administering normal governance that you have to maintain. And Assad went far above and fucking beyond, dude. What are you talking about? Like, it's not even, I mean, this is not a controversial position in my opinion. As far as his weakness goes, he wasn't even a reliable ally to the axis of resistance. He was simply, due to his weakness, he simply needed support from groups like Iran and by way Hezbollah to maintain control. In any case, he bears a lot of the responsibility of what has taken place in Syria due to his incompetence and sheer cruelty.
Process, a 3-year process. The United States said no. Assad must go the first day of any agreement or we block it. And so Kofi Annan stepped down from his position after having negotiated a peace arrangement. And we have had 500,000 people dead since then. We should not allow...
And for the record, for people that are saying like, oh, the Ba'athist went from being pro-Falangist and pro-US or pro-England to then pro-Palestine, they're useless. Yeah, Assad was literally fucking pro-Palestine until the Sunni population was frustrated with his, with his cruelty. And of course, Hamas, which was able to operate freely from Aleppo, or from Damascus, sorry, not Aleppo. I think it was Damascus. Once they made their position known in support of the rising popular sentiment in the fucking region, they shuttered their doors. They closed their operations. They immediately, Assad was like, all right, no more of that shit. Fuck you. So just remember that. If you think that, no, the chatters that don't know what is Aleppo are joking, because famously fucking anti-war libertarian candidate Gary Johnson once was asked that question, and he responded with, what is Aleppo?
This kind of criminality to be normal. This region has been at war nonstop for 30 years. Actually, I would say for at least 57 years since the Six-Day War, because there has been no honest accounting of international law, no honest diplomacy. It's been militarization all the way through. And we could have peace immediately in this region. All that is required, in my view, is the United States change its veto of Palestine as the 194th UN member state, because on that basis, all the region would normalize relations and the wars all across this region would stop. But Israel has had control over US policy. And it says no. It wants greater Israel. It wants Israel in Syria. It wants Israel in Lebanon. It wants Israel in the West Bank. It wants Israel in East Jerusalem. It wants Israel in Gaza. And until that stops, we're not going to have peace. So is the U.S. on the fence? Of course not. It's the major protagonist of this whole war and has been for the last 14 years.
My name is Abdul Hamid Sayam. I am a journalist for Al-Quds Al-Arabi. I am a former UN staff as well. And I want to ask you, Mr. Sachs, that you just gave one explanation to what happened in Syria. It's a conspiracy theory by the US. So the millions of Syrians who went to the street calling for the downfall of Bashar al-Assad, they don't count. Those who went into the street saying Silmiya, Silmiya, those who they paid their price, Ghayath Matar and Hamza al-Khatib, and all these young Syrians shouting in the street in millions. They don't count. Yes, I agree, there was a conspiracy, but not in the beginning, after maybe, of how they diverted the Arab Spring. But the Arab people were fed up with these dictators, and they went to the street, not only in Syria, but in Tunisia, in Egypt, in Libya. everywhere in Yemen. But then the conspirators started their job then to divert it, to end up with this kind of ruthless dictator.
I think it's pretty fucking crazy. I think truly it is pretty insane that the current Syrian president is literally a straight up, like, you know, when Americans say like, oh, you support jihadist groups, like that motherfucker is who you're talking about. Like a dude who beheaded people. Okay. Straight up, a dude who beheaded people is now in charge of Syria. For those of you who don't understand, there's a lot of these countries, a lot of these nation states were directly designed to have permanent ethnic tensions with a rulership class that would oftentimes be from the minority population that was Western aligned. In Syria, the Alawites were seen as that group, okay, in a country that has a majority Sunnis. But of course, when HDS came into power, now they're fucking dominating the, I think you're a bit too harsh on him. Dog, he is literally a ranking official of Al-Qaeda. What are you saying? I'm not being too harsh on him at all. What the fuck? And now he's small bean ISIS, who literally beheaded people, is in charge of Syria, that still has an ethnic minority of Christians and Alawites. Like, it's crazy that he just, you know, shaved a little bit and looks like Zelensky and can now release videos of him playing fucking basketball and shit. And then, you know, our assumption is supposed to be like, no, it's great. Everything is fine now. You don't know the situation, though. Everyone has a past. Brother, that is fucking crazy. And yeah, his jumper is ass. Okay? God forbid a guy has hobbies becoming Al-Qaeda leader. Now, the problem here, of course, is that not only is he former Al-Qaeda, but also beyond that, okay, he is, I'm you know, as close as you can get to being a fucking asset of the American State Department, considering what he has been saying about, U.S. intervention, normalizing relations with the United States, normalizing relations with Israel, like all this shit. So he plays a role in the grand design that America has in the region.
To say, for people to say, oh, we'd have been better off under Gaddafi and under Mubarak and under. So how do you respond to that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdul Hamid.
I am not discussing the agency of the Syrian people. I'm discussing the opposite. Do not be naive. Do not think that 600,000 people died because of Assad and the protesters. This was a war. Wars are expensive. They require billions of dollars. They require armaments. And I'm not talking about a conspiracy theory. I'm talking about a conspiracy. And you should know. Everybody go look up Operation Timber Sycamore. Understand what happened in your region. And if you think that calling in the CIA is going to do the bidding of agency in this region, you are sadly mistaken. This region has been manipulated by Britain, France, and the United States for 100 years since the Versailles Treaty. It will not have safety or peace until the United States is out of this region through manipulation and war. You all say, well, it's Israel doing this. It's the same thing I'm talking about. It's the same reason for Operation Timber Sycamore. It's not an independent fact. It's the reason why this happened. I'm the last to denigrate agency. I'm telling you exactly the opposite. If you think your big friend, the United States, is going to do your bidding and help you get your way, empires divide to rule. They are not doing the bidding of Turkey or Syria or Lebanon or anybody else in this region. And if this is, yes, you want to balance Persia or Iran, you call in the United States to do that, and you think this is going to work out well? It's not going to work out well. This region has three major powers: the Arab world, the Turkish world, and the Persian world. It's been more than 1,000 years this way. I said to Iranian diplomats that Iran has been 5,000 years. I was corrected, 7,000 years. It's a long story. You don't need the United States to pull the chestnuts out of the fire. And don't believe that this happened because of agency of the Syrian people. I'm sorry, I'm not denigrating the Syrian people, just the opposite. I know what happened. I know what my country does. I suspect most of you.
Were Turks in Anatolia for over 1,000 years, chat? Yes. Pretty much. Like, not before them, but yes.
You do too. And it should not be ignored, because the wars are going to continue until we have real agency, not pseudo-agency. And by the way, there is no international community. We're trying to make one, but it doesn't exist right now. That's the tragedy in this world.
No, I'm not talking about like the memes about fucking Turkish people being indigenous, like Native Americans or Turks or whatever. I'm talking like actually recognized historical fact of Turkic nomadic tribes coming to Anatolia, moving all the way from the Asian steppe. That part is real. God, I've memed too much about pan-Turanic sentiment that chatters instantly assume I'm memeing again when I say something that is historically correct. I've flown too fucking close to the sun.
There is no community. There are interests. There are militaries. There are regime change operations. This is not community. We need real community. And by the way, I give every day my volunteer time to the UN for 25 years because I believe in it. It's my life commitment. So I believe in community. I also happen to know that the United States blocked the agreement in 2012. I'm sorry, I won't elaborate. But the United States blocked it, and I know it.
Well, I know it too, Joe.
I know, okay. But I know it from Kofi, sorry.
Perfect, I too.
I'm happy to see sanctions on Syria lifted so the country can finally breathe after years of suffocation in service of regime change. But let's not ignore the hypocrisy. Many of those cheering today's sanctions relief were once the loudest voices demanding Syria be strangled into submission. They starved millions, not because of human rights abuses, but because Syria's last dictator refused many of their demands. The new Syrian dictator is no humanitarian. He's former Al-Qaeda and ISIS commander whose forces have been committing sectarian atrocities for months with total impunity. These same voices now justify today's massacres while whitewashing their past crimes. They terrorize civilians with economic warfare and then crown themselves saviors once the damage was done. Watch closely. Their compasses pointed towards power and rapacious imperialism, not justice. This is what Jelani had to do. Yeah. Trump Tower in Damascus, demilitarized zone by Golan, meaning Israel keeps Golan Heights, obviously, enters the Abraham Accords, minerals, oil, and gas deals. The two might meet in Saudi Arabia. Golan Heights concession would be unprecedented for Syria, a territory that Israel occupied in 1967 and then 1973, then annexed. And Trump actually recognized the legal annexation, made it legal. That annexation became permanent, Golan Heights. Other details not surprising, including the admin split, Gabbard Gorka versus Witkoff, potentially Rubio here too. Meeting in Saudi Arabia would be first since 1990s between U.S. and Syrian presidents. Irony here, if above happens, is Sharas' former jihadist Namde Gur is Golani, a descendant of Golan Heights. Remember when I mentioned that? And then like Boner Box made fun of me and was like, this guy is so stupid. Why is he saying that? Because I guess he didn't know. I mean, I didn't know either, to be fair. Anyway. Do you know how a sniping job works? I know. Oh my God. Why is everybody saying, I do that? What the fuck does that mean? I don't want to know. I don't want to know what, I do that means. Loner cucked by Epstein. Do not look at it. Random aside, but how does Vic Mensa know who you are? Talks about Hamas terror supporter. Talks about Syria. Are you talking shit about a terrorist? I mean, yeah. Notice how, what is this? I do that. Where will you come in my fantasy? You pill. Oh, dude. What the fuck is this? How is there like sex shit for all of these dudes? I mean, I told you guys I didn't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I'm looking away. I'm looking away. Ew. Ew. It's a fan as well. Oh, it double ew. That was an H3 fan? It took a jet from Qatar to get Chuck Schumer to do something decent for once. Senator Schumer says he's placing a hold on all of President Trump's DOJ nominees in response to the deeply troubling plan for the administration to accept. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is what fucking caused them to act. I'm sorry, dude. This is like, dude. That's what finally caused them to fucking react to the Trump administration. Incredible. Fucking incredible. Yeah, all the money in the world from pro-Israel groups and not a peep. The one time he gets money, the one time he gets direct bribes, when he gets direct bribes from Saudi Arabia, not a fucking peep. He gets a direct bribe from someone who is neutral to Hamas and neutral to the Palestinians. Immediately, they're like, whoa, what the fuck is this? I'm sorry, dude. We got fucking the administration blackbagging civilians, okay, and dumping them in a CCOT. And this dumb fuck hasn't said a goddamn word about it. As a matter of fact, he'll be like, oh, I actually like the way that Trump is dealing with anti-Semitism. I just don't like if he's going too far or not. Like, he needs to do things by the book. But the one time, dude, come on. The one fucking time Trump does something that Israel doesn't like, and Chuck Schumer all of a sudden finds his fucking ball sack. Sorry, dude. I said this yesterday. People can get mad at me all day, every fucking day for saying this, but it is 100% something that I firmly believe. You can literally identify a person who is directly in the pocket of Israel by who is defending John Fetterman's mental decline right now. They just literally light up. Like, Israel will just make the boss call and be like, hey, it's time to defend our ogre. And Chuck Schumer absolutely is one of those people, okay? Anyone defending John Fetterman's mental decline or claiming they're writing hit pieces on him should have to register as a foreign agent. Tom Cotton, register as a foreign agent. Chuck Schumer, register as a foreign agent. Richie Torres, register as a foreign agent. I'm hitting you all with FARA violations. Every single fucking person that in the aftermath of John Fetterman's mental decline came out to defend him is absolutely doing so at the behest of Israel. That's literally, that's it. It's crazy. Yeah, here's what Chuck Schumer had to fucking say. Schumer, after Trump disappears people, detaining lawyers, Twitch streamers, destroys the government's ability to test how much shit is in a river. Listen, sit back and observe. Not everything needs a reaction. Schumer, after Trump gets shiny plane from the Orient. Finally. I'm sorry, dude. The whole, like, here's the thing, okay? Is the Qatari plane a straightforward quid pro quo, absolute fucking bribe? Yes. Okay? 100%. It is a 100% bribe. It is cartoonish. Exactly. This chatter is right. It's a cartoonish fucking bribe. Okay? That's true. Like, the idea that it is not a bribe is silly. I don't think anybody disputes that. I certainly don't. But remember who gets mad at what kind of bribe. Israel has targeted Qatar as their main enemy in the fucking region now. And because of that reason, despite Qatar having the largest U.S. military base in the fucking region, okay, due to their neutrality to the fucking Palestinian plight, not like outward support, mind you, simple neutrality, playing the role of power brokers in the region, and also all of the soft power that they've garnered out of Al Jazeera, their signature media company that plays a huge role. This is very important for Gulf states, okay? Getting positive coverage from Western states is incredibly important for Gulf states, okay? That's why they engage in sports washing. That's precisely what Saudi Arabia is doing right now with, like, Neom and fucking, I don't know, buying Mr. Beast or whatever. Okay? And for Qatar, they have been able to present themselves as they've been able to basically present themselves as a your sports washing take is dumb. What? America is global cultural hegemon. What are you? No, that's not a dumb take. This is an academic take. The fuck? That's precisely what Saudi Arabia's goals are. What are you talking about? Like, what? You think they organically love esports and golf? Is that what happened? Formula One? This isn't soft power for Saudi Arabia? They do this with airlines, they do this with big brands that they buy out, and they do this by purchasing teams, purchasing fucking entire leagues and bringing them to Saudi Arabia. Okay? They did this with WWE as well, and with Live Golf. The reason why they do that, Saudi Arabia wants tourism. It's a huge neoliberal take to say it's sports washing. Wait, what? No. They want tourism, and they also want to chatter. I think I know more than you. I'm sorry to say this, okay? They 100% want to engage in repairing the way that people see Saudi Arabia in the rest of the world. With the decline of oil revenues, tourism is a major industry. Oh my fucking God, dude. With the decline of oil revenues, you know what's a major industry? All of the fucking all the Saudi investment funds diversifying its portfolio. They have an endless amount of money and hedge funds that they can use to diversify their revenue streams. And they are doing that. It's ridiculous to think that it's just because of tourism. No, they 100% are engaging in sports washing. Just like for Qatar, Al Jazeera has played a major role in doing marketing for Qatar. Okay? So, and also that's why they fund me, the Qatari government, to do defense of to do defense of their passport stealing practices and the horrific labor conditions that exist in the country. To act like that's not real. That's why they give me money. Anyway. Unfaithful to Pakistan, shaking my head. I would never. My life for Pakistan. So, can't believe I'm fucking sports washing. I am Saudi and that chatter is right. Come on. Come on, brother. When the fuck did this happen? I thought this was like well established. Sports washing was like a well established concept. How the fuck did we there's like actual PR on this initiative now? What's happening? Like people are just like, "No, that's not true. It's just like an organic." I mean, if that chatter is Saudi, I get why he would say that. But it's crazy to me that there is like other chatters who are disparaging the concept. The Saudis have made a concerted effort in the streaming space. That's true. They did do that. Clearly, it's been fucking working. I don't think it's just because I'm saying it. Anyway, let's
Beautiful
watch.
thing that's happening. I guess, you know, the people that are here can't even really appreciate it because you see it happening, and it's when you come to a place that you haven't seen in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years that it's even more incredible.
Yes, it's a Saudi talking point. The prince said it in a defense. Saudis are just regular people. Are they not allowed to like sports? Brother, where did I imply that the Saudis don't organically like Cristiano Ronaldo? Like, that's fucking stupid. Of course they do. Like, yes, there is an organic interest in these things, okay?
But the reason why the kingdom is doing this shit is specifically so that, you know, Westerners who previously were like, oh, Saudi, aren't those like the guys that ride camels and do fucking Allahu Akbar shit? Or the more educated Western liberals and leftists who look at what the Saudi government has done in the region and go, that's insane. Or 9/11, who could forget? You know? It's a deliberate attempt to make people forget about that shit and be like, no, Saudi is the land of opportunity. Jamal Khashoggi was a bad guy. Who cares? Don't worry about that.
When I left office just over 4 years ago, that future seemed almost impossible, what you've done. Together we had obliterated the killers of ISIS. We wiped them out, terminated its founder and leader, al-Baghdadi. We had healed the divide in the Gulf Cooperation Council. It's a very big deal. And united the nations of the region to stand against the enemies of all civilization. We'd imposed unprecedented sanctions on Iran and starved the regime.
I'll never forget, in the beginning of my career, when I was at the Young Turks, and I first got a manager, the Saudi Tourism Board actually offered me a influencer trip to Saudi Arabia. And I don't recall exactly how much they were offering, but I recall it was a big fucking bag. And goddamn, that big fucking bag would have helped out. This is like in, I don't know, I think it was like 2015, 2016. Sports watching is hella ignorant, bro. Do you think France hosted the Olympics to distract from their colonies? Wait. I mean, kind of, yeah. Yeah. No, actually, yeah. Yeah, why the fuck do you think people don't think about France and its colonies? It's because of all the fucking media and arts contributions that it makes on the global stage. So, yeah. Like, what do you think this is? Yeah, chatter be like, excuse me, why would, what do you think, the Nazis were trying to fucking launder their reputation? Is that what you're trying to say? With the Berlin Olympics? Excuse me. What's next, dude? You explained this exact thing 2 years ago?
Business. Are you coming to Saudi Arabia with me?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so should I not go? Because chat's saying that it's this massive, horrible, terrible...
It is. Your chat is correct.
Is it actually that bad? Like, if I...
Yes,
like
Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is currently engaging in a genocide in Yemen. They've been bombing Yemen endlessly. There is a artificially man-made famine happening in Yemen as a consequence of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's actions in Yemen.
Okay, wait. What does that mean? What does a man-made... Is it like the cold? Like, what the hell does that mean?
Like, they are literally bombing Yemen so relentlessly that kids in Yemen do not have access to food.
Yeah, but what
they're also stopping. They're also stopping humanitarian help from going into Yemen.
Okay. So Saudi Arabia is not a good place. Let's just cut to the chase.
No. And that is before you talk about like domestic laws in Saudi Arabia that still punish homosexuality.
So this charity
Saudi Arabia is what America wishes it was if Republicans had like full control. So Saudi Arabia is basically like America in like the next 20 years.
I don't know what to say, dude. Like, what is going on? I thought it was a sponsorship. I guess I'm not going.
I've been reached out by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia before. They've offered, like, the tourism board offered me a sponsorship through my manager, like, many years ago when I was at the Young Turks.
How is there still beheading and shit? Why doesn't the United States military get involved?
Because they have oil, baby. Saudi Arabia is one of the most important countries in terms of oil production. They are a part of OPEC, and that is what.
So America is also the problem.
Yeah, of course, America is always the problem. America is part of the reason. America and the British government were part of the reason why Saudi Arabia is as reactionary as it is. Once Saudi Arabia found that beautiful fucking black diamond coming out of every orifice, America and Britland were immediately involved in their affairs.
and built their infrastructure and basically planted the family in a position of power and greatly boosted their influence in the Middle East in general. They did this all for oil. Yes.
And then so this charity is the Saudi Arabian government.
I would assume. Yeah. I mean, it probably is. There's no. Yeah, they do a lot of PR. They do a lot of PR to greatly whitewash their crimes, both their domestic crimes against like their own citizens. They also will like sometimes execute Shia Saudis overseas. That's another thing. They famously also killed Jamal Khashoggi, who was an American Saudi Washington Post journalist. They chopped him up in a fucking embassy in Istanbul. Donald Trump famously said,
when?
"Oh, this was under Trump administration a couple years back." They did 9/11. What? Before I forget, of course. If I'm going to go through their greatest hits, I would say 9/11 is up there. They famously threatened the Canadian government.
Okay, wait. I thought that was Osama bin Laden. Wasn't he in Iraq?
What country do you think Osama bin Laden hails from?
I thought Iraq.
No. Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. That wasn't even a lie that the American government told. The American government at least told a lie that like Afghanistan was involved in 9/11, which they weren't. But Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. We just wanted to invade Iraq for oil and control over their natural resources. We lied and said there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. That was a different lie that the American government told. The Saudi kingdom, there are family members of the Saudi kingdom that played a role in funding the 9/11 attackers.
So what you're trying to say is I can't go to this fucking tour.
I mean, look, do you? You know?
No.
Do you? But I would not do it. But yeah, for the record, this is what the Saudi government does regularly. They still do slavery as well, but so does America, if we're being fair. So I mean, there is that. America does a lot of the shit that Saudi Arabia does too, but. Dude. Sometimes I watch old clips of myself and I'm like, damn, I'm that bitch. And then sometimes I watch old clips of myself and I think, how the fuck are there like actual slop tubers out here who question my fucking integrity and my knowledge over the events that have unfolded in the region? It's so frustrating. It's like I mean, it does stem from like most people's understanding of all of this being like misgifts. So they're very easily duped by a couple fucking clips out of context and a great deal of Islamophobia packaged to it. But it's crazy that people don't investigate at all. Like they have no interest in investigating this on their own. To be like, I wonder if Hasan knows what the fuck he's talking about, or if his entire perspective on this complex geopolitical issue can be easily understood by 30 seconds of a clip. Ultimately,
get out of here too.
What?
We should just go to Canada.
What do you mean? What did you say?
Well, if America's just as bad and America's bad, if Saudi Arabia's bad, then we should just go to Canada.
Well, wait till you find out what the similar crimes that Canada has also engaged in. Whether it be the residential schools or whether it be the wholesale genocide of the indigenous population. One time, though, famously, the Canadian government, because they sometimes want to come across like more progressive, right? They'll say something like I think they criticized Saudi Arabia for Yemen once, and Saudi Arabia, an official Saudi government Twitter account, literally said, "We will 9/11 you. Watch your fucking mouth." That's real. Here, I'll show you. The Saudi government's like tourism board account literally fucking said,
I'm a monster. I'm sorry to everyone. My head hurts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Show me this tweet.
This was what the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's like a nonprofit account linked to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He who interferes with what doesn't concern him finds what doesn't please him, sticking one's nose where it doesn't belong. And this is an Air Canada plane heading towards the CN Tower. Like, they basically were like, we did 9/11 and we'll do it to you too, motherfucker. You better shut your goddamn mouth, Canada.
I just wanted the drop tilted towers with Tfue. All right. I've made my decision.
What's your...
Just out of curiosity, if I were to go, what would you think of me?
I mean, I would think of you as I think of you already, that you don't give a fuck about certain things and that you are gonna, you're gonna do whatever floats your boat and lines your pockets.
Well, or
all of that was pulled off Top Dome. Anyway. You used to go ham? What do you mean? Nothing has changed. No, he didn't go. Yeah, once again, repeating the point. Anyone defending John Fetterman's mental decline or claiming that the writing hit pieces on him should have to register as a foreign agent is the easiest way to identify an agent of Israel. And Chuck Schumer fucking suits the bill, fits the bill perfectly. Okay, sorry. He also fucking he also defended John Fetterman, said he's fantastic.
millions of people in this country are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. Can't afford housing, can't afford groceries, can't afford to pay their utility bills, can't afford child care, can't afford insurance. And Donald Trump is publicly defending accepting a $400 million flying palace from a close ally of Iran and Hamas?
Bro, I fucking hate this goddamn party. God, I hate this fucking party. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Dude, are you fucking serious? Qatar is a fucking agent of Hamas and Iran? That's what we're saying now? Dude, what the fuck, dude? What are you saying? Shut the fuck up, dumbass. Again, another agent of Israel. 100%, dude. What the fuck? Bro, why is Hakeem Jeffries talking like fucking Bezalel Smotrich, dude? Why is he talking like this? Like he's talking like a reactionary Israeli member of the Knesset, being like, everyone is Hamas. This is Qatar is agent of Hamas and Iran. It must go. Qatar must go. Someday the Democrats will finally outflank the Republicans and convincing America that they are the best party to destroy the Middle East. I believe in you, Hakeem. Like, this is an unprecedented time for the Democrats to really fucking hold on to the anti-war position that the overwhelming majority of Americans respond positively to. And these fucking morons are literally banging the war drums at a time when Donald Trump's in the fucking Middle East and trying to put W's on the board to make himself look like he's the great peacekeeper. What the fuck are we doing? This is a position for no one. God damn it, I hate this fucking party, man. I hate it. The country he's talking about has the fucking largest U.S. military base. The country he is saying is an agent of Hamas and Iran has the largest U.S. military base in the region. What are you saying? Qatar is basically a fucking holdover state, half owned by America and half owned by Turkey, okay? These are the two countries that have the most control over Qatar. What the fuck? And by turn, the Qatar owns London. Ironically enough. A real weird situation. The notion that they are pro-Iranian is so fucking stupid. No one likes Iran. Muslims, dude, there is a saying in this region, okay, where Palestinians will say, if Israel, instead of being Jewish, was actually a Shia nation, the entire Gulf region would have collapsed upon it by now. They would have liberated Palestine by now. Okay? The notion that these regional leaders, not like the population, because the population doesn't have that much smoke. They don't give a fuck. Like the Shia Sunni designation is like not that consequential unless there's like sectarian fighting taking place. But like the regional actors, like the people that run these fucking countries, okay, they have way more fucking smoke for the Shias than they do for Israel. Okay? Oh.
I mean, you can't make this stuff up.
That misgive clip is crazy because that's the last time a content creator listened to you when it comes to global politics. I mean, that's not really saying much. Let's be real. Like, I don't think content creators are listening to anyone when it comes to global politics anymore, or at least the ones that do listen to me are very quiet about their support out of fear that they will get fucking destroyed. Like, what do you think fucking... You think people are getting their notes from Asmongold? We don't like Iran, dude. Not because they're Shia, but because they're a nation state that is trying to import its revolution to the rest of the Middle East. Yes, I know. I think one of the biggest L's for Iran has been its unimaginably unpopular mullah regime that they have. Like, they're so fucking fundamentalist, and their people despise them. Like, there is certainly there's still defense of the administration there for sure, but like, it's just so fucking bad. They should have moderated like 30 fucking years ago. It's just, that's it. It's so ridiculous. This guy said, every time you open your mouth, where to go? Or did you guys already fucking clip? Did you already clap them? I wanted to see what brilliant take he had. Academic take. You can't open your mouth without becoming a terrorist simp. You can tell, you know, you're dumb and you're angry about it. There's deep self-loathing. You don't have to ban that guy. That guy's thinking that he's doing like deep analysis. Anyway, I fucking hate the Democrats, man.
Which is why even some of his closest MAGA sycophants have made clear this is a plane too far for them. Too far for them.
Do you not agree, though, from a political perspective, Trump taking the bribe is bad optics and should be called out? I think what the Democrats choose to fucking attack forcefully says a lot about what they care about. I'm sorry, dude. Trump is getting fucking bribery from every angle, okay? From every fucking angle. At this point, it's my least, like, it's the least of my fucking concerns. Especially because none of these dipshits ever talk about how much money he's getting from fucking Israel, okay? The problem is, this leads me to believe that the Democrats actually like what Trump is doing in terms of blackbacking political dissidents and fucking denaturalizing, or not denaturalizing, but like trying to deport fucking student protests for speaking out against Israel, or the deportation scheme across the board for like random people that have no crimes, that have done no crimes, that should be naturalized into citizenship in this country, but instead are being sent to a fucking slave labor camp in El Salvador. How the fuck do you not say anything about that? And this is the one time you're chirping because Israel got mad that Qatar, a nation that is at least neutral, not like pro-Palestinian or definitely not pro-Iran. What the fuck is that about? Holy shit, you have to be a fucking real dumbass to say stuff like that. But a nation that is like at least neutral, agnostic to the Palestinian position, gave a fucking straightforward bribe to the Trump administration so that they literally don't get fucking cut out when the last time they refused to give a fucking bribe to the Trump administration, they almost got nuked out of orbit, okay? That's it. Trump won. Every single one of these Gulf powers were like, build Trump towers in our nation, sir. We love you. We will give you $7 billion for your fucking dumbass, Jared Kushner's dumbass apartment complex in fucking New York City. Who cares? We'll give you whatever bribes you want. The one country that was like, I don't know about that was Qatar. You know what they almost allowed to happen? They almost allowed to fucking chop Qatar off, okay? Just excise it from the region. Directed by the UAE and Saudi Arabia. They literally are looking at each other like fucking vultures out there. So, of course, this time around, Qatar's like, yeah, of course we'll fucking bribe you. What do you mean? The fuck are you guys talking about? They straight up, we're going to fucking, they were just going to cut it out. cut her off with like, yes, a comically large Looney Tunes ass saw. Okay? That's not even a joke. It was because people had to intervene. Like the State Department had to intervene in this because the Trump administration was so actively using the executive office for an endless amount of fucking bribes for Jared Kushner and his fucking dumbass family that like it was unstoppable. It was unbelievable. So the one fucking country that was like, yeah, I don't know about that, was almost cut off and turned into a fucking island by Saudi Arabia. What the fuck? So yeah, this time they're like, okay, of course we'll fucking glaze you, sir. We have quintillions of dollars. Yeah, we'll give you a fucking $400 million. Who gives a shit? Okay? This is what Jeffrey Sachs means when they say Israel decides they own American politicians individually, keeping them so comfortable they genuinely don't care about anything else. It's fucking mind-boggling to me. It is actually insane to me that these motherfuckers have the audacity to be like, I can't believe Trump is getting bribery from Qatar. Dude, where are you for Saudi Arabia? Where are you for the UAE? Where are you for Israel? Oh, of course, you're not going to say anything about Israel because you're getting bribed by Israel too. What the fuck? Yeah, I know. It's fucking transparent graft, chatters. Okay, this is not a defense of what Qatar is doing. I'm not defending that at all. Who gives a fuck? That's my position. I say, who gives a fuck? The one time Qatar decides, all right, fuck it, we'll bribe you too. In the process of Trump getting bribed by Saudi Arabia and every other fucking country in the region. What do you think he's doing right now in the Middle East? What do you think he's doing right now in the fucking Middle East? He's getting bribes from every country that he's visiting. That's the whole purpose. But they don't talk about any of that shit because those guys are already a part of the Abraham Accords. They don't play a neutral role for some kind of like managed negotiation. They're not, more importantly, they are not considered as of now the enemy of Israel. Okay? That's it. Once Israel brands them the enemy, every single one of these fucking animals will start talking about whatever country Israel has branded the enemy next time. Okay? Israel's going to come out and be like, the orb is actually Hamas. And then Trump is going to be like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I touched the orb. Or Hakeem Jeffries is going to come out and be like, Donald Trump touched the orb. The orb was Hamas. Donald Trump is now Hamas, magically, by the power of the orb. Fuck. This is some ugly 40-year-old man with piss stains covered in shit, just sitting in his computer using the saddest NPC talking points. I tell you to get better, but it won't. You hate the Dems. You should vote for more people like Ilhan Omar. Those are your people, terrorist simps. Saudi doesn't want terror-supporting country on their border who give massive amounts of money to Hamas. I do actually love, I'm glad that we didn't ban this guy because he's like Islamophobic as shit. Okay. While simultaneously, he's like fucking pro Saudi Arabia. Like, what happens to the minds of Americans where they can't even be Islamophobic consistently? Where it's just like, this is the same fucking dichotomy that exists for people that are like, Hasan, you love terrorism. Also, HDS is reformed. He was beheading people in a past life, you can look past that. Okay? Like they literally turn it on as soon as the State Department goes, this is a good guy. They go, this is a good guy. It's fucking awesome. That is incredible. Like, I can't believe it. I don't understand how you can be like Ilhan Omar, who is an American representative. She's a fucking terrorist, but Saudi Arabia is an ally in your estimation, even after doing 9/11. How the fuck do you arrive at this position? It's so goddamn inconsistent. Not liking Hamas is different from being a terrorist supporter. Dude, you don't like Hamas, but you like Saudi Arabia. How does this happen? This is what I don't understand. And also, the reason why I said you're fucking Islamophobic is because you said Ilhan Omar, terrorist simps. You're saying Ilhan Omar is a fucking terrorist simp. My people. Emirati poet coinciding with the imminent excavation of Salva Island. Lamau, the old making Qatar an island meme from Arabic Twitter, worth noting the relationship now is much better than during the blockade. Holy fuck. What? Not liking Hamas is different from being a terrorist supporter who hates Israel? Wait, what? I don't, it is confusing to me. It is genuinely confusing to me how you can be like pro Saudi Arabia and then like say Ilhan Omar is a terrorist. like how does that work? It's not even like consistent Islamophobia. If you're going to be fucking Islamophobic, you should be Islamophobic towards Saudi Arabia too. You're being Islamophobic across the board, right? Like that's my expectation. But these guys are tactically Islamophobic against America's enemies and super pro-Islam. All of a sudden, they're like, I'm a committed member of the Ummah, actually, as a matter of fact, when it comes to fucking talking about America's allies and Israel's allies in the region. How does this happen? You can find a way to call someone racist. You called Ethan racist when he said the Arabs would ask why 1 million Jews left neighboring countries. Bro, answer my question. How do you arrive at this position where you're like Ilhan Omar is a terrorist, but Saudi Arabia is your ally? Like, how does that happen? Oh, how? Like, how does that work? I don't get it. It's because they think Saudis are white. No one thinks that. Look at what Jelani was saying in 2015 about the Gulf, including Saudi. Back in 2015, Jelani accused Arab rulers of paying jizya to America. And we possess the most important natural resources.
الباطنية من المعادن وكذا والطبيعية وما إلى ذلك. ونملك سلات غذائية كبيرة جدا. والمشكلة أن هذه الأشياء بسبب حاكم يريد أن يستولي على عرشه وعلى كرسيه سخر كل هذه الموارد لخدمة هذا الكرسي فأصبح يدفعون الجزية لأمريكا. هؤلاء الحكام يدفعون الجزية لأمريكا حتى تبقيهم. نعم حكام العرب
يدفعون جزية لأمريكا.
يدفعون جزية نعم. لماذا كل هذا البترول والنفط الذي يذهب إلى أمريكا؟ ماذا مع؟
Yeah, he was like I'm gonna do that. Actually, that's the method. He's just saying that they're paying jizya to America, like a tax to the. You are ridiculous. Saudi's close to recognizing Israel's right to exist. Hamas and people who support Hamas, like Omar, don't recognize the right to Israel to exist. This is very basic stuff, buddy. Yes, dude, you are a fucking Israel dick rider. Okay, you are the actual terrorist. I understand that your entire fucking understanding of the region revolves around whether someone is nice to your fucking apartheid state that's currently doing a genocide or not. But I don't give a shit about that because you're a fucking morally bankrupt piece of shit. I know. I understand that. I already arrived at that conclusion from the way that you were actually covering this. It's pretty easy. Saudi is close to recognizing Israel's right to exist. So therefore, they're good. Hamas and people who support Hamas, like Omar, don't recognize the right of Israel to exist. Israel does not have a right to exist. No nation has a right to exist. Nobody fucking says apartheid South Africa has a right to exist or Nazi Germany has a right to exist. What the fuck is this beautiful position that we've arrived at with respect to just Israel alone? Israel and Israel alone. The only thing we care about is Israel's own interest in the region. We will like every one of Israel's allies and we will hate every one of Israel's enemies. Who the fuck are you? Please tell me you're at least fucking Israeli. Oh my God. Oh my God, please. Because if you are not, I'm going to fucking lose my mind. Jesus Christ. Like, dude, so one note. He's just like, I make my assessment off of Israel. Does this make Israel feel good? Then I like it. Does this make Israel feel bad? Then I don't like it. Who are you? Hakeem Jeffries? That was the entire point of my argument here. What the fuck? These guys never get together and chirp until it pisses off Israel. What the fuck is going on with the Democratic Party? We have a straight up fascist fucking administration in power, and they're undermining American civil liberties, what remains of them. They're undermining the fucking courts. They're literally arresting mayors. They are arresting judges. They are talking about denying habeas corpus, and these dumb fucks are talking about whoever the flavor of the month is for Israel that they want to get mad at. What the fuck? Go live there then. Why do you live here? Why are you supposed to represent my interests? Go live in fucking Israel. God damn it. Holy shit. This pisses me off so much. Go get spit on by fucking settlers of the West Bank for being Christian. Fuck. Oh my God. It's so fucking lame, dude. It's so annoying. Thank you, Taylor Heaps, for saying this person added Taylor Heaps, who said a very nice thing at like 12:03. I don't know why. Where's that fucking Gart dipshit or whatever his name is, who was like, I like Saudi Arabia because they're close to recognizing Israel? What's he saying now? Arabs live in Israel. Israel was there thousands of years before the Muslim faith, and you and your supporters can't erase history. Instead, you attack a piece of land the size of Connecticut surrounded by 15 Muslim countries. Oh my God. I don't care about the fucking tiny Saudi help in America defense law. What has Hamas ever done except rape, kill, and torture? Dude, you got to update the Hasbara, man. You really do. You really have to. Oh, look at tiny Israel. Okay. I guess they get to do a genocide then. Like, my bad. I didn't realize that if you are lower, if you are tinier than a certain country's size, then you can do as much genocide as you want to the indigenous population. Israel was there thousands of years before. Yeah, you know who Israel's currently genociding? Their fucking own ancestors that didn't leave, dumbass. That's who they're fucking genociding, okay? Shut the fuck up. The ones that didn't leave, that also become Arabized and went by way of the Christian faith or Islam. Also, the idea that like Hamas only rapes, kills, and tortures is so funny when you're talking about Israel. Like, in defense of Israel. Why are you bringing up shit that Israel does 1,000,000 times more than Hamas ever has done? If I have a toddler strapped to my body and run at you with a gun, you will shoot me, and it wouldn't be your fault for killing the child?
First of all, that's fucking insane. What are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? Israel's a belligerent occupier of the Gaza Strip. The toddlers are not strapped to the fucking Hamas militants, dude. Shut the fuck up. That has never happened. That's only happened in your fucking delusions. It's not a good analog at all. God damn. This is why, dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is why you are losing, okay? This is why you are fucking losing. Israel drops knock bombs on Hamas, holds children hostage. That's not even true. Israel hasn't done any fucking knock bombs anyway since like October of 10th, 2023. That's number one. Number two, okay, I'm going to fucking drop an artillery shell on your roof before I fucking nuke it out of orbit. Are you going to be happy with that? No, of course not. Now you lost your fucking house. Shut the fuck up. You absolute psycho. This is why, because of the endless bloodlust that is demonstrated by those who want to defend Israel all over the place, people fucking hate your country, okay? This is why. If you're wondering why people hate fucking Israel so much, this is it. You've completely dropped the ball on trying to massage the narrative, trying to make it seem as though you are a reasonable country, okay? This is it. This is fucking it. It's over. It's so over. This is why there will forever be reports of Israeli tourists going to other places, and when they're not in the process of fucking yelling at someone, going, no politic here, Israel number one, okay? You got like people that fucking own hotels and shit going, oh, are you Israeli? Have you done any war crimes? If you have, then sorry, we will not allow you to fucking stay here. And then you go back home. This is why when the Israeli occupying force wants to put out a fucking Mother's Day post, they have to blur the faces of the fucking war criminals. Because guess what? People are fucking keeping track of all of the fucking awful shit that Israel is doing. And you're cooking the tiny marginal anti-Zionist Jews living in Israel as well in the process. God damn, dude. Yeah, no more Hasbara. You could just keep saying, no, we must kill baby here. We must kill baby. Imagine you rape, kill, and torture. It's like, bro, we fucking see what is going on. We see what is going on. You are a fucking Nazi. You are a Nazi. And a really fucking annoying Nazi on top of that. Holy shit. Nazis are fucking annoying. But oh my God, dude. Like, I don't know what I would do if I was around during the fucking Holocaust and the Nazis were constantly trying to defend their position. I would probably lose my fucking mind. That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like dealing with people who are trying to defend this shit. It's like, I see it. I see it every day. What are you trying to defend? Everyone sees it. The fucking celebration that the world will have once justice is fucking served and Israel is forced to dismantle its terrorist apparatus and atone for its endless war crimes. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. There are people out there refusing to commit suicide so they can outlive the state of Israel one day. And you're over here still trying to defend why we have to kill babies. What the fuck? It's done. It's done. It's over. Yeah. Norway's latest trade union adopts BDS policy, a stain on a nation's values, from Jerusalem Post. Every single day, Israel does not fucking scale back its bloodlust, does not even entertain the notion of stopping its genocide. And every single day, there's another 10,000 to 100,000 people that say, I'm out. I'm done. Fuck this country, okay? Fuck this country. What a stain. Causing irreversible reputational damage. If you don't care about the fucking humanity of the Palestinians you're ethnically cleansing, okay, then maybe from a self-interested position, you should care about the reputational damage of the pariah state that you currently are desperately trying to defend. It's over. It's fucking done. It's done. You can try to whip up support by the grossest fascist machinery of American empire to try to make it so that it's illegal to fucking hurt the feelings of the great state of Israel. But you can't deny the truth. People still see the reality. People still recognize that there's a fucking genocide going on. People still recognize how untenable of a position Israel is in. What are you going to do? You're going to fucking arrest every single person until they say 10 Am Israel Chais every morning? It's not going to fucking happen. The other side of this is that it fucking leads into all of the most annoying and dangerous fucking anti-Semitic conspiracies, and it leads fascists to present themselves as moral arbiters in this process. Fucking straight up Nazis, anti-Jewish Nazis run around and go, see, we told you so, over and over again. And a lot of you are completely oblivious, by the way, to how much that neo-Nazi anti-Semitic sentiment has calcified amongst like the next generation. Okay? It's so cooked. It's so insanely fucking cooked. It feels impossible. It feels impossible to actually contend with. It feels impossible to deal with. I spent my entire professional career combating anti-Semitism. Are you denying that Israel controls America? Israel doesn't control dick, okay? Shut the fuck up. Israel doesn't control America. America lets Israel behave in this manner. Israel is America's attack dog, okay? In an effort to maintain this relationship and become irreplaceable in the minds of the American State Department, though, because of its grand designs for the goddamn region, Israel has become an irreplaceable force due to its endless amounts of propaganda, the endless amount of money they spend on doing propaganda, the endless lobbying efforts, the endless NGOs and advocacy groups that they have created after recognizing the fucking failures of apartheid South Africa. Because no matter how valuable of an ally you are, you have to still maintain a steady flow of funds to make sure that you have commerce going back and forth, that you are an irreplaceable force that makes boycotting and divestment and sanctions virtually impossible. And if that's not enough, you can then use that lobbying arm, AIPAC, to make it literally fucking illegal to do BDS in a country that has supposedly a First Amendment protection to be able to do those sorts of things. Is that not control? It's not. And the reason why it's not is because if you think Israel's the only fucking country that has this opportunity that tries to constantly fucking massage public discourse about Israel or about their own nation, other countries do that shit too. The only reason why Israel gets to do it is because of the formative role that it played as a bulwark against any sort of pan-Arabic nationalist movement that could have existed in the fucking region and Soviet allegiances that might have come out of that during the fucking Cold War. Okay? Israel does not control the country. Israel has tremendous influence over power players in this country because it's become an irreplaceable force. The reality of the matter is, Israel can never control this country. You want to know why? Because tomorrow, whether because they are deeply anti-Semitic, which is the more likely outcome of this dangerous song and dance, or because someone is a committed anti-Zionist, they could just literally make one phone call and sever Israel's ties with the United States of America. They could make Israel do whatever the fuck we want, okay? The idea that Israel actually controls this nation state is a neo-Nazi sentiment born out of endless amounts of copium that wants to abdicate responsibility away from American empire. It's fucking foolish. That's why it's a right-wing sentiment. It's one of the easiest markers of identifying someone who's a dumb fucking right-winger, because they think America is a beautiful nation that has only existed as a force of good, but it's simply manipulated by dangerous Israel to do these evil things. That is not the fucking case. Israel only does things that America allows it to do. Well, how the fuck do we still make this argument when America, under the Biden administration and under the Trump administration as well, has been ethnically cleansing the fucking Palestinian population in Gaza? You think like they could have just dialed that back a little bit, you know? Nope. Endless genocide. Go ahead, Israel. They did it with our weapons. They did it with our money. They did it with our political coverage. Anyway.
Resources to fund terror. They were unable to fund anything because they had no money left. They had no money. But the new administration came in and let them have a lot of money, and you saw what happened. It was not money well spent. And with the historic Abraham Accords that we're so proud of, all the momentum was aimed at peace, and it aimed very successfully. It's been an amazing thing, the Abraham Accords, and it's my fervent hope, wish, and even my dream that Saudi Arabia, a place I have such respect for, especially over the last fairly short period of time, what you've been able to do, but we'll soon be joining the Abraham Accords. I think it'll be a tremendous tribute to your country, and it will be something that's really going to be very important for the future of the Middle East. I took a risk in doing them, and they've been an absolute bonanza for the countries that have joined. The Biden administration did nothing for 4 years. We would have had it filled out. But it will be a special day in the Middle East with the whole world watching when Saudi Arabia joins us. And you'll be greatly honoring me, and you'll be greatly honoring all of those people that have fought so hard for the Middle East. And
all right, where is it? Let's do the GDF video. Does anyone have it? The support. Well, it was popping off on that fucking chatter. All right, here it is. Ethan Klein is wrong about Israeli society.
That's part of what a lot of the civil unrest in Israel is about.
This has nothing to do with Ethan, by the way. He just uses Ethan as a drama farming operation. But in reality, it's a pretty. No, Ethan is only referenced once once in the beginning. Everybody fucking shut up, okay? It's clickbait. He does not talk about Ethan at all. He just lays out a very convincing argument that compiles every single thing that I've talked about since October 7th about the Israeli society's attitude towards Palestinian death and destruction.
Wow,
it's
is
not
that a lot of
fucking Ethan drama. Oh my God. It has nothing to do with Ethan. I'm just skipping the part with Ethan, okay? I'm just skipping it because some of you guys are so fucking stupid.
Klein appears to harbor contradictions. In his recent conversation with Sam Seder of the Majority Report, he claims to have optimism with regard to Israeli society. Israelis do not wish death on Palestinian civilians. He claims this is evident in the protests in Israel for the end of hostilities in Gaza. Though in more casual conversation, he not only tolerates but appears to share a more jaded outlook.
The thing is, in Ramallah, there's a lot of, there's going to be like Hamas operatives and Islamic jihadists and stuff that live there.
Guy?
So I don't even know necessarily if it's like the ordinary people, but yeah, they'll kill you.
I just got to the bathroom. What did I miss?
Whether sincere or not, I found his incredulousness at the notion of Israeli society supporting the killing of Palestinian civilians interesting. Following October 7th, what Americans could glean from reactions inside Israel to the carnage in Gaza was no less than completely horrifying. Members of the Knesset called for nuking Gaza. A prominent general wrote opinion pieces calling for inducing epidemics of disease and making the Strip uninhabitable. Israel's finance minister shared the article and expressed his agreement. Israelis took to social media to mock Palestinians, gloating over their running water and electricity, which was cut off to Gaza. Though, for some reason, I held on to an assumption that these were narrow and incomplete glimpses into Israeli society. I suppose I had an optimistic view that Israelis would surely harbor a capacity for empathy with Palestinians, to some degree. What I saw in the spring of 2024 was therefore a gut punch. It was a report from Pew Research Center titled Israeli Views of the Israel-Hamas War. I read it carefully, and a figure leaped out at me. Israeli Arabs, Palestinians, are much more likely than Jews.
This has nothing to do with Ethan Klein. I know the article title says Ethan Klein. He is using Ethan Klein as a narrative device. This entire video is about Israeli society's opinions on the ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. Please stop. This is literally, this is it. This is the only part that features Ethan Klein. The rest of the video is just about Israeli society's point of view on the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
To say the country's military response has gone too far. 74% versus 4%. Honestly, reading it now.
You call out the GDF community for being neo-Nazi? No, I said that there was a lot of fucking weird comments in his chat. And there have been moments where I feel like he does the Jeffrey Sachs thing, where he will put the cart before the horse, or claim the tail is wagging the dog with respect to Israel and America's relationship. But I watched this video, and this video has nothing to do with that. But yeah, there are always like weird ass fucking comments. He definitely doesn't moderate his comment section, and I think it's fucked up.
Now I still can't believe it. And for that I feel incredibly naive. I guess it fundamentally altered what I believed about humanity, about people. It was genuinely horribly depressing. For me, it was a sign of the damage that's been done and the work that is ahead. Or maybe there are other ways to interpret it. It certainly was not a moment of optimism for me. Already in December of 2023, Human Rights Watch reported the Israeli government is
such a
using...
fucking moron. By the way, I didn't say he's a neo-Nazi. I said I didn't like some of his commentary that I feel like relies too much. He's not pro-America by any means. We know that already. Okay? No one has ever blamed GDF for being pro-America. That's not real. Having said that, the part where I think it's concerning when you have a lot of fucking neo-Nazi comments, like, it wasn't just me. I think even Bad Empanada actually fucking criticized him on that shit. Okay? It's true. Like, at a certain point, I mean, look, I don't moderate my chat either. Okay? But I have like moderation tools in terms of, or not moderate my chat, I moderate this chat, but I have certain moderation tools on YouTube that just like auto clocks stupid ass fucking takes. And even then, it's not like a bunch of people that like are coming in from fucking 4chan in the comment section.
starvation of civilians as a method of warfare in the Gaza Strip, which is a war crime. Israeli forces are deliberately blocking the delivery of water, food, and fuel. By the new year, the images of destruction in Gaza were no less than apocalyptic, as we all clearly remember as it was widely reported. Owing to a bombing campaign that you'd have to go back to the Vietnam War to make a comparison, in the words of Mark Garlasco, who's frequently interviewed by news outlets for his unique expertise in weapons. He worked for U.S. intelligence, the United Nations, and Human Rights Watch, for which he investigated Israel's 2006 bombing of Lebanon. Other quotes from experts were similarly astonishing. In 2 months, we've had about the level of strikes in this tiny little area in Gaza as what we saw in Mosul and Raqqa combined. said Larry Lewis, research director at the Center for Naval Analyses and formerly the U.S. State Department's senior advisor on civilian harm. Even CNN in this article placed the number of killed as of January 2024 at nearly 25,000. 1 year after October 7th, many more tens of thousands had been killed. The number couldn't possibly be known for certain. A credible study from The Lancet, reported by the New York Times, said many tens of thousands more than the oft-cited but conservative Ministry of Health numbers. Gaza had been...
The comment section under your India-Pakistan video is not good law. I know. I told you I don't fucking moderate my shit. So when it gets brigaded like that, the India-Pakistan video was like crazily fucking brigaded.
So destroyed that even the U.S. president was calling it a
demolition site. It's a pure demolition site.
But protests had erupted in Israel to end the so-called war. Real quick, why do I say so-called war? In Gaza, we certainly haven't seen regular warfare, obviously. Hamas has no regular army. But we've hardly seen what can be called an asymmetric conflict. It's important to note that numberless Gazans have bravely resisted the Israeli military despite unimaginable and impossible odds, including the following. The Palestinians in Gaza have been hermetically sealed inside without any way out. They have no peripheral sanctuary state for which to regroup and rearm themselves. They are completely trapped. They've had to dig tunnels going underground to find a sanctuary. This in a strip of land the size of Philadelphia that also holds an entire civilian population. Of course, the existence of this small strip is a result of the Nakba, as some 70% of the population are not from Gaza, but are refugees from the ethnic cleansing that took place, particularly in the cleansing operations, that's what they were called, in Isdud, Ascalon, Beersheba, and throughout the Negev.
Dalit.
So, Gazans are fighting from a place that is in no way conducive for combat, for reasons completely out of their control. The Israeli onslaught that began on October 7th was a culmination of lessons learned in previous destruction. We can clearly see how the so-called wars of 2008 and 9 and 2014 were punitive rather than driven by military necessity. Tank crews spent their time firing their cannons at buildings and destroying civilian infrastructure. Said a soldier who took part in the 2008-9 Operation Cast Lead, "Go ahead and ask soldiers how often they encountered combatants in Gaza. Nothing." The interviewer, "When you entered the Gaza Strip, there was no resistance?" Next to none at all. Following Cast Lead, veteran defense analyst Amos Harel quoted a squad leader who said, "The atmosphere in general, from what I understood from most of my men who I talked to, the lives of Palestinians, let's say, is something very, very less important than the lives of our soldiers." The Independent quoted a junior officer who served at a brigade headquarters during the operation, who described the new rules of engagement policy following the announcement of the notorious Dahia doctrine of disproportionality as one of literally zero risk to soldiers. Just take this incredible interview with a bulldozer operator. "Our objective was to demolish houses. We were secured by heavy armored personnel carriers."
Where's your brain? He's for the working man. If you worked in middle class, you'd understand. No, you're right. Totally. The working class is winning big with the totally unreasonable explosion of global trade. When Donald Trump dumped $15 billion worth of munition on Yemen, or not Donald Trump, but every other administration prior to that as well, including Donald Trump, Trump 1 and also Trump 2, he was doing that for the working class. He was like, I'm bombing Yemen for middle America. Did you feel it when he did that? Or when he wanted to decouple global trade from China, the manufacturing hub that we designed, by implementing a tariffs regime, which is a tax on you, a sales tax. Did you feel that? He was doing it for you, baby.
And tanks. In this case, the tanks were assigned to us rather than the other way around.
Yes, she is.
The area was completely empty. Everything was empty. Interviewer, ghost town, not a soul in sight? Yes. We demolished a lot. There were people who had been in Gaza for 2 days constantly demolishing one house after the other. And we're talking about a whole battalion. In a separate interview, a soldier is asked, "Did you happen to escort bulldozers demolishing?"
No, I know his original... Wait, what? GDF is for Gaddafi. I know. It's not some anti-Semitic play on IDF like some people claim. Oh, no, I know that. Guys, I've been an early fucking supporter of GDF far before... When GDF initially started, he started on TikTok.
And I supported his channel before he even had a YouTube channel. I supported him as a TikToker when he used to make food videos and then bait food TikToks into talking about like war crimes that America was committing. Another TikToker that I also supported like that is what's his name? It's Eric, right? I don't want to get his name wrong. He's great. Eric Hovagim. He does GeoGuessr baits in the same way as GDF started off with. There's a couple channels like this that I've been a big supporter of from the jump. And yes, I know GDF stands for Gaddafi. Yeah, Eric is another Hasanabi head. Chris Kunzler is it's just Ethan Klein fans trying to catch you. Mike from PA already addressed this. Wait, what? Trying to catch me for what? Yeah, Eric is great. Chris Kunzler is great. But yeah, early Hasanabi heads will remember early on GDF before he had a fucking 356,000 subscriber channel. Used to be a TikTok account that kept getting banned over and over again. Fuck you and fuck Cinna K. Cinna gang ho. What? The cinephiles are in here. Got a problem, West LA? Never. Never that. West LA, bitch. Repping, good boy. Repping West LA, West LA is so funny. It's like that one chatter who was like, meet me in San Jose. Meet me at the San Fernando Valley, bitch. All right, let's keep going.
Houses, do you know what they destroyed? Why? How many? If they didn't like the looks of some house, if it disturbed or threatened them, then it would be taken down. Interviewer, but that was for operational needs? Operational needs, I don't know, maybe half of them. Sometimes the company commander would give the D9 something to demolish just to make them happy. This isn't to mention the demolition and damage carried out by shelling. One participant of the 2014 carnage, a first sergeant of the engineering corps, said, I got the impression that every house we passed on our way got hit by a shell. And houses farther away, too. It was methodical. There was no threat. They were spraying every house with machine gun fire the whole time, and once in a while blasting a shell into each house. A first sergeant in the Armored Corps recalls, we were all firing a lot when there wasn't any need for it, just for the sake of firing. We were firing purposelessly, all day long. Hamas was nowhere to be seen. This can hardly be called warfare. These were brief, one-sided punishment campaigns.
Funny bait.
Israeli civilian and military commanders seemingly acknowledge this with their oft-repeated phrase, mowing the lawn or cutting the grass, which also alludes to its routine nature. Yosi Glauzius explains the phrase very helpfully
or cutting the tall trees. This is a recent piece that was written on May 6th. I read pieces of it.
A rage-filled opinion article. She had seen eclairs in a bakery in Israel that read, let the IDF mow them down. The Hebrew word written on the eclairs means mow, as in to lawn mow, but mowing is also a euphemism for something more brutal. Mowing the grass is a term popularized in 2013 to refer to Israel's strategy of attrition designed primarily to debilitate the enemy capabilities. To put it more crudely, mowing the grass means bombing Gaza periodically to facilitate temporary quiet for Israel. This desire to punish the civilian population at large was explicitly articulated and the policy solidified following Israel's strategic defeat in the Second Lebanon War. Giora Island is former national security advisor to Ariel Sharon and Ehud Olmert. Before this, he was head of the IDF's planning and operations branches. He now continues writing policy prescriptions in opinion pieces, particularly for Ynet and their affiliated Yediot Aharonot. You'll know his so-called general's plan to starve North Gaza. He's the general.
Surrender or to die in starvation. This is the all simple plan, which is fully consistent with all.
Dude, is literally siege warfare. Like, this is from a time. It's crazy watching like Genghis Khan tactics being implemented with modern weapons. You know what I mean? Like the only country that does this is outside of Israel is like, I feel like it's, I don't know. I just, like, even America had more tact when they were doing their fucking the ethnic cleansing of Iraq. You know what I mean?
All the international demands and fully consistent with the law of the armed conflict.
That the military quickly began implementing the plan is a testament to his influence in the Israeli defense establishment.
Eran Etzion was deputy head of Israel's National Security Council until 2008.
The ousted defense minister Gallant denied on camera that the government is actually implementing this plan. Netanyahu denied it also in a closed session with Secretary of State Blinken. And then when asked by Blinken to say it publicly, Netanyahu refused.
Back in 2008, he wrote that in the event of another war with Lebanon, the suffering of hundreds of thousands of people are consequences that can influence Hezbollah's behavior. Israel's most recent offensive began with bombing, starting on October 7th. The ground invasion didn't begin until the 27th. This was accompanied by a further tightening of the siege, which had already been in place for some 17 years. Hassan Alian, head of Kogat, the agency responsible for facilitating aid
This is the fucking craziest shit.
distribution, said plainly that these measures were revenge for October 7th.
مع هيك وحوش بشرية رايحين نتعامل كيف لازم. إسرائيل فرضت إغلاق كامل على غزة ومش راح يكون في عندكم كهرباء ولا مي بس دمار. بدكم جهنم راح تحصلوا على جهنم.
And echoing the Arab, by the way, echoing the sentiment of Yoav Gallant, defense minister.
Sense of retribution.
His job is literally to distribute aid. Like, his job is to manage aid into Gaza.
And revenge must have fueled the other measures with regard to targeting. Yagil Levi, writing in Haaretz, challenges Israel's oft-repeated distinction as the world's most moral army. To reduce the risk even further during the ground offensive, air and artillery attacks preceded the entry of the ground forces into every area and accompanied them during the ensuing fighting. In the words of a reserve combat soldier who entered the city of Beit Hanun and published an opinion piece anonymously in Haaretz, the level of destruction we saw was biblical, and our contribution to it was nil. Air, artillery, and engineering forces that preceded us and hit buildings from a distance prepared the ground for us so that we could enter with minimal risks. As a result, as of October 7th, 2024, Israel had lost 349 soldiers in the ground operation. A paltry 2% of the Israeli claim of 17,000 Hamas combat casualties. As Levi points out, however, this was simply the number of men killed, according to Gaza's Ministry of Health. They had all been labeled combatants. The Ministry of Health's numbers are conservative, however. An analysis published in The Lancet and reported in the New York Times says they may have undercounted traumatic war-related deaths by 40%. The number may have reached over 70,000 by the end of 2024. Worse yet, the analysis did not account for other war-related casualties such as deaths from malnutrition, waterborne illness, or the breakdown of the health system as the conflict progressed.
World's worst military. Like, they're only good at baby killing. Like, that's it. They're only good at bombing a territory that they have deprived of aid, food, water, electricity that they control. That's it. A complete and permanent siege.
That this could be called a war is patently absurd. Israeli leaders have made their targeting and punishment of the civilian population known with their widely reported statements. Already by June of 2024, some 70,000 tons of bombs were dropped on a piece of land less than half the size of New York City. That number is more than were dropped on Dresden, Hamburg, London in World War II. Combined, the massive destructive power, with 2,000-pound bombs being common, erased entire towns. Amos Harel, chief defense correspondent for Haaretz, went to Jabalia and took photos and reported that the town, previously home to 100,000 people, was gone. Others shared the same fate, as described by Ahmad Tibi, one of the few Palestinian members of the Israeli Knesset. Entire towns.
Wait, what does this have to do with Ethan Law? Nothing. That's the point. It's bait.
Like Beit Hanun, Beit Lahia.
I'm not showing you this because he fucking brought up Ethan in the first 30 seconds and then never again. That's the whole point of the video. I wouldn't watch it if it was about Ethan.
And Jabalia have been wiped off the face of the earth in bombings by the IDF. Cities comparable in population size to Herzliya and Dimona have been bombed into rubble. And the world, with its silence and its armaments and its material support, is supporting this. The media in Israel wobbles between total denial and depicting the actions as heroic, justified, essential deeds. We have arrived at an absurd rule. Nothing justifies October 7th, but in the name of October 7th, everything is justifiable. There is no security justification for such massive bombing. No military action can justify bombing helpless human beings or the eradication of Beit Lahia, Beit Hanun, and Jabalia from the face of the earth. This ethnic cleansing is reminiscent of the ethnic cleansing of 530 villages in 1948. In the Jewish Israeli public, voices of protest and resistance are hardly audible. Israeli outlets reported on Netanyahu scuttling negotiations, and it was an open secret that he did so in order to placate his ministers. A hostage deal would cause his government to collapse, and so Israel was effectively being run by the government's most fanatical ministers. Israel's left wing was furious and made as much known. My impression was that, certainly not all, but many Israelis had had enough. Also a year after October 7th, the Israeli Democracy Institute released a report on the public mood. On ending the so-called war, it was only an even split among Israeli Jews. And not even really. Only 45% wanted an end, 43% didn't, and 12% were no help at all. Of course, the better part of all Palestinians wanted it to end, which added several percentage points to that camp. I wrongly believed the calls to end hostilities was a broad and popular movement among Israeli Jews. The protests were large and widely reported on, but they were far more partisan than I had realized. Worse yet, however, were the reasons that this sector of society had for ending the so-called war. A little more than half said for the safety of the hostages. This amounted to the most common reason. The second was because they could focus on another war with Lebanon. Then it was that the fighting achieved what it could, 9% didn't know why, and 6% because of the great cost in human life and the desire for quiet, peace, and security. And 2% said for improved relations with the U.S. Someone who's been grappling with Israeli society's moral decline has been Rachel Fink. She illustrates poignantly a personal crisis for her upon seeing Israeli news coverage showing desperate, starving people in Gaza. On Sunday evening, when Channel 12's main news broadcast featured some of the most gut-wrenching footage coming out of Gaza, hungry children clamoring around a soup ladle in desperation, I felt for a moment a sense of relief. Finally, I thought. Finally, an Israeli journalist has made the brave and morally virtuous choice to do his job, to report the truth. That feeling lasted right up until said journalist, Elad Simchayoff, began to speak. Because it turned out that this wasn't a segment about Israel's failure to uphold international law or protect civilian life. It was a report about Israel's failure to sell the war properly. Not a failure of policy, a failure of branding. As I watch, I experience a kind of emotional whiplash. Time and again, Simchayoff starts a sentence that sounds like there might be a moral reckoning coming, and it ends with a plea for better PR. But it is also possible to wonder if perhaps it is time to improve our, Simchayoff begins contemplatively, humanitarian policies, accountability, Hasbara efforts with skilled spokespeople, a clear and effective strategy and believable information, he declares. That's not a punchline, it's his game plan. For much of Simchayoff's report, as his voice...
I think there's a sea of depravity here, but I think one of the most glaringly obvious displays that this is brought about in the Western world is how little our leaders in the Western world care about the Democratic majority's opinions on the matter. Like, yeah, Israeli society wants this to continue or wants it to end for selfish reasons at most, okay? And not for the sake of the humanity of the Palestinians. Fine. It's a fascist country. It is what happens when you completely succumb to an exterminationist, ethnic, religious supremacist ideology. One should take note of that heading down the direction of our country here as well, okay, with all the white nativist anti-immigrant sentiment flying around with no pushback whatsoever, okay? Before you know it, the America that you thought you were living in will be lost to you, okay? And you'll go, how did this happen? I just wanted to have, you know, endless empire, but with like gay stuff, and then now they're taking my gay stuff away too. How could this have happened? That is a struggle that Israeli society had to take turns to come to terms with in 2018. That's why they were doing those mass protests. They're like, whoa, hold on. Like, yeah, we're an apartheid, but we're a gay apartheid. Fucking chill. Turns out, nope. More reactionary elements completely seize control over the government. And did you retire IRL streams? When are they coming back? No more slop. The fuck? Slop? I did an IRL stream yesterday. But taxi content is one of your best. I agree. It's like you get home and everyone decided to be weird again. I mean, kind of. But what was I saying? Yeah. Americans should take note of what has taken place in Israeli society. How's your pathetic ass not permabanned yet? Okay, I assume, did Asmongold end his stream or something? Is that what's going on? What's happening? Immediately there is a shit ton of new chatters in the chat instantly. Did he fucking end his stream? Oh my God. He did. Oh my God. Why are you a terrorist though? Oh my God. That is fucking hilarious. The moment that Asmongold ends his stream, the roaches scatter around to come here to just fucking come in here and be like, dude, you're a fucking terrorist and I hope you get permabanned, you fucking idiot. I mean, welcome. I can't believe this just happened. Welcome to the broadcast, everybody. Maybe you can accidentally learn a thing or two about what real terrorism looks like. You know, what Israel is doing.
Plays off camera, B-roll footage of starving Palestinians begging for flour and wandering through the rubble of pulverized buildings runs in a loop. When it cuts back to anchorwoman Yonit Levy, she sums up the segment with a single line. Those are the images being shown to the world, she says, with clear disdain. How many different kinds...
You're not a terrorist? You're a terrorist supporter? No, I do not support Israel. Nor do I support America's support for Israel.
Of delusional do you have to be to air horrifying footage of human suffering beneath a voiceover lamenting the challenges of public relations? What does it say about a society when you can look at a child, sunken-eyed and silent with fear and grief, and decide the real injustice is that she's hogging the spotlight? We're now entering a third month of a complete and total blockade of all aid into Gaza. This includes food and medicine, everything. Nothing has been allowed into Gaza for months now. Additionally, back in April, Nir Hassan wrote that Gazans are experiencing a severe water shortage, which has worsened since approximately a week ago when the Israeli Defense Forces struck the main water pipeline into the Shujaa neighborhood of Gaza City. Because of damage to the city's other water sources, the pipeline provided about 70% of the water consumption there. Now, why does it matter that Israeli society is characterized by a culture of dehumanization? It matters because it contextualizes the issue, and it contextualizes Israel's treatment of Palestinians, as well as their dismissiveness of Palestinians and their suffering. Its real-world consequences are apparent in Yagi Levy's Haaretz piece. The revenge impulse, accompanied by the notion that no one in Gaza is innocent, meant that those whose lives are perceived as lacking in value were put at even higher risk and may even have led to the deliberate killing of civilians. A consequence of the fact that conscription into the military is mandatory in Israel, which blurs the lines between the public mood and that of the military.
I was in Ethan Klein's and Hasan Piker's debate.
Tech Dirt wrote an article. Not even is this an article? It's just a podcast? Is that what it is? Criticizing my approach? It was a lame article? No, it's Hassan Piker just gave a masterclass on what not to do when being detained by Customs and Border Patrol, which is so funny because, like, they strawman you to say don't talk to cops. Yeah, I know, because I also said that, okay? I know that. Yeah. Biden officials have put together a blueprint for decimating the Houthis that required a long-term commitment. Biden's Dana Stroll, research director of Washington Institute, former deputy assistant secretary of defense in the Middle East, attacks Trump for ending the Yemen war. A decade of unauthorized U.S. war costing 1 million Yemeni lives and billions in taxpayer funds wasn't enough. Washington has little patience and a short attention span and was unlikely to commit the resources and high level attention necessary to see the campaign through a meaningful outcome, said Dana Stroll, who was a top policy official for the region at the Pentagon during the Biden admin. If the agreement, Noah's in the trenches defending you. Yeah, I saw that. That's where I saw the article. Hasan isn't the dumbest motherfucker alive. He's not a lawyer, and you don't even have the balls to post under your real name. It's always a guy who stakes nothing except for election betting, if I recall correctly, who talks like this. Don't talk to cops without a lawyer present because they'll fuck you over. It's not some kind of arcane knowledge, and certainly is something every leftist should be aware of. How about you look at what he said, though I know knee-jerk is your style. He also specifically acknowledged that he wasn't putting himself in a level of danger because he wanted to investigate where these interrogations would go, and said that no one else should do what he did. Yeah. He should not have done that. Definitely does not sound like some random far-fetched excuse you would come up with after the fact. I don't understand how you can develop a level of uncharitability to this degree where it's like you're operating off of the position that I'm stupid and a bad person, and because that's your inevitable conclusion, because that is an inevitable conclusion that you have, you're operating off of that conclusion, so you are trying to slap on whatever kind of fucking reasoning that justifies the conclusion that you arrived at. The argument does not revolve around anything like any reasonable conclusion. It's just he's bad and he's wrong and he's stupid, and that's why he did this stupid thing, not realizing that I was very well aware of the fucking dangers presented and was doing what I was doing deliberately. I can't stress this enough. And I have also personally reminded people not to do this. Okay? Yes, I took a risk. What is this? What the fuck? Free Gaza, finally. Kanye West comes out after presenting himself. Dude, this has got to be a psyop. After presenting himself as a Adolf Hitler lover who openly said he doesn't give a fuck about Palestinians, after coming out with the song of the summer, okay, is what all the Nazis are calling it. Now he's like, oh yeah, free Gaza. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, maybe now. Brother, you know exactly why he's saying that. Come on. Oh, no, for sure. My morbid curiosity got the better of me. Asman's new video is 41 minutes long, accusing you of telling him the video game himself. That's why we have extra trolls. Yeah, there's nothing funnier than fucking cry bullies, right-wingers who are cry bullies like this. He served his purpose. Felix says, he served his purpose. Hey, I molested my cousin. I'm a cuckold and Nazi maniac. Oh, whoops. Unfortunately, my hands are just absolutely dripping with diarrhea, and I got them all over the movement. Oh, well, see you next time. They let me appear in public. I fucking feel like it's you know, I also feel like this is what is going on a little bit. Like, it's just, see Asman living rent free in your head is too funny. What? Dude, I don't think you guys understand how fucking rent free works. Okay. If you are making a 41-minute video about me, okay, I'm not the one who's living rent free. Like, look at this. Look, he's getting banned 100%. And then it's a AI image that says kill yourself. 41 minutes long. Okay. 41 minutes long of him just like fucking crying. And what is this off of? Oh, that's right. It's a tweet where I said, Asman Gold should take a shower. He said, shower, I choose death. But if we go back to it, okay, if we go back to the actual tweet that he's crying about, okay, you will notice, rent-free, by the way, you will notice that I'm quote retweeting him talking about me again. How does that happen? It's him talking about me, talking about videos of me. Do you guys go and complain about how fucking rent-free I am in his mind? No, you don't. You love it. Anyway. Crust the Anarchist, Asman Bold. Yeah, I'm going to bring out roach spray when the roaches start scattering. Told Nosferatu to go outside, getting personally, no valid points. What is this? Is Hasan gay? Yes, but let him be himself. Is it your problem? For money, but why? Then shut up. Getting personally, no valid points. I think it's a pretty valid point to say Asman Gold should most likely shower. Like, you might not think that because you're probably also a disgusting little fucking cretin. Stop stinking. Stop being stinky. You're fucking stinky. You smell. Donald Trump is in the pocket of Big Qatar, Big Hamas. Oh my God. Every fucking pro-Israel, every agent needs to be registered as a foreign agent. This is his content, Lamau.
It's actually really simple. There's a squirrel.
I didn't shower for over a month. My full review. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. Oh my fucking Lord. Guys, stop sending me a shorter format. How many fucking videos does this guy have talking about why he doesn't shower? Oh my Lord. Okay, we don't need to see this. We don't need to see this. What we need to look at is someone who needs to register as a foreign agent.
Congressman, thanks so much for joining us. I know you've called this move a flag.
It's so funny that the Democrats are like, remember when I was like, Democrats don't have any discernible policies that you can point to. Okay, they're like a rudderless ship. Remember when I said that? And then the Democrats were like, bet we do have a policy. It's called defending the least popular country on the fucking planet. The beautiful nation state of Israel. Okay? They were like, oh, you think we don't have policies? Guess what? I'll show you. We do have a policy. It's whatever Israel is upset about in that moment.
Flying grift, your words, a flying grift, and have noted that the regime's ties to terrorist organizations like Hamas. President Trump himself has called Qatar a, quote, funder of terrorism. So what do you think is really behind this move?
It is influence peddling at its most outrageous and egregious. I mean, Donald Trump's $400 million presidential palace in the sky represents the largest gift that's ever been conferred on any president by any foreign government in the history of the United States. And it's outrageous and unacceptable. And just as troubling as the gift itself is the source of the gift, Qatar. As you noted, Qatar is a state sponsor of terrorism. It has a long and ugly history of financing a barbaric terrorist organization, Hamas, which has on its hands the blood of Americans. And it's a cruel irony that both Air Force One and Hamas are going to have something.
Dude, it's crazy. It's the most egregious form of bribery in that it's not being done on behalf of Israel. No, exactly. No, they're like, how dare. First of all, what the fuck do you think Saudi Arabia has been doing? The reason why they don't chirp about Saudi Arabia doing this or the UAE doing this or Israel doing this is because those countries are all literally just unconditionally and permanently pro-Israel and don't give a fuck about Palestinians, whereas Qatar, at the very least, is neutral. That's it. Their crime is neutrality. Dog, people in your district are starving. Yeah. This is the fucking Richie Torres, the Richie Torres meme. Fuck me, dude. Okay, to be fair, the last American who shot all over Saudi Arabia met his end by way of a bone saw. That's also true. Saudi Arabia doesn't give a fuck about Palestinians. Saudi Arabians do. The royal family, maybe some in the royal family do. Have you ever heard MBS talk about fucking Palestinians? He sees them as a nuisance. He just wants a direct flight from Tel Aviv to Riyadh. And the Palestinian population is in the way of accomplishing that goal. That's it. That's it. All of this chirping about Qatar, despite the fact that it is transparent bribery, okay? All this chirping about Qatar, two things should be true at the same time, is because Qatar is neutral on Palestine, as opposed to being directly antagonistic. Yeah. Hamas contacted the former leader of the Arab Americans for Trump to start the talks that got Alexander released. Curious to see what the Republicans who think random college students were in contact with Hamas will say about this. The back channel talks that led to the release of Eden Alexander began with a message from a Hamas official to Bashar Ababa, former leader of the Arab Americans for Trump. 2 Israeli officials, 1 Palestinian official, and 1 U.S. official tell Axios. The reason why they're fucking frustrated is not even because of the very obvious bribe. Okay? The reason why they're frustrated is because Qatar is now playing a formative role in cutting out Israel from the story because Israel itself doesn't want to play a role in the negotiations. The whole story is worth reading. Israel found out through Mossad. Breaking. Israel targets heads of Hamas military wing Mohammed Sinwar in an airstrike on a bunker underneath the hospital in Gaza, 3 sources told me. Results of the strike are still unclear. The timing of this is just before Trump, Witkoff, and the Israeli negotiators they made Netanyahu send will be in Doha. Seems aimed at making sure no progress is made during this window on further exchange and ceasefire deals. Yeah, bunker underneath the hospital again. Israel does want to play a role. They just want that role to be sabotaging any progress whatsoever. No, I know. That's why they're pummeling. They're pummeling fucking Gaza extra hard. Yeah, Israel found out about the secret talks about Alexander, an IDF soldier, not from the White House, but from its own intelligence services, Israeli officials say. Israel normalization takes backseat as Trump announces Saudi deals. Hamas approached pro-Trump activists for secret talks that freed Eden Alexander. Hamas was seeking a way to convince President Trump to put more pressure on Israel, and Trump's team was intent on freeing the last living American held in Gaza. Baba, a Palestinian-American businessman who helped Trump make inroads with Arab voters in 2024, became the unlikely intermediary. A Hamas official outside of Gaza reached out to Baba in late April in hopes of striking up a dialogue with Trump envoy Steve Witkoff. It took time for that back channel to materialize, but it gained momentum last week, a senior Israeli official tells Axios. Around 20 messages were passed between the sides in calls and texts to Baba over the past 2 weeks. He also spoke to Hamas chief negotiator Khalil al-Hayya. According to a source familiar, Baba declined the comment. Witkoff, with help from Qatari officials in Baba, ultimately convinced the militant group that releasing Alexander for free would carry a lot of weight with Trump. Around 10 p.m. Doha time on Sunday, Hamas formally agreed to release Alexander. Then Witkoff called Alexander's parents to tell them the news that they waited 483 days to hear. Israel found out about the secret talks about Alexander, an IDF soldier, not from the White House, but from its own intelligence services, two Israeli officials tell Axios. When Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's right-hand man, Ron Dermer, was in Washington last Thursday, his American counterparts didn't mention the back channel. Dermer had to raise it himself with Witkoff, an Israeli official said. Witkoff confirmed to Dermer that talks were taking place, but made clear Israel wouldn't have to give anything in return for Alexander's release and that Hamas hadn't said yes yet. How fucking insane that Mossad is spying on Americans. And Ron Dermer is operating on that intelligence that he gets from his own intelligence agencies and brings it back to Steve Witkoff. Wow, I am fucking shocked. Alexander's release was previously at the center of the unprecedented direct negotiations between Trump's hostage envoy Adam Baylor and Hamas leaders in Qatar in March. The Israeli government has also learned about those talks from its intelligence services who were spying on Hamas. At the time, Trump was seeking a deal. By the way, I don't fucking believe that they were spying on Hamas. I believe they were spying on the American side. At the time, Trump was seeking a deal to free Alexander from his State of the Union address, and Hamas was demanding the release of 250 prisoners held in Israel in exchange. Those talks hit a dead end 3 hours before Trump's speech. To this day, Trump's advisors believe Netanyahu's aides leaked it to the press in order to sabotage it. Witkoff floated a similar proposal 3 weeks later, under which Hamas would release Alexander and Trump would publicly call for a temporary ceasefire and talks for a comprehensive deal. Hamas refused. Over the next several weeks, Israel gradually expanded its ground incursions into Gaza, increased its airstrikes, and continued to block the entry of all humanitarian aid. On April 22nd, Qatari Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani visited the White House and met with Witkoff and Trump. He raised a proposal supported by Hamas for a comprehensive deal to release all hostages and end the war. But the U.S. message was that a shorter-term partial deal was the only game in town. When he returned to Doha, Al Thani told Hamas and encouraged them to make a gesture to Trump that could shift his position, the official said. Days later, Hamas officials reached out to Baba. Remember when everyone would say, well, why doesn't Hamas release hostages as a good gesture? Well, there they have. And what did Israel do? They're pummeling fucking Gaza again in an effort to deliberately ruin any kind of ceasefire negotiations that may take place between Hamas and the United States of America. They are basically cutting out the middlemen and going directly to the United States of America because they recognize that Israel is the unreasonable party. And they're trying to show the United States of America that they are the ones who need to force Israel to come to the table because there's no other way that this deal will ever take place. What they are failing to recognize is that America does not give a shit. And I don't believe that America gives a shit. Why isn't Hamas release hostages a good faith is a sentence I heard today. Why was he under a hospital? Why isn't Hamas release hostages in good faith? What do you mean? That's literally the number one thing that Israel's genocide supporters say. Is like, Hamas should release the hostages and Israel will stop. That's not true. Benjamin Netanyahu has said that is not the case. Also, Hamas has said, we will release all hostages since like October 17 in exchange for Israel not fucking invading the Gaza Strip initially or stopping the bombing of the Gaza Strip initially. October 17, 2023, by the way. I just don't think it's going to work. Most literate Asmongold viewer, I think he's just a Israel supporter. He might just be Israeli. Yeah, there's always another bunker under a hospital, dude. It's crazy. According to Palestinian resistance sources, the targeting of Sinwar's son is a bullshit excuse. I thought it was his brother. And he was not at the hospital and also is being used as an intelligence gathering mission to try to locate Mohammed Sinwar and Abu Ubaidah in order to bring about a victory in the eyes of the Israeli people. Do you think Hamas reaching out to the U.S. instead of Israel works to stroke Trump's ego? It reasserts that the U.S. is in control of Israel, not vice versa. You think Donald Trump, that understands that they hold all the cards in Ukraine, doesn't understand that he holds all the cards for Israel? Do you think Donald Trump is like a committed diehard Zionist or something like Biden was? No. He knows who controls everything in this process. Come on, guys. Is Hassan playing victim for his own actions again? I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean like Customs and Border Patrol detaining me? Is that what you think? Is me playing victim to my own actions? You're right. I don't have a lot of faith in the Trump administration. I don't have a lot of faith in the Trump administration actually following through on any sort of firm commitment and pushing Israel to a ceasefire. The only motivating factors here is one, Donald Trump's distaste for how fucking annoying the Israeli envoys are and how entitled Israel is. Oh, this guy's a Swedish Nazi? I are Swedish. Well, I don't know if he's a Nazi. He might just be Swedish. Aggressive pivot to China, it's possible? No. First, it's a pivot to Iran, and then it's a pivot to China. The pivot to China is already happening. So, also, yeah, one of the New York Times witnesses for their investigation into Israel's killing of the 15 medics in Rafah was himself killed this weekend. Mohammed al-Bardawil, a young witness to the March 23rd attack on the medics in Gaza, was killed on Saturday when an Israeli gunboat fired on a Rafah beach. His father, Sayed, asked our colleague, Bilal Abu Yazan, today for a photo of his son when he interviewed them together for our report. This kid, Israel killed him. Israel deliberately assassinated him. I think he was like 13. Anyway, in terms of motivating reasons for Donald Trump to potentially, push for a ceasefire and directly deal with Hamas instead of Israel is one, he desperately needs a W. He came with this mandate that he was going to end all wars and all this shit, and he hasn't done so. And it seems like conflict is only escalating. Okay. Number two, sheer Israeli arrogance, the entitlement and the arrogance of the likes of Benjamin Netanyahu is very annoying for a narcissist like Donald Trump. Okay? That's another reason. Number 3, $400 million jet from Qatar, a country that is at the very least neutral to the Palestinian cause. Okay? What was it? There was a fourth thing that I was going to say, but I can't remember now. But yeah, those 3 are the only reasons why he would dial this back. And I guess 4 is because he reads the room to a certain degree. But starving to death, dying of thirst, skeletons? No, there is no fucking care or consideration for the well-being of Palestinians in this equation. Don't be fucking ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. At most, the only thing that he gives a fuck about, is how bad it looks. And yeah, he is. Oh, that's right. That was the other one. Trump is feeling powerless from Ukraine, so he wants to throw his weight around. Exactly. He can't control Russia. He can't pro-Islam, but owns a dog. Is that what you just asked me? Dude, I drink alcohol too. The fuck? What does pro-Islam mean? Do Israel supporters think that stripping the blame from him will make Trump like Israel more? Talk about delusional. No, they're hitting that because it's an angle to attack Trump, and it's a good way to get the Democrats on board too. Yet I'm here today not merely to condemn the past chaos of Iran's leaders, but to offer them a new path and a much better path towards a far better and more hopeful future. As I've shown repeatedly, I'm willing to end past conflicts and forge new partnerships for a better and more stable world, even if our differences may be very profound, which obviously they are in the case of Iran. I've never believed in having permanent enemies. I am different than a lot of people think. I don't like permanent enemies, but sometimes you need enemies to do the job, and you have to do it right. Enemies get you motivated. In fact, some of the closest friends of the United States of America are nations we fought wars against in generations past, and now they're our friends and our allies. I want to make a deal with Iran. If I can make a deal with Iran, I'll be very happy if we're going to make your region and the world a safer place. But if Iran's leadership rejects this olive branch and continues to attack their neighbors, then we will have no choice but to inflict massive maximum pressure, drive Iranian oil exports to zero like I did before. If you know that, they were a virtually bankrupt country because of what I did. They had no money for terror. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah. And take all action required to stop the regime from ever having a nuclear weapon. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. So are Democrats going to shit on Trump for sidestepping Israel? No. They can't. They can't directly yell at Trump for doing that. I mean, there are some Democrats who have done that, but they're fucking insane. But most Democrats are not going to directly say that, which is why they'll just like angle they'll angle their conversation around fucking they will angle their conversation around like Qatar. Or they'll defend John Fetterman, you know, the most valuable ally. Anyway, also here, mobile McDonald's in Riyadh. Girl to boycott is what I say to Saudi Arabia. Owning a dog is haram in Islam, guys. Yeah, I don't give a fuck, dude. What are you talking about? Hello? I don't fucking care, dude. I eat bacon too. What the fuck? When the fuck have I, what do you think I pray 5 times a day? Do you think I sneak out? Also, this was an insane title. Okay, Miss Rachel doubles down support for children in Gaza. Doubles down support for children in Gaza. It's sad that people try to make it controversial when you speak out for children that are facing immeasurable suffering, the YouTube educator said in a recent interview with Zeteo. That's a crazy thing to just write as an article title. Genuinely. Yeah, all my piss breaks are actually me facing Mecca. Yeah, Miss Rachel was Mehdi Hasan.
You clearly
I also, by the way, I have to end early today at 7 hours, unfortunately, chatters, but there's a good reason for it. I'm going to be on CNN with Caitlin Collins in a little bit. That's right. So there's a good reason for it. And there's a bunch of other interviews lined up as well this week with other news broadcasters as well. Some of those are going to be live streamed. I'm not going to live stream the CNN one. But there are other interviews that will be live streamed. Liar, you just quiet quitting in a little bit. Also, a lot of chatters are saying it's not haram to have a dog. I don't know and I don't care. I don't think so. I don't think it is. It will be live on CNN. Not haram if used for labor like a guard dog. Well, she's doing labor. She's my emotional support dog. Anyway. That's all I got today. It's happening in a little bit at like 7, I think.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day.
All right. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. As always, I'll line up some. I will line up some cool guests for this week. I got to have Jeremy Scahill back on because he did a crazy banger 90-minute interview with Hamas. And I think it's good to get his perspective on these things. So I'm going to line that up. Possibly tomorrow if he has time. I'll ask him. Before you go, nowhere in Islam does it say it's forbidden to have a dog. It's a fabricated hadith. Okay. All right. Where to watch CNN talk? Wherever you get CNN. You know, the fucking internet website that I watch to rip CNN. Peace, everybody.
Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.